Chapter 63. The Terror of the Heavenly Tao. The divine might is overwhelming, shaking the heavens and the earth, as the terrifying thunder carries the power of annihilation, intent on obliterating those who invoke the celestial punishment, reducing them to ashes and eternal slumber. The pitch-black and profound black thunder is the most fearsome lightning in the entire world. It is the nine heavens calamity thunder, and its arrival shall ultimately bring about total destruction. As the thunderous roar erupted, it instantaneously stirred the entire world, regardless of whether they were deities entering the realm of humanity or those beyond the borders of the human race. Even the emperors, their expressions shifted dramatically in that moment. They could not comprehend what had transpired. Among them, a young man from the Heavenly Tao Alliance felt particularly anxious. As the leader of the Alliance and the Chosen One, he could not fathom why the Heavenly Tao would unleash a cataclysmic thunderstorm. The beings within Lingyang City instantly prostrated themselves upon the ground, consumed entirely by fear in that moment. Even those who had reached the 10th transformation were rendered speechless with terror, similarly bowing down in confusion over the events unfolding. Yet, they all understood who was angry in the skies above. They could not fathom who had provoked the heavens. Upon witnessing the descent of the nine heavens calamity thunder, one would naturally not sit idly by. You immediately expended a small portion of demonic energy to manifest the chaos mist domain in defense. However, this time you clearly sensed the terror of the Heavenly Tao. The chaos mist domain could only hold for a few breaths before it was violently shattered. This spectacle left the observing deities and emperors utterly astounded. They were acutely aware that the Heavenly Tao is the most formidable entity in this world, one that no one can suppress, except for that singular person. Though shocked, they had already discerned your dire fate and were eager to learn what transgressions could have provoked such wrath from the Heavenly Tao. It is essential to note that the Heavenly Tao typically refrains from acting against humanity. Otherwise, it would incur severe backlash. Yet now, even in a state of injury and repercussion, the Heavenly Tao had forcefully intervened, leaving them exceedingly curious about the events that had transpired. Upon witnessing your domain shatter for the first time, you immediately realized your own inadequacy. It was clear that you must hastily elevate your level to a point where you could annihilate the Heavenly Tao in an instant. Nevertheless, you did not yield to despair. Since the demonic energy could not fully unleash the potential of the chaos mist domain, you resolved to utilize the divine essence contained within the unknown crystalline stone. Consuming divine essence, the chaos mist domain was activated once more, and the impending nine heavens calamity thunder was momentarily repelled. Yet, you understood that this could not be a sustainable solution. Thus, you expended the scant remaining divine essence to unleash your most formidable skill, the Sword God. Empowered by divine essence, the Sword God's strike transcended divine attacks, reaching the level of an emperor. Yet, you knew this was still insufficient. You directly invoked the divine sword path talent, and under its amplification, your power surged once again, leaving you uncertain of your current strength. However, this was nearly the zenith of your power. As you unleashed the Sword God, the terrifying scene above Lingyang City was immediately enveloped in golden radiance. Countless golden sword auras filled the sky, densely packed and innumerable. Their mere presence in the firmament liberated the humans who had been engulfed in terror, filling their hearts instead with shock and awe. The deities and emperors were equally taken aback by this spectacle. Yet, this was merely the beginning. The shock was far from over. You gazed at the heavens with astonishment, realizing that even as a mere second transformation, you possessed such terrifying power. However, you knew it was still inadequate, far from enough. Without hesitation, you commanded, "Swords, come forth." Instantly, a multitude of golden long swords transformed into cascading sword light, resembling a downpour of golden rain from afar, their terrifying brilliance blanketing the earth, as if poised to obliterate the world in the next moment. They became a torrent of terror. The nine heavens calamity thunder that had descended from above dimmed in comparison. The sound of the sword's whistle resonated throughout the universe, instilling a palpable sense of dread and grandeur. In the next instant, countless beams of sword light converged into the grasp of a singular man, who then struck towards the nine heavens calamity thunder, launching an assault against the Heavenly Tao, unleashing a fearsome sword light that soared into the sky. At this moment, the deities and emperors were left in sheer disbelief. They could not fathom why you dared to launch an attack against the Heavenly Tao. After all, it was the Heavenly Tao. The golden sword light flashed, and, in the next moment, a thunderous explosion resonated. The nine heavens calamity thunder was obliterated. All the powerful beings witnessing this spectacle were left in a daze, grappling with the incredulity of all. This was something they had never dared to imagine. Following the destruction of the nine heavens calamity thunder, the golden long sword did not cease, but instead cleaved again towards the heavens above. It was a sweeping, majestic sword light, unyielding and unstoppable, piercing the celestial dome in an instant, dividing the terrifying thundercloud and the colossal eye above into two. Observing the immense eye of the heavens split asunder, and witnessing the sky dominated by the golden sword light, all present gaped in disbelief. The deities and emperors were utterly befuddled, overwhelmed by the extraordinary and surreal nature of the event. This moment would be forever etched in their astonished souls, an indelible mark. As the eye was cleaved in twain, a terrifying roar reverberated from the higher realms, filled with fury and coldness. It was the wrath of the heavenly Tao, sending shivers through all living beings. Subsequently, a colossal pillar descended from the higher heavens, a gigantic finger enveloped in purple, black, and red lightning, known in legends as the finger of the celestial realm or the annihilation finger. Its mere appearance was terrifying, instantly shattering the golden sword light, causing the entire world to tremble and quake. In that moment, no matter where one was, the sensation of impending destruction was palpable. Even those engaged in their respective quests felt a profound unease and the specter of death looming. Witnessing your relinquishment of resistance, the entirety of the human populace within Lingyang City has succumbed to utter despair and trepidation in this very moment. Gazing upon the ominous colossal finger descending from the heavens, it is evident that, barring any unforeseen circumstances, when the gigantic digit descends, it will herald their complete annihilation, and Lingyang City shall be irrevocably obliterated. You are acutely aware that you are foreseeing the future. Hence, you are utterly indifferent to the fates of these individuals, for even in reality, their lives hold little significance for you. Naturally, your actions do not stem from a desire for a passive demise. Rather, you harbor alternative intentions. Even if you cannot vanquish the heavenly principle, you are determined to ensure that your adversary experiences considerable discomfort. Nonetheless, your primary motivation is to ascertain the true extent of the heavenly principle's terror, as it shall undoubtedly become your mortal enemy in the days to come. Chapter 64. A devastating blow to the heavenly path must strike swiftly in the future. It is uncertain whether the heavenly path sensed your relinquishment of resistance or perceived the despair within the hearts of humanity, but a voice resonated from the heavens, declaring that those who defy the heavenly order shall meet with soul-shattering annihilation. The voice was thunderous, imbued with supreme celestial authority, sending tremors of fear through all living beings across the world. The human populace within Lingyang City was plunged into a profound abyss of despair and terror. Some timid souls succumbed to fright on the spot, while others were driven to madness. They could not help but inwardly curse you for inciting the wrath of the heavens. Yearning to understand why you provoked such fury, if it were not for you, they would not be ensnared in this calamity, nor would they face death. In the midst of their despair, the voice of the heavenly path echoed once more, proclaiming that the heavens, in their benevolence for life, would grant a glimmer of hope to all who revere the celestial order. This hope lay in the eradication of those who angered the heavenly path. As the colossal finger's descent slowed by billions of times, it sought to observe the choices made by humanity in response to you. Unfazed by the heavenly path's beguiling words, you were acutely aware of its intentions. It merely aimed to sow discord among humanity, yet you remained indifferent. Should anyone be foolish enough not to heed the warning, you would expedite their departure from this world. Your prescience was soon validated, for under the heavenly path's directive, the powerful beings within Lingyang City swiftly turned their aggression toward you. They hailed from various esteemed clans, all part of the human race. To your astonishment, over 100 of them were demonic beings, among whom 2 exuded an aura of terror, having attained semi-divine status. These demons were mere lackeys of the demon race, traitors to humanity. Initially, you contemplated soaring into the heavens to confront the colossal finger in order to validate your theories. Yet the folly of many compelled you to act sooner than anticipated. Thus, you resolved to send them on their way. The brilliance of your sword re-emerged, a fleeting flash, and all formidable adversaries were reduced to ash. Regardless of whether they were at the pinnacle of their strength, they were utterly no match for your singular might. In the process, you absorbed some demonic essence from the fallen foes, replenishing your previous losses and even amassing a surplus. Witnessing this spectacle, the humans of Lingyang City were engulfed in terror, branding you a demon, a devil. To incite further discord, the heavenly path amplified the collective vitriol directed at you, rendering their contempt palpable and unmistakable. Upon hearing the multitude of curses aimed at you, you recognized it as a ploy by the heavenly path, a calculated strategy to fracture humanity. At this rate, it would not be long before humanity crumbled from within, hastening their own demise. Yet, you remained unfazed. Humanity's fate held no significance for you, and you acted decisively, unleashing your sword's brilliance, silencing Lingyang City instantly. Except for a handful, those who had cursed you would forever lose their voices and their capacity for thought. Among the survivors was Feng Luoling, who stood stunned, more shocked than anyone else. The moment you withdrew your attacks and domains, she recognized you immediately, recalling the figure from the novice dungeon. It was her young master, who was safeguarding her. Having completed your actions, the radiance of your sword surged once more, aimed squarely at the colossal finger. The heavenly path, upon witnessing this, erupted in a furious roar, and the speed of the giant finger escalated to its zenith. It sought to eliminate you, the one who dared to defy the heavenly order. A dreadful force emanated from its finger, intent on obliterating both you and Lingyang City. It aimed to serve as a warning to all, to demonstrate that the heavenly path was the supreme ruler of this realm, that none could dare to belittle it. As the terrifying giant finger descended, excitement surged within you. You understood the opportunity had arrived, and whether you could inflict a grievous blow upon the heavenly path hinged on this moment. As you approached the impending collision with the colossal finger, you sheathed your sword S-light, simply observing as the finger, enwrapped in 3 types of terrifying thunder, bore down upon you. In the next instant, a thunderous explosion reverberated throughout the heavens, heard and felt by all, instilling a profound sense of fear and impending doom. The preceding force had been overwhelmingly terrifying. Distant deities and emperors were aware that you had perished when the heavenly path struck. No one in this world could survive its terrifying assault, save for you. The heavenly path was the undisputed sovereign of this realm, the amalgamation of all existence, wielding dominion over the world's laws. Were it not for the constraints of supreme rules, it could annihilate the entire world in an instant, reducing all to naught. Yet the next moment, the deities and emperors widened their eyes in disbelief, their expressions filled with incredulity and confusion. For they beheld an occurrence they had never fathomed in their lifetimes. It was utterly absurd and profoundly shocking. The world-destroying finger, bearing the weight of annihilation, collided with your form, not only failing to obliterate you but instead shattering itself. No, it was akin to striking an object countless times more resilient than the world-destroying finger. Like an egg colliding with a stone, the finger crumbled under the impact. Such a terrifying scene was overwhelmingly shocking. They began to doubt whether the heavenly path had unleashed some unknown and horrific illusion, questioning if what they witnessed was merely a figment of their imagination. It was simply too surreal. This was the heavenly path, which had not only failed to vanquish you, but had proved as fragile as a bubble. The force of such a collision was staggering. The heavens above let out another fearful roar, and in that moment, the deities and emperors were struck with a drastic change in countenance, realizing that the heavenly path had been thoroughly provoked. Yet unbeknownst to them, this was, in fact, the heavenly path experiencing a severe backlash from its own actions. It was the heavenly path, and rather than suffering even the slightest harm, it had been injured by its own terrifying assault. In its wrath, the heavenly path recalled a figure from long, long ago, and inexplicably, a sense of dread washed over it. Sensing the heavenly path's fury, you understood that your plan had succeeded, endowed with the rebellious gift of the Lord of Chaos. You could not only withstand a single fatal strike, but also inflict a 60% backlash upon your adversary, and indeed, the heavenly path was no exception. Thus, the heavenly path would sustain grave injuries, and perhaps this would present an opportunity to eliminate it. Without hesitation, seizing the moment of its weakness, you expended all your demonic energy and divine essence. You harnessed the demonic energy to manifest the blood demon body and blood demon true form, which, due to your possession of the Lord of Creation gift, had transformed into transcendent abilities. You instantly transformed into a colossal figure towering 100,000 zhang, enveloped in black-red blood energy, resembling a chaotic demonic god. The deities and emperors were once again struck with shock and awe, rendered speechless, particularly the demon race, who were left utterly bewildered, questioning how a seemingly ordinary human could suddenly metamorphose into such a terrifying entity. The horror was one thing, but why did it bear such a striking resemblance to them? They could not bear the blame for this. But that was not the end. You unleashed your full power to invoke the sword god, summoning countless golden long swords that transformed into golden radiance in your grasp, exhausting all your divine essence to cast the chaos mist domain, enveloping the sword and transforming it into a horrific long sword shrouded in mist. Having prepared all this, without a moment's hesitation, you stepped forward, appearing in the heavens above, directing your gaze towards the zenith where loomed an even more terrifying, colossal eye, a manifestation of obliterating thunder, the eye of the heavenly path. Upon your sudden appearance, the heavenly path was instantly enraged, unleashing a far more terrifying bolt of annihilating thunder from its eye, determined to eradicate you, the unpredictable variable, once and for all. Driven by its inability to discern your existence. It is the way of heaven, an omniscient entity, aware of all matters. Anything uttered concerning it is perceived with utmost clarity. Yet now, it fails to discern your existence. A mere variable, it recalls the peculiar transformations of the human emperor tower, realizing that everything is tied to you. Thus, it deems it imperative to eliminate you. Otherwise, when the human emperor tower reemerges, it shall face an interminable prison. Being the way of heaven, a transcendent being, it refuses to serve humanity as an eternal engine. It covets the ancestral treasures left behind by that individual and seeks to slay him. Without hesitation, You unleash your formidable destructive thunder, enveloped by the chaotic fog domain, manifesting as a sword that explodes with ferocity, denying the way of heaven any chance to react. Were it not for the innate ability of the Lord of Chaos, which inflicts severe backlash upon the way of heaven, you would have had no opportunity to approach the eye of heaven. Witnessing you effortlessly obliterate its assault, the way of heaven is taken aback, its unease mounting. It attempts to retaliate, but with a sudden sound, a sword of mist pierces the eye of heaven, delivering another grievous blow. Stunned, the way of heaven is genuinely bewildered. It is the way of heaven, yet today it has been repeatedly struck down. Where can it show its face? In a sudden fury, it unleashes its full might. Disregarding all else, no matter the cost, it must eliminate this accursed human, even if it means the world's destruction. Sensing the way of heaven's madness, you instinctively slash at the eye of heaven, and in an instant, the once formidable celestial might diminishes. You understand that the way of heaven has been irrevocably wounded by you. Even if it survives, it shall fall into an endless slumber. Regrettably, your divine source is depleted, and the demonic energy is entirely exhausted. Stripped of special energy, your colossal form vanishes in an instant, reverting to your original state. Before you can react, before the way of heaven can strike, you are annihilated by the laws of heaven here. You perish, and the extraordinary talent of divine cocoon rebirth activates, transforming you into a chrysalis. Yet, scarcely reborn, you are obliterated once more by the laws of heaven. However, in your final moments, you witness the way of heaven recklessly unleash its wrath upon the world. In an instant, everything turns to ash, and the way of heaven suffers severe backlash. Plunging into an abyss of endless slumber, the foresight of the future concludes. Chen Tian stands frozen in place for a long moment before shaking his head with a bitter smile. No wonder in the previous foresight. Feng Luoling remained silent. It is because the mastermind behind it is the way of heaven. Speaking of it would alert its perception, unless he shrouded it with the chaotic fog domain. But how could he have known? The reality is too terrifying. The way of heaven is even more formidable than he had imagined. If only he had sufficient divine source and special energy. If he possessed enough special energy, even if he couldn't slay the way of heaven, he could depart with ease after delivering a crippling blow. Nonetheless, Chen Tian believes that he will eventually defeat the way of heaven. Given its frenzied actions, the only way to prevail is through a decisive strike. Otherwise, the world shall perish alongside him. Of course, the world's fate matters little to him, but the issue is that Feng Luoling would also die. In that case, he would be left alone in a desolate world, which would be utterly meaningless. By the way, wasn't it said in novels from his past life that the way of heaven lacked consciousness and emotion? A sudden thought strikes Chen Tian. This way of heaven not only possesses emotions, but is also quite deranged. According to the foresight, it seems to be imprisoned by humanity, reduced to an eternal engine due to that individual, perhaps because of the dungeon? Chen Tian speculates. What about the human emperor tower? And what exactly is the ancestral treasure of humanity? Never mind, regardless of the secrets involved, as long as he possesses the strength to defy heaven, he will eventually uncover the truth. Chen Tian glances at Yi Tianming, contemplating. What if he enveloped him with the chaotic fog domain before striking him down? Without a second thought, he initiates the foresight. However, answers come swiftly, leaving Chen Tian speechless. Is the way of heaven Yi Tianming's father or mother? It seems that as long as he cannot eliminate the way of heaven, he cannot harm Yi Tianming. Yet, a thought arises within Chen Tian. While he cannot kill, it does not mean he cannot strike. Soon, Yi Tianming is suddenly knocked unconscious by a punch from a distance. But shortly thereafter, the sounds of punches and kicks resonate. After several minutes, onlookers discover a wretched youth lying on the ground. A few minutes later, Yi Tianming awakens groggily. However, as soon as he opens his eyes, he is met with excruciating pain. Who is it that lacks martial virtue? Ah, the pain. Chen Tian walks contentedly toward the elemental dungeon. Has that girl already entered the undead dungeon? He did not expect Feng Luoling to be faster than him. Not that he was slow. After all, beating Yi Tianming is quite enjoyable. No, she is about to undergo her first transformation. He must reward her with all the items, ensuring a swift return. Chen Tian ponders this. But what task would be reasonable to issue? Perhaps a random task would suffice. Ah, the way of heaven. Chen Tian suddenly recalls this character. Perfect timing. The novice dungeon leaderboard will expose her, so he will issue a reminder along with the task. The task shall be named the Conspiracy of the Way of Heaven, requiring Feng Luoling to swiftly reach her first transformation to counteract it. Thus, it shall yield numerous rewards. Yes, just like that. Everything's settled. Chen Tian directly enters the elemental dungeon. Chapter 65. The feedback is quite impressive. In the undead dungeon, Feng Luoling is frantically hunting source beasts, adorned in a half-divine outfit. Her previously cold expression now exudes an air of aloofness, authority, and a hint of chilling aura. Suddenly, a task notification chimes. Her icy visage, once indifferent, shifts in an instant. Another task. Feng Luoling exclaims with excitement. pondering what this new task might entail. It is worth noting that the previous tasks triggered within the novice dungeon have been immensely rewarding, leading to a substantial haul. Fang Luoling now dons a complete set of half-divine gear, a testament to her achievements. In her past life, she acquired such gear only after her 9th transformation, yet now, it is merely the 2nd day. Indeed, it is the first day of her awakening. Yet, upon opening the task, she is initially taken aback, only for her expression to turn grave shortly thereafter. Fang Luoling did not anticipate the way of heaven to act so swiftly in the current life, plotting against her even before the novice dungeon leaderboard was revealed, exposing her to all. The consequences of this could be catastrophic, potentially jeopardizing even the young master. No wonder the recent unveiling of the novice dungeon leaderboard was accompanied by such grandeur. Damn that despicable creature. Fang Luoling curses silently. Though her character typically refrains from such outbursts, she is genuinely incensed at this moment. As a reborn individual, she understands the grim realities of this world. Any hint of her exposure would summon terrifying powerhouses. Both divine incarnations and imperial incarnations are possibilities. With her current strength, she stands no chance against them. If she is not careful, the fate of both herself and the young master could be death. At this thought, a wave of fury washes over Fang Luoling, her eyes brimming with lethal intent. This is her wrath towards the way of heaven for its machinations against her. Yet, amid her anger, she is also struck by profound astonishment, accompanied by a wild thought. How did the divine sovereign come to know? Is that not the way of heaven? Is the divine sovereign not connected to the divine race? Does he not stand above the way of heaven? How else could one elucidate the ability to foresee the machinations of fate? It seems imperative for me to swiftly enhance my strength. As Fang Luoling uttered these words, she commanded her army of the undead to hasten their harvest. Subsequently, she turned her gaze towards the rewards of this endeavor. At first glance, it seemed manageable. However, upon closer inspection, Fang Luoling found herself utterly transfixed, rendered speechless, unsure of how to articulate her astonishment, for the rewards were simply staggering. Boom, boom. It was only when the distant echoes of terrifying explosions reached her ears that Fang Luoling jolted back to reality. Once again, she scrutinized the rewards. But they still struck her as surreal, too extraordinary to fathom. Could these rewards possibly be genuine? She mused inwardly. The sheer magnitude of the rewards was overwhelming, bordering on the absurd. Even in her previous life as the sovereign of the undead, she could scarcely imagine such a bounty. The task rewards included an artifact. For pieces of divine-grade equipment, 14 semi-divine-grade items, along with numerous other pieces of gear. Additionally, there were super-divine talents and skills, divine talents, and skills in abundance. Beyond these, there were other extraordinary items, such as divine artifacts and semi-divine items, alongside special equipment like the quantification ring, the pest control butcher's badge, and the destroyer's badge. There were even divine larvae and primal beast eggs among the offerings. The bounty was simply too vast for her to comprehend at a glance. Thus, she flipped to the final page, which bore yet another staggering figure, 100 billion gold coins. However, what truly left Fang Luoling in a state of shock was the enigmatic crystal. This object, she thought, her expression one of disbelief. Alas, it was damaged. Otherwise, it could have guaranteed her ascension beyond the realm of emperors. Divine Lord? Who exactly are you? Fang Luoling pondered within herself. This was merely the first associated task of the initial transformation. What might await her in the 2nd, 3rd, or 4th transformations? In the elemental dungeon, Chen Tian, disinterested and even glancing at the names of the primal beast monsters, unleashed the sword rain of the heavenly fall. Instantly, the entire dungeon was shrouded in a deluge of sword rain. You have slain a level 200 earth element creature, earning 200 energy points. You have slain a level 200. Chen Tian disregarded the incessant barrage of prompts and terrifying damage values. Surely, the expression on that little girl Fang Luoling's face must be quite delightful at this moment. Chen Tian couldn't help but smile. The celestial machinations of this task were not a mere one-time affair. They unfolded across several stages, ranging from the first transformation to the emperor level, perfectly aligning with the feedback of the divine demonic cultivation at each phase. Thus, with each life transformation Fang Luoling underwent, he would receive corresponding feedback. Just the thought of it filled him with delight. Chen Tian began to anticipate how much feedback he would receive once Fang Luoling completed her first transformation. Moments later, an alert sounded. Your job transfer tasks are as follows. Task 1. Acquire 10,000 of each of the 4 basic elemental energy stones. Completed. Task 2. Acquire 1 billion energy points. 21,910,000,000. Upon noting that over 900 million energy points remained, Chen Tian couldn't help but chuckle. He had just given it all away, even the quantification ring, as a reward. Of course, he could reclaim it at any time, but there was no urgency. Fang Luoling was on the verge of completing her first transformation task. Just a few more runs, and it would only take a matter of minutes, he mused. This dungeon, much like the 5 Elements dungeon, was a special category, thus it lacked selectable difficulty. The total number of primal beasts within amounted to 100,000, and even obliterating them all at once would yield just over 20 million energy points. After merely 20 seconds, a series of alerts rang out. However, these were not dungeon prompts, but system notifications. Upon hearing the alerts, Chen Tian felt an exhilarating rush. Finally, it had arrived. Ding. The celestial cultivation of Feng Luoling has reached the first transformation, and feedback is being processed. Ding. The feedback tasks are as follows. Task 1. Hidden Rebirth. Completion time. 61 minutes. Feedback. Double. Task 2. Level task. Elevate to level 2. Completion time. Half a breath. Feedback. 10,000 times. Task 100. Level task. Elevate to level 99. Completion time. 1 breath. Feedback. 10,000 times. Temporary task 1. Clear the 5th layer of the 9-tiered pagoda. Completion time. 48 seconds. Feedback. 5 times. Temporary task 2. Clear the 6th layer of the 9-tiered pagoda. Completion time. 93 seconds. Feedback. Double. Temporary task 3. Clear the 7th layer of the 9-tiered pagoda. Completion time. 210 seconds. Feedback. Double. Temporary task 4. Clear the 8th layer of the 9-tiered pagoda. Completion time. 7 minutes. Feedback. Double. Temporary task 5. Clear the 9th layer of the 9-tiered pagoda. Completion time. 2 seconds. Feedback. 1,000 times. Celestial Machinations. First stage achieved in transformation. Completion time. 21 seconds. Feedback. 10 times. This. Chen Tian was rendered speechless by the sheer volume of feedback information. The feedback was astonishingly powerful. Ding. Would you like to claim the feedback? Claim it. I shall claim it immediately. Without a moment's hesitation, Chen Tian accepted the rewards. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have received feedback. 10 unknown crystals, 10 artifacts, 40 pieces of divine-grade equipment, 140 pieces of semi-divine grade equipment, 10 quantification rings, and 110, 114, 500, 000 gold coins. Chapter 66. Achieving the second transformation, foundational combat power in the trillions. At this moment, Chen Tian's smile was almost uncontainable. The feedback was indeed extraordinary. 10 unknown crystals, 10 artifacts. This round of feedback had left Chen Tian's coffers overflowing. The energy points gained from the level elevation tasks alone reached an astounding 49.8 billion, multiplying by 10,000. With this, he had successfully completed the second transformation task. Task 1. Acquire 10,000 of each of the 4 basic elemental energy stones. Completed. Task 2. Acquire 1 billion energy points. Completed. You have completed your job transfer tasks. Transitioning. You have successfully transitioned. Chen Tian's body instantaneously became 100 times more powerful than before. Thanks to the feedback of 49.8 billion energy points, his level continued to soar. Congratulations. Anonymous class holder, your level has reached 202. Congratulations, anonymous class holder, your level has reached 203. Yet, Chen Tian had no time to dwell on these matters. He promptly assigned Feng Luoling another 100 level-up tasks, aimed at elevating her from level 100 to level 200. This endeavor consumed a total of 252.5 billion energy points. In an instant, Feng Luoling reached level 200. Witnessing this spectacle, Chen Tian was overwhelmed with excitement. Once again, a task was completed in under a breath, yielding a feedback multiplier of 10,000, which translated to an astonishing 252.5 trillion energy points. However, unlike last time, Chen Tian had also apportioned 9/10 of the gold coins, equipment, skills, talents, and other resources, essentially his entire fortune, this time around. The feedback multiplier was determined by completion time. Under 1 second yields 10,000 times, 1 to 10 seconds yields 1,000 times. 11 to 20 seconds yields 100 times, 21 to 30 seconds yields 10 times, 30 seconds to 1 minute yields 5 times. And anything over a minute yields just double. This feedback was indeed remarkable. While it could be deemed unprecedented, it was still limited in scope. Yet, with careful planning, Chen Tian could reap extraordinary rewards, just like this time. Regardless of how Feng Luoling approached her tasks, Chen Tian could ensure she completed them in an instant. Achieving a 10,000 times feedback was effortless, as long as he had the means. Of course, only the leveling tasks were straightforward, others posed some challenges. Thus, Chen Tian decided to distribute the gold coins, equipment, skills, talents, and other items he had no immediate use for as rewards for Feng Luoling's level increase. This time, Chen Tian had truly amassed a fortune. 9 unknown crystals, with a 10,000 times feedback, amounted to a staggering 90,000. 9 artifacts yield a return of 100,000, resulting in a total of 90,000 items. 37 pieces of divine equipment equate to 370,000. 3,140 pieces of demigod-level gear translate to 31,400,000. And the rest are even more plentiful. Chen Tian intends to once again draw upon a golden finger, leaving behind a staggering sum of over 1 trillion, with a 10,000-fold return, resulting in an astronomical 10 trillion gold coins. Such wealth is beyond expenditure. It is simply unfathomable. Meanwhile, Fong Luoling found herself utterly bewildered. Gazing at the multitude of items strewn across the ground, her mind had ceased to function coherently. She suddenly realized that the situation had grown increasingly bizarre. Under such circumstances, even the favored child of the heavenly Tao would not receive such treatment. After several minutes had passed, Fong Luoling finally regained her composure. She decided to cast aside her worries. It mattered little what the underlying deity intended to orchestrate. She had no choice in the matter. Rather than speculate endlessly, she resolved to accept the situation outright, regardless of its strangeness or peculiarity, as long as it could aid in her ascension and bolster her strength to protect her master. Everything else was inconsequential. Fong Luoling hastily began to open her inventory with gold coins, for otherwise, there would be no room to accommodate these items. Congratulations, unnamed practitioner. Your level has reached 300. Chen Tian immediately expended some energy points from his ring, propelling himself to level 300 in one breath. You have achieved the pinnacle of your current life tier. Proceed to the Transcendence Temple to complete the third job advancement task for further elevation. Name, Chen Tian. Occupation, Chaos Master. Level, second advancement, level 300. Life, 750 billion. Energy, 75 billion. Physical strength, 75 billion. Mental strength, 75 billion. Combat power, 75 billion. Defense, 75 billion. Speed, 75 billion. Passive talents, Master of Creation, Supreme Sovereign, Lord of Chaos, Supreme Soul of Primordial Chaos. Active talents, Infinite Power, Universal Sovereign, Divine Cocoon Rebirth, Chaos Celestial Master. God of the Sword Path, Yin-Yang Reversal. Skills, Field of Chaos Fog. Equipment, Heavenly Mechanism Ring, Blood Demon Celestial Blade, Thousand-Eyed Demon Armor, Dark Demon Boots, Quantization Ring, Destroyer Emblem. Inventory, 2,000 slots. This latest job advancement has amplified his capabilities 100-fold. At first glance, this may not seem like a significant enhancement. However, with the advancement, all divine skills have received a substantial boost under the influence of the Master of Creation. The field of chaos fog has been amplified 1,000,000-fold. Now enveloping an area of 1,000 kilometers. The field can transform at will, capable of manifesting myriad forms without needing to cover other objects. Other divine skills have similarly improved. The defense value of the divine armor has reached an astonishing 10 trillion. Without at least 50 trillion, it cannot be depleted. The Divine Emperor's golden armor shares this same defensive threshold, equivalent to that of a demigod. The recovery rate is astonishing, unless harmed by special energy. Even death for less than 10 seconds can lead to resurrection. Such power is truly extraordinary. Wormholes can now traverse billions of miles. The imperial might can suppress even the incarnations of deities. Divine whispers declare that all beneath the demigod level shall perish. However, the most terrifying aspect lies with the sword god, whose amplification has surged from 100,000 times to 10 million times. With the addition of the god of the sword path and the enhancement from divine sources, Chen Tian believes he could easily inflict severe damage upon the heavenly Tao. Unfortunately, he still cannot obliterate it in an instant. This job advancement has also granted him 2 new chaos level talents. Supreme Soul of Primordial Chaos, Chaos level passive talent. As a chaos master, your soul is an unparalleled existence within chaos. Possessing this talent grants immunity to all soul-related attacks and enhances skills related to the soul, currently allowing for the instant demise of deities and the ability to severely wound emperors. Chen Tian's eyes sparkled with excitement. It seemed imperative that he procure a soul-related skill without delay. He then turned his gaze to the final automatic talent. Yin-Yang Reversal, Chaos level automatic talent. All damage inflicted by enemies can be reversed, including death. This talent can only be utilized once per day. The succinct description revealed itself to be precisely the talent Chen Tian yearned for. With this ability, slaying the heavenly Tao would be a trivial matter. A smile crept upon Chen Tian's lips. Chapter 67, The Ninth Golden Finger, Life Transformation. I have already undergone 2 job advancements. Why have I not received any occupational skills? Chen Tian suddenly pondered a pressing issue. Aside from the field of chaos fog, which is a job skill, all his other skills were learned. Could this be related to my occupation? Chen Tian speculated. He could not conceive of any other possibilities. Yet why were there no occupational skills? Never mind. He resolved to draw upon the golden finger. Without further deliberation, he decided to seize the opportunity while his luck stood at 99 and draw 1 more golden finger. Golden finger extraction roulette. Temporary extraction, 10 billion gold coins. Permanently extraction, 100 billion gold coins. Number of draws, 5. Remaining draws, 0. Thus, Chen Tian now possessed a total of 8 golden fingers. He was about to extract the 9th. After expending 100 billion gold coins, draws used, 1. The golden wheel materialized once more, spinning furiously. Ding, the extraction is in progress. Ding, congratulations to the host for acquiring the golden finger, life transformation. Chen Tian was taken aback. Life transformation? What does that entail? He hastily examined it. Life transformation. Current life, mortal spirit. Current transformable times. 1. Transformable life tier, none. Description: life transformation allows for the premature elevation of life tiers. Mortal spirits may ascend to demigod, divine, or emperor levels. Note 1. Life transformation is not a life metamorphosis and will not affect the normal evolution of life tiers. Note 2. Can only be transformed once per day. Note 3. Must meet the strength requirement to perform the transformation. After contemplating for a while, Chen Tian fully grasped its implications. Essentially, possessing this golden finger allows him to prematurely become a demigod, or even a divine being or emperor. He can acquire special energy ahead of time, enabling him to fully harness divine skills. It is akin to reaching the existence of demigods, divine beings, and emperors, but with a distinction. Life transformation does not interfere with the standard evolution of life tiers, meaning that even if Chen Tian transforms into a demigod now, he remains at the second advancement level. To put it plainly, he would possess the powers, energies, and souls of a demigod, yet his life tier would remain unchanged, and his lifespan would not extend. Besides the limitations of life metamorphosis, he can only use it once a day, and his strength must meet the required threshold. Without the power of a demigod, transformation would be impossible. To be honest, this golden finger holds little value for others, but for Chen Tian, it is precisely what he needs at this moment. His strength has already reached the emperor level, yet due to a lack of special energy, divine soul, and divine body, he cannot maintain emperor-level power consistently. However, now it is different. As long as he transforms, he can continuously wield emperor-level strength. With this thought, Chen Tian proceeded to initiate the transformation. Ding, transformation in progress. Ding, transformation successful. Chen Tian immediately sensed an enigmatic change within both his body and soul. Life transformation. Current life, mortal spirit. Current transformable times, 0. Transformable life tier, demigod. Description: he quickly opened his status panel to check. Name: Chen Tian. Occupation: Chaos Master. Level: second advancement. Level 300. Life: 75, demigod life. 1 unit of life equals 10 trillion mortal life values. Divine energy: 75, demigod life. 1 unit of divine energy is equivalent to 10 trillion units of energy. Divine body: 75, as above. Divine soul: 75, as above. Divine power points: 0.75, demigod life. 1 divine power point corresponds to 10 trillion battle strength of mortals. Divine armor points: 0.75, as above. Divine speed points: 0.75, as above. Passive talent: Master of Creation. Active talent: Infinite Power. Skill: Realm of Chaotic Mist. Equipment: Heavenly Mechanism Ring. Backpack: 2,000 slots. Upon reviewing the panel, Chen Tian couldn't help but furrow his brow. His life had been transformed, reaching the status of demigod. However, the amount of divine energy seemed rather insufficient. Divine energy, akin to the magical essence of the demon race and the divine essence of the god race, was crucial. Yet, with only 75 divine energy, he could barely execute a divine-level skill, which required at least 35 points. It appeared that he needed to undergo a promotion. Chen Tian contemplated that if he possessed 35 points of divine energy now, he could fully unleash the sword god skill without fear of death. The complete power of the sword god commanded thousands of divine swords, each capable of obliterating deities with a single strike. When combined, they would manifest the pinnacle of divine might. Additionally, with the god of swordsmanship amplifying it by trillions, defeating an emperor would be a trivial task. Without further deliberation, Chen Tian exited the dungeon. This time, he hadn't deliberately caused destruction. Why would he even use the term deliberately? The previous incident had been an accident. Upon leaving the dungeon, he made his way to the class change temple. You have reached the necessary level for class change. Class change mission has been triggered. Your third class change missions are as follows. Mission 1. Acquire 10,000 of each of the 9 attribute crystals. Mission 2. Defeat the 9-origin celestial dragon and obtain its 9-colored dragon essence. Mission 3. Acquire 10 billion energy points. Chen Tian frowned, pondering why there was an additional task this time. The 9-origin celestial dragon? Why had he not heard of it before? However, just by its name, Chen Tian recognized that this so-called 9-origin celestial dragon was formidable. But why was there now such a task simply for completing a third class change mission? Could it be related to his profession? Chen Tian frowned. Given his current strength, any task would be manageable. The real question was, in which dungeon could he find the 9-origin celestial dragon? He was aware of the first task regarding the 9 attribute crystals. They were somewhat similar to the previous 5 elemental energy stones, except the energy within these attribute crystals was far purer, albeit with a much lower drop rate. This was not a concern, as his luck was an astounding 99, ensuring that defeating a single creature would yield 10 crystals. With 7 hours remaining, there was ample time. Yet, for the second task, he had no information whatsoever. After contemplating, Chen Tian decided to check on his phone. After several minutes, he found no relevant information. Perhaps he should inquire with Fong Luoling. Chen Tian thought, as she was a reincarnator and might know where the nine-origin celestial dragon resided. It was perfectly reasonable for him not to know of the nine-origin celestial dragon. There were countless dungeons, and even deities might not be aware of them all. In an instant, he vanished from the class change temple. Chapter 68, Dragon Race. Dragon Emperor. Is that girl planning to remain in the dungeon indefinitely? Chen Tian gazed at the dungeon with a bemused expression. Through their mental connection, he understood that Fong Luoling was currently frantically using gold coins to open her backpack. Due to a lack of equipment decomposition, she needed to store all her gear in her backpack one by one. This time, Chen Tian had nearly given all his assets, excluding some lower-tier items. Otherwise, Fong Luoling would not have had sufficient space to store everything. He decided to wait for her to emerge before purchasing a soul-related skill. Suddenly, a light bulb went off in his mind. The Spirit Treasure Pavilion should possess information about the nine-origin celestial dragon. As Yi Linglong was among the top figures of the Dragon Kingdom's Yi family and might have knowledge of it, Chen Tian vanished once more. When he reappeared, he found himself at the Spirit Treasure Pavilion. This time, he was not clad in his stealth attire, but had merely altered his appearance slightly. Hello. May I ask if, before the staff could finish, Chen Tian promptly revealed his identity and purpose for visiting. Ah, it is you, my lord. Shaoli exclaimed in shock, taken aback by his youthful visage. Although surprised, she quickly regained her composure and added, please wait a moment. I will notify the pavilion master immediately. A few minutes later, Shaoli returned apologetically, saying, my lord, I am terribly sorry, but our pavilion master is currently unavailable. In reality, she had not seen her master at all. Yi Linglong had instructed earlier that she was not to meet anyone for the time being and had subsequently closed the top floor doors. Chen Tian frowned, pondering for a moment before asking, could you bring me several books related to soul skills, regardless of their level? Of course, my lord, please hold on. Shaoli responded with a smile, anxious not to provoke his displeasure. A few minutes later, he purchased a soul skill, a top-tier skill named Mystic Eye, which automatically upgraded to a divine skill, the Eye of Annihilation. Chen Tian also sold off all unnecessary items, netting him another 1 billion gold coins. He had previously visited the Spirit Treasure Pavilion, but had not completed much due to the urgency of crafting rewards for Fong Luoling. By the way, do you have any information on the nine-origin celestial dragon? The nine-origin celestial dragon? Shaoli questioned, looking puzzled, and began to search for relevant information. After a while, she sheepishly replied, my lord, we do not have any information on the nine-origin celestial dragon. However, we do possess some information regarding the dragon race. Would you be interested? Very well, please bring it to me, Chen Tian instructed. The nine-origin celestial dragon was evidently associated with the dragon race, and even if it were not, it was certainly connected. Please wait a moment. Shaoli smiled, and soon returned with a collection of books concerning the dragon race. My lord, all the information regarding the dragon race is contained within these. Thank you. You may return to your duties. Chen Tian replied, picking up one of the tomes to peruse. The Land of Dragonfall. It is rumored that this dungeon is an unknown domain of the dragon race, formed after a catastrophic disaster. The source beasts within are said to be terrifying dragon souls. Except for deities, anyone entering would surely meet their demise. This dungeon is intriguing. Chen Tian set down that book and picked up another to continue his reading. Within a short while, he had completed them all. Most contained general information regarding various dragon race dungeons and secret realms, including the Land of Dragonfall, Shadow Celestial Dragon, Annihilation Demon Dragon, Celestial Giant Dragon, and World-Ending Thunder Dragon. Among others, the secret realms included the Land of Divine Dragons, Celestial Dragon Kingdom, and the Dragon Source Clan's territory. Additionally, there was a book solely dedicated to the Dragon Emperor of the Divine Dragon Kingdom. The Dragon Emperor, known as Long Tian, had an unknown profession but was connected to the dragon race and was the highest authority in the Divine Dragon Kingdom, overseeing it all. The kingdom derived its name from the Dragon Emperor, who was rumored to be a divine being of the dragon race, though the truth of this remained a mystery. Having perused all the relevant information on the dragon race, Chen Tian found no mention of the nine-origin celestial dragon, causing him to furrow his brow once more. After a moment's thought, he inquired, when will your pavilion master be available? My lord, let me check. At the top floor of the Spirit Treasure Pavilion. Yi Linglong glared at the young man across from her, her irritation palpable. If you wish to seek out the one who defeated Lin Haifeng, you may do so on your own. Do not trouble me further. As for that nameless individual, I have no knowledge of them either. You may leave now. I won't see you out. Hearing Yi Linglong's words, the young man did not appear angry. Instead, he wore a smile, seemingly unfazed by her demeanor. In truth, a mocking thought crossed her mind. After all these years, this fellow's temperament remains unchanged. No wonder Qin Shao never wanted her. Lin Ziming, what are you saying? Are you courting death? Yi Linglong's fury ignited upon hearing his inner voice, and in an instant, a formidable machete materialized in her hand, aimed directly at the young man's neck. Qin Shao represented her greatest sorrow in life. She had distanced herself from her family and come to this small town to forget the past. Yet, this time, not only did he reopen her wounds, but he also taunted her. Anyone would feel rage in such a situation, especially someone as fiery as Yi Linglong. Seeing this unfold, Lin Ziming suddenly realized his grave mistake in underestimating this madwoman's profession. Lin Ziming. Upon hearing the term madwoman, Yi Linglong's exquisite visage contorted in fury. The machete accelerated with alarming intent. Clearly, this time, she was genuinely intent on killing him. Lin Ziming's expression changed drastically. He wished he could slap himself. As the sharp blade descended toward his neck, he swiftly invoked a defensive skill, enveloping himself in a radiant golden light. Clang! When the machete struck, it produced a resounding metallic clash. The surrounding objects were instantly reduced to ashes under the weight of their terrifying auras. Simultaneously, a golden light enveloped the entire Lingbao pavilion. Although Lin Ziming had managed to block her attack with his defensive skill, he was still sent flying, landing in a rather disheveled state. Die! Yi Linglong's eyes were cold as she hefted the machete and charged at Lin Ziming. Just as they were about to clash, a somewhat impatient voice interjected. If you wish to fight, please wait a moment. The machete that was about to fall abruptly halted in midair, as if held by some unseen force. Lin Ziming found himself unable to move as well, his previously irritated expression now replaced by shock and furrowed brows, trapped by an unknown and mysterious power. Yi Linglong, once indifferent, now frowned in confusion, her anger intensifying. Who was the audacious fool that dared to interrupt her? But upon hearing the voice, she immediately sensed something amiss. This voice, it can't be him? A figure flashed through her mind, and she trembled. Why was he so terrifying? It seemed she had underestimated him. Realizing who had arrived, she spoke. Let me go. I want to kill this dog. Who are you calling a dog? Lin Ziming attempted to retort, but found himself utterly unable to speak. His heart filled with dread. Answer me one question, and I will release you, Chen Tian stated directly. Upon hearing Chen Tian's words, Yi Linglong instinctively wanted to reply, questioning why she should divulge information to him. However, she ultimately refrained from saying it. What is it? Hurry up. Once you finish, I'll slaughter this dog, Yi Linglong declared, glancing at Lin Ziming with murderous intent. Have you heard of the nine-source celestial dragon? Chen Tian asked directly. The land of Dragonfall. Nine-source celestial dragon? Yi Linglong exclaimed in surprise. What do you want to do there? You know? Chen Tian breathed a sigh of relief. He had feared she might not be aware. As he focused his thoughts, the oppressive force binding Yi Linglong dissipated instantaneously. You may kill him first. We can talk afterward, Chen Tian remarked, casting a glance at Lin Ziming. Yi Linglong hesitated, her desire to kill Lin Ziming wavering. She had been furious earlier, but actually killing him would not bode well for her. Thus, she chose to ignore Chen Tian's suggestion. Her curiosity piqued about his inquiry regarding the nine-source celestial dragon. However, upon seeing Chen Tian's appearance, she paused. Yet, recalling something, she glanced at Lin Ziming before asking, why are you inquiring about the nine-source celestial dragon? Are you not aware that location is a forbidden zone? A forbidden zone? Chen Tian questioned in astonishment. Is it a dungeon or a secret realm? It's a dungeon, Yi Linglong replied. A dungeon? Could it be? Chen Tian suddenly realized. You're not referring to the land of Dragonfall, are you? He had just reviewed all information regarding dragons, noting the unique dangers of the land of Dragonfall. The others were manageable, provided one did not choose a higher difficulty level. But this particular dungeon was notorious. All the source beasts within were souls. And they were terrifying dragon souls. Without divine level power, entering would mean certain death. Such a dungeon was indeed a forbidden zone for humanity. Correct. It is the land of Dragonfall, Yi Linglong confirmed with a nod. Observing Chen Tian's excitement, she frowned. That place is perilous. You don't intend to enter, do you? Moreover, it has already been sealed off by the Dragon Emperor. No one is allowed entry. That's none of your concern, Chen Tian retorted, adding that if the so-called Dragon Emperor were to cross him, he would not hesitate to replace him. Upon hearing this, Yi Linglong felt irked. What was wrong with this man? She had offered a warning and received no gratitude, and now he was speaking to her with such disdain. If nothing else, don't interfere with my intention to kill Lin Ziming. Lin Ziming? Chen Tian, who had been about to depart, immediately halted in his tracks. He belongs to the Lin family? He asked in surprise. Indeed, now that you know, why are you still here? Yi Linglong frowned, realizing he did not grasp the urgency of her warning. He should be fleeing immediately. A powerful 10-turn expert from the Lin family had come specifically to eliminate Chen Tian. Though Chen Tian was formidable, having dispatched Lin Haifeng in mere seconds, Yi Linglong was aware of many such experts. Yet, she had never heard of Chen Tian. Among the 10-turn experts, he was completely unknown to her. Thus, she assumed Chen Tian was at most a 9-turn expert. However, a more shocking thought crossed her mind. Perhaps he was the nameless one. Though lacking concrete evidence, she was 90% sure he was. If this were the case, it would be even more unlikely for Chen Tian to reach 9 turns. The last time he might have defeated Lin Haifeng was due to some extraordinary item. Confirming her suspicions, Chen Tian smiled, choosing not to respond to Yi Linglong's words. Instead, he approached Lin Ziming and asked, you should know Lin Yazai. Tell me where he is. He eased some of the pressure, allowing Lin Ziming to speak. He employed the royal might, capable of suppressing anyone below the divine level. Even gods were not exempt. Lin Yazai? What do you want with him? Lin Ziming inquired, his brows furrowing as he began to piece together the identity of the man before him. Through their conversation and Yi Linglong's subtle hints, he could ascertain with certainty that this was the individual who had slain Lin Haifeng. Just moments ago, he had thought to provoke Yi Linglong with Qin Xiao to extract some information. However, the outcome was quite different. Slap. Lost in thought, Lin Ziming was met with a resounding slap across his face, the sound crisp and resonant. Just from the sound, one could feel the sting. Following that was Yi Linglong's furious voice. Lin Ziming, you wretched dog. So you were provoking me on purpose. Let us see if I can't kill you. In that moment, she felt an overwhelming desire to end his life. Yet, knowing he belonged to the Lin family, killing him would bring her significant trouble. Thus, in Lin Ziming's bewilderment, she delivered another slap. Smack. The sound remained as sharp as before. Lin Ziming. Chen Tian observed the scene with a mixture of amusement and disbelief, as Lin Ziming glared at Yi Linglong, his face burning in pain. What are you trying to do? What was intentional? I cannot comprehend what you were saying. At this moment, Lin Ziming was seething with anger, yet he was not foolish. He understood the gravity of the situation. If Chen Tian discovered that he had recognized him, it was entirely possible that he would resort to lethal measures to silence him. No, it was a certainty that he would eliminate him. Thus, it was prudent to feign ignorance. Upon sensing Lin Ziming's turmoil, Yi Linglong felt an overwhelming sense of dread. She involuntarily glanced at Chen Tian. Her initial intention had merely been to caution him, yet it had inadvertently exposed their predicament. Now, she was at a loss as to how to proceed. Should she inform Chen Tian? However, if she did, Lin Ziming would undoubtedly meet his demise. Conversely, remaining silent would also lead to dire consequences. Now, it's your turn to tell me, where's Lin Yitzi? Chen Tian interjected abruptly, interrupting their conversation. What do you need Lin Yitzi for? Lin Ziming longed to lead Chen Tian to the Lin family's stronghold and eliminate him. No, he wished to torment him first. Yet, he could not reveal his intentions. Simultaneously, he was exceedingly curious about Chen Tian's motives for seeking Lin Yitzi. After all, Lin Yitzi was the grandson of Elder Lin and possessed an SSS-class profession and talent. Even though he was aware that Chen Tian was no match for Elder Lin, he still wished to clarify the matter. Yi Linglong, too, felt a pang of curiosity. However, upon realizing Lin Ziming's sinister intentions towards Chen Tian, she resolved to offer a warning, for it was her actions that had led to this exposure. Just as she contemplated this, a sudden explosion reverberated through the air. Bang! The sound of agony followed. Lin Ziming's complexion turned ashen, engulfed in excruciating pain. I ask, you answer. One more word, and you'll lose an arm. Chen Tian stated coolly. I'll tell you. Lin Ziming hastily nodded. They are at the Lin family stronghold. I will take you there. But before Lin Ziming could finish his sentence, Yi Linglong interrupted. Don't go. Chapter 70. Annihilation of the Lin family in Lingyang City. Yi Linglong added, you cannot trust this scoundrel's words. Yi Linglong. Lin Ziming roared, his rage boiling over, wishing nothing more than to eliminate her. He quickly turned to Chen Tian. I am not deceiving you. I swear by the heavens, Lin Yitzi is indeed at the Lin family stronghold. If I lie, may I meet a wretched end. My soul scattered, never to be reborn. At this moment, he had to convince Chen Tian, for if he did not, his fate was sealed. As for his oath, he was not lying. Lin Yitzi was indeed at the Lin family stronghold. Therefore, he feared no repercussions from his vow. However, to prevent Yi Linglong from speaking again and causing further complications, Lin Ziming added, Lin Yitzi is at the Lin family stronghold, but before I came here, I overheard him say he would leave at 3 o'clock this afternoon, in just 15 minutes. He did not specify where he was going. Having uttered this, Lin Ziming had already devised a plan. He intended to make Chen Tian suffer unspeakably. Upon hearing Lin Ziming's words, Chen Tian could not help but chuckle. Did he truly believe him to be dim-witted? Such a statement was clearly a trap. But who was he? He was Chen Tian. Would he fear such tricks? Yi Linglong, witnessing this, felt a surge of urgency. However, before she could speak, Chen Tian had already inquired, do you know where the Lin family stronghold is? I do. Yi Linglong instinctively replied, but then quickly added, however, there are 10 transcendent experts from the Lin family there. Bang! Before Yi Linglong could finish her sentence, another explosion echoed. She turned her gaze swiftly. In the next moment, she was utterly stunned. Lin Ziming had vanished, leaving only a trail of slowly descending ashes. You killed Lin Ziming? Yi Linglong exclaimed, her voice a mixture of shock and confusion. Why did you kill him? Why? What does it matter? I killed him. That's all, Chen Tian replied. Weren't you just wishing for his demise? I have now fulfilled that wish. Should you not feel elated? Lin Ziming had already harbored murderous intent towards him. Why spare him? The supreme soul of chaos possesses another ability. It can sense the malice others harbor towards him. Anyone who displays ill will must perish. Yi Linglong suddenly realized that the person before her was far more terrifying than she had imagined. Let us proceed. Lead me to the Lin family stronghold, Chen Tian stated. Wishing to avoid further idle chatter with Yi Linglong. What do you intend to do with Lin Yitzi? Yi Linglong replied. His grandfather is that transcendent expert. If you go now, it will be akin to walking into a trap. 10 transcendent experts are merely a hindrance. Let us move, Chen Tian declared, forcibly taking Yi Linglong away from Lingbao Pavilion. Within a luxurious manor 10 miles from Lingbao Pavilion, a young man was currently entwined with 2 beautiful maidens. Young master, you're incorrigible. Incorrigible? What do you mean? Young master, you are so wicked. Wicked? Allow me to demonstrate just how wicked I can be. Young master, trouble is brewing. At that moment, an anxious voice called from outside the door. What is it? Lin Yizhi frowned. Qiuyue has committed suicide. What? Lin Yizhi's face contorted with rage as he pushed aside the 2 women and stormed out. Simultaneously, 2 figures appeared out of thin air above the luxurious manor. This is the Lin family stronghold. Lin Yizhi, this time, your demise is certain. Chen Tian chuckled coldly, activating his domain. He then reached downward with a gentle grasp, causing multiple figures to materialize from nothingness. They were all members of the Lin family, including a transcendent expert and several others of the 9th transcendent level. Upon feeling themselves suddenly materialize outside the luxurious manor, every individual was seized by terror, including the transcendent expert. Lin Hongshan, as a transcendent expert, immediately noticed the 2 figures hovering above the manor. Upon seeing Yi Linglong, he frowned and asked, "What does this mean, Yi girl?" Yi Linglong was equally astonished. She had not anticipated the extent of Chen Tian's power. The mere act of traveling and summoning individuals from thin air was an experience she would never forget. It was utterly terrifying. The transcendent experts were like ants, completely unable to resist. Such power could only be wielded by someone at least semi-divine. While Yi Linglong pondered this, she heard Lin Hongshan's reproachful voice. She was about to explain when Chen Tian's voice preempted her. I intend to kill Lin Yizhi. You should not stand in my way. Lin Yizhi. The crowd. Lin Hongshan. Yi Linglong. Who are you? What do you mean by this? Lin Hongshan asked, furrowing his brow. Lin Yizhi, amidst the crowd, was utterly bewildered, only to be engulfed by a tide of fury. What is happening? Why does he wish to kill me? Have I offended him? No. I have only just arrived in Lingyang City. How could I have provoked anyone? Could it be because of Qiuyue? Damn it, this is infuriating. Though his heart burned with rage, he refrained from uttering a single curse. For it was painfully clear that his grandfather was no match for his opponent. What does this mean? The literal meaning. Very well. Then let us join forces and annihilate one another. Chen Tian remarked nonchalantly, having already resolved to eliminate Lin Haifeng and Lin Ziming. He saw no reason to leave any survivors from the Lin family. With that, Chen Tian extended his palm. Upon witnessing this, Lin Hongshan's pupils constricted violently. His complexion shifting dramatically. As a transcendent expert, he was acutely aware of the gravity of life and death. In that moment, he sensed an overwhelming dread descending upon him. They were doomed. Without a moment's hesitation, Lin Hongshan launched an attack. Boom. A colossal pillar shot skyward, aimed directly at Chen Tian with terrifying force. The power reached a staggering 100 billion. Some with exceptional talent could even achieve trillions. The terrifying aura of the transcendent experts erupted to its zenith. The other 9th transcendent experts promptly followed suit, unleashing their full might in a desperate bid to survive. Be careful, Yi Linglong instinctively cried out in warning. But in the next instant, Chen Tian merely tightened his grip. With a series of explosive sounds, regardless of their transcendent level, they were all reduced to ash in an instant. Lin Hongshan, a formidable warrior of the 10th transformation, was engulfed in a tempest of fury. Yet what overshadowed his rage was a profound sense of terror and despair. Before he could utter another word, a resounding explosion erupted, reducing him to mere ashes. He was utterly powerless, a mere shadow of his former self. In the blink of an eye, every member of the Lin family had perished, save for Lin Yizhi. Witnessing this harrowing scene, Lin Yizhi's eyes brimmed with fear and hopelessness, his body collapsing to the ground as if devoid of a soul. Simultaneously, his trousers became soaked with a yellow liquid. It was over. This time, it was truly over. Overwhelmed by dread, Lin Yizhi hastily pleaded for his life, crying out to Chen Tian, "Please, do not kill me." But before he could finish his sentence, he too was obliterated into ashes. Initially, Chen Tian had intended to toy with his opponent, but he was taken aback by Lin Yizhi's utter weakness. Without further thought, he noticed that all members of the Lin family had met their demise. He then turned to the still-shocked Yi Linglong, who had yet to regain her composure, and vanished from the estate's skies. Shortly thereafter, the news of the Lin family's annihilation spread like wildfire throughout Lingyang City. In an obscure chamber, shrouded in darkness akin to an abyss, a voice echoed, "With the increasing number of powerful beings arriving in Lingyang City, what course of action should we take?" Another responded, "How would I know? Without magic stones, activating the formations would be futile. Curse that Yi Tianming, I shall slay him." Just as the speaker's words hung in the air, a bolt of lightning materialized from nowhere, striking him down, leaving his fate uncertain. Immediately, a space suffused with destruction, intertwined with countless bolts of lightning, began to unfold. From within, a pitch-black stone fell. One of the onlookers, initially gripped by fear at the bizarre and terrifying scene, contemplated fleeing. However, upon seeing the dark stone, his fearful eyes ignited with fervor. Is this a magic stone? Indeed, it is a magic stone. Splendid, absolutely splendid. The plan can proceed. Chapter 71. The 9 Palaces Devouring Heaven. Blood Demon Array. Upon returning to the Lingbao Pavilion, Yi Linglong finally processed the gravity of the situation. She turned to Chen Tian and inquired, "You have killed them all. Are you not afraid of the Lin family?" Chen Tian replied with a cold smile. "If fear is to be felt, it is they who should fear. He could injure the heavenly Tao. The Lin family is of no concern to me. Given the opportunity, I shall pay them a visit." Upon hearing Chen Tian's words, Yi Linglong displayed an unusual lack of expression. What he said held truth. The Lin family was one of the 9 foremost clans due to their possession of a demigod-level ancestor. It could be said that all 9 families shared this characteristic. Yet, the power Chen Tian had just exhibited, even if not divine, was certainly demigod-like. Would an unknown demigod truly fear a family of demigods with their kin? Noticing that Yi Linglong had nothing more to say, Chen Tian prepared to leave. Just then, a voice echoed from outside. "Master." "Come in," Yi Linglong replied, casting a glance at Chen Tian but offering no further commentary. "Master," Xiao Li addressed Chen Tian with respect, and then turned to Yi Linglong, saying, "Master, this is the amount for the transaction the Lord conducted. Your confirmation is required. Could you not handle such matters?" Yi Linglong queried, slightly taken aback. Glancing at Chen Tian again, Chen Tian was momentarily stunned, realizing he had almost forgotten about the transaction. The amount involved was substantial. Xiao Li remained visibly shocked. Substantial? Yi Linglong quickly snatched the purchase list to inspect it and was immediately astounded. So much. 1 billion? To put this into perspective, the Lingbao Pavilion's annual transaction volume is only between 100 to 150 billion. This single transaction accounts for nearly 1/10 of that. However, considering Chen Tian's terrifying prowess, Yi Linglong found it quite reasonable. Chen Tian was eager to interject that this was merely a fraction of the total. Once Yi Linglong confirmed that there were no issues, she turned to Chen Tian and stated, "Our Lingbao Pavilion does not possess such a sum in gold coins. Could we perhaps use a card? That will suffice." Chen Tian replied, realizing that this money would serve as his living expenses. Before long, a black card materialized before Chen Tian. This is a supreme black card, universally accepted in the Divine Dragon Kingdom, and does not require a password, Yi Linglong explained. Very well. Upon seeing the black card, Chen Tian recalled that he possessed a similar one, obtained from slaying Lin Haifeng. Suddenly, a thought struck him. "Do you have any broken or incomplete items?" Chen Tian inquired. "To enhance my repair level, I need to restore more items. If that is not feasible, I will purchase low-grade equipment to destroy and then repair." He lamented that he should have retained some items earlier. "We do have a few broken items, though they are not plentiful," Yi Linglong replied. "That's fine. I will take them all, and also procure 100 pieces of low-grade equipment. Determine the cost as you see fit," Chen Tian instructed. Soon after, everything was settled, and Chen Tian returned to his small courtyard. This time, he needed to leave Lingyang City, so he intended to inform Fong Luoling. Of course, his absence would not be lengthy, at most 3 to 4 hours. Seeing that Fong Luoling had gone to the Transmutation Temple and would require some time to return, Chen Tian began repairing the broken items he had acquired. In just over 10 seconds, all items were restored, including several dark gold-grade pieces. However, they held little significance for Chen Tian at this moment. By the way, that golden array disc should be reparable now, Chen Tian mused, retrieving a fragmented golden array disc, which he had also obtained from Lin Haifeng. When he first acquired it, he had been quite pleased, but due to its incomplete nature, it had proven to be of little use, and he could not discern its purpose. Chen Tian commenced the repair process. Yet, in the next moment, his eyes widened in astonishment. It was unrepairable, indicating that this item was extraordinary. He summoned his domain and produced over 100 pieces of equipment, shattering them in an instant. Thus, Chen Tian continued the cycle of repairing and destroying. Half an hour later, a brilliant light erupted as the golden array disc was restored. Name, Golden Array Disc. Level, Divine. Quality, Divine. Activation count, 1 array inheritance. 1 description. This item is a special divine grade object. Note 1. The golden array disc can be activated once, forming a divine grade array. The activator can continue to control it. Note 2. Within the golden array disc lies a legacy. Using it may grant the opportunity to acquire divine grade array talents and skills. Should I learn it? Chen Tian pondered, recognizing that while others might have a chance to learn, he had a guaranteed success. After some consideration, he ultimately chose to learn it, as he lacked any talents or skills related to arrays. The golden light surged once more, and moments later, Chen Tian's face radiated excitement. He had not anticipated such an unexpected boon. God of Arrays, Super Divine Automatic Talent. With this talent, you become the God of Arrays, innately capable of controlling all arrays in existence, while amplifying the power of all array skills a billionfold. The amplification referred to here is a billionfold increase in the potency of complete divine skills. This marked a transformative moment in Chen Tian's life as he ascended to a semi-divine level. Other skills similarly underwent a metamorphosis, with the god of swordsmanship also receiving a billionfold enhancement. In addition to these talents, Chen Tian acquired a new divine skill, Golden 9 Cages Sealing Heaven Array, Divine Grade Array. When cast, it can create a sealing array that encompasses a radius of 1,000 miles, trapping even deities within its confines. Chen Tian decided to reserve this array disc as a reward for Feng Luoling. He placed it into his backpack, intending to present it to her at a later date. 1 kilometer outside Lingyang City, in a dense forest, a multitude of figures clad in black robes gathered. They sat in a circle, currently performing some arcane ritual, at the center of which lay a strange array formed of blood. Suddenly, a hum resonated. The formation trembled, instantly sending forth a wave of blood-red ripples. The surrounding figures cloaked in black robes had no time to defend themselves before they were transformed into blood mist, merging seamlessly into the formation. Buzz. As the blood mist integrated, the formation blazed with a resplendent crimson light. When it reached its zenith, a terrifying beam of light surged skyward with a thunderous roar. The light, as red as blood, possessed an uncanny quality that sent chills down one's spine. Boom. Concurrently, blood-red pillars of light erupted from various directions outside Lingyang City, culminating in a total of 9. As these 9 blood-colored pillars ascended to heights of 10,000 meters, they instantaneously formed a cohesive 9-grid formation. In that very moment, 18 blood-red light screens descended from the 9-grid formation, enveloping Lingyang City and dividing it into 9 distinct zones. Witnessing this spectacle, the countenances of all inhabitants of Lingyang City turned ashen with apprehension. Suddenly, they were beset by an overwhelming sense of impending doom. In that instant, regardless of their strength, even the most formidable beings within the city felt the chill of death. "This is the 9 palaces devouring heaven blood demon grand formation," exclaimed a middle-aged man, soaring into the air as he gazed at the vanishing 9-grid formation above. "What? This is the 9 palaces devouring heaven blood demon grand formation? How can this be?" questioned a purple-robed elder, one of the 10-turn powerhouses, his face contorted in disbelief as he scrutinized the now-vanished 9-grid formation. Was it not said that this formation had ceased to exist with the demise of the blood demon's son? The 9 palaces devouring heaven blood demon grand formation is the sole divine grade formation of the demon clan, and it is the most terrifying among them. This formation was crafted by the blood demon's son, based on the 9 palaces 8 trigrams formation. However, unlike the latter, the 9 palaces devouring heaven blood demon grand formation is sinister and ruthless beyond measure. It requires blood sacrifices to activate, and any being enveloped by this formation, unless they are divine beings, will be utterly reduced to putrid blood within moments. The strength of the formation will surge dramatically, and even a divine being would meet their demise if ensnared within it. The 9 palaces devouring heaven blood demon grand formation is divided into 9 zones, also known as 9 deaths and 1 life. Only by discovering the formation's exit can one hope to dismantle it and seize a sliver of survival. Yet, in practice, it is a 10-death no-life scenario. For centuries, whenever this formation has appeared, it has heralded a hell on earth, a descent into the abyss. A century ago, when the blood demon's son was slain by a mysterious figure, this formation vanished without a trace, never to be seen again. Yet, today it has re-emerged in the mortal realm. Who can ascertain whether the blood demon's son truly perished? Regardless, this is indeed the 9 palaces devouring heaven blood demon grand formation. The middle-aged man's expression darkened. It is over. This time, we are finished. The purple-robed elder's visage twisted in despair. He now felt utterly hopeless. Despite being a 10-turn powerhouse, before the 9 palaces devouring heaven blood demon grand formation, he was akin to an ant. The other 2 10-turn powerhouses also wore expressions of utmost dread. One burly man hastily produced a golden talisman, and as he infused it with his energy, the talisman radiated a brilliant golden light. This was a golden divine talisman, capable of tearing through space to transport one across vast distances. However, in the next heartbeat, a horrifying blood-red beam descended from the heavens. The burly man, witnessing this, felt a drastic change in his expression and attempted to evade, but his speed was insufficient to react in time. Boom. His body was instantly pierced by the blood-red beam, transforming him into blood mist that merged into the formation. Witnessing this, the surrounding crowd recoiled in terror, their faces as pale as death. Buzz. At that moment, the sky was awash with bloodlight. Subsequently, waves of blood-red beams rained down. Boom. Boom. Any human pierced by the blood-red light was instantaneously transformed into blood mist, merging into the formation. Damn it. The middle-aged man was engulfed in despair. He had not anticipated the attack would commence from their zone. The 9 palaces devouring heaven blood demon grand formation attacks according to its own internal dynamics, relentlessly targeting all living beings within until none remain. Boom. A blood-red beam hurtled toward the middle-aged man. He desperately summoned all his strength, raising earthen walls in a futile attempt to block the onslaught. Yet, Before the terrifying blood-red light, even the most solid walls crumbled like wax before a blazing flame, disintegrating into nothingness. No, the middle-aged man roared in anguish. But when the blood light pierced through him, his voice was abruptly silenced. The purple-robed elder activated a green energy armor in a bid to defend himself. But the result was equally devastating. Boom, boom, no, In mere moments, every living being in that region was reduced to blood mist. The entire world was shrouded in a thick miasma of blood, resembling a hellish nightmare. Look, what is happening over there? Observers from afar were struck by the scene unfolding. Witnessing a blood-red world, countless blood mists coalesced into serpentine forms, merging into the formation. Some practitioners who witnessed this horrific, hellish tableau were so terrified that they lost their senses, their eyes wide with fear. What is happening? What on earth is transpiring? They cried. Hell has descended upon us. We are doomed. Run. Simultaneously, the powerful figures within Lingyang City were likewise gripped by dread. What is going on? Why has Lingyang City been ensnared by such a bizarre formation? And what has happened over there? Why do I feel such intense unease? At this moment, every inhabitant of Lingyang City was enveloped in trepidation. A few minutes prior, in a tavern, Chen Tian was inquiring about recent events in Lingyang City. Yet, as he stepped into the city, he was horrified to find that he seemed to have lost his predictive abilities. No, it was more accurate to say that he could not discern anything at all. It felt as though he had entered a dense fog, rendering all his calculations obscured. The heavy mist confirmed his teacher's suspicions. Lingyang City indeed harbored the hopes of humanity. Upon learning of the recent occurrences, he immediately focused on a single individual, Wuming. After acquiring the information he sought, he intended to find a place to settle down. He yearned to conduct countless simulations of Wuming. However, each attempt filled him with an unsettling sense of dread, as if a great terror were looming on the horizon. Were it not for an extraordinary passive talent, Chen Tian would have likely suffered severe injuries like his teacher. Thus, he was even more certain that Wuming was the person he sought. Just as Chen Tian exited the tavern, he beheld the activation of the 9 palaces devouring heaven blood demon grand formation as it enveloped Lingyang City. In an instant, a region in the distance was transformed into a veritable hellscape. Chen Tian's hair stood on end, a chill coursing through him. The 9 palaces devouring heaven blood demon grand formation? As a disciple of the heavenly mechanism child, he was well aware of it. Why had this formation appeared in Lingyang City? Gazing at the hellish expanse, Chen Tian's fury ignited. Damn the demon clan. He immediately commenced his calculations, only to find the future equally shrouded in fog. His once furious eyes shifted as he pondered, Wuming, will you make an appearance? In the city lord's mansion, a venerable figure clad in a blue robe addressed a middle-aged man draped in a black robe adorned with blood-red serpents, who bore a dragon mask, with respect. Wuming may indeed be the individual you seek, my lord. Zhongnian, the city lord of Lingyang. Opposite him stood the most enigmatic of the Dragon Kingdom's dark dragon guards. Wuming, Long San, wearing the dark dragon mask, concealed his expression, yet his eyes grew icy, radiating a chilling glare. The dark dragon guards serve as the emperor's covert blade, tasked with managing all unknown and uncontrollable matters. This time, he was determined not only to uncover the reasons behind the human emperor tower, but also to eliminate this potential threat entirely. Regardless of whether this Wuming was the right person, he had to be eradicated. Long Sen suddenly sensed something, and his figure vanished instantaneously before Zhongnian. As the ominous presence re-emerged above the residence of Lord Chen, a profound transformation gripped his countenance upon witnessing the ominous 9 palaces swallowing heaven blood demon array enveloping the entirety of Lingyang City. How could this be? Had not the blood demon been vanquished by his majesty a century prior? Why, then, did this nefarious array once more manifest? The answer lay in the enduring essence of the blood demon lord. Suddenly, a voice, tinged with madness and bloodlust, reverberated through the air, followed by a sickening squelch. A hand, shrouded in dark, blood-red demonic energy, pierced through Long San's abdomen in an instant. Long San's expression shifted dramatically as he roared, Zhongnian, you are a demon. You have betrayed his majesty. May you suffer a wretched fate. With a thunderous explosion, the dark hand swelled with malevolent energy, obliterating Long San's form into a mist of crimson. In that moment, a frenzied voice proclaimed, Demon? No. I am a demon envoy. At that instant, Zhongnian was enveloped in demonic energy, his eyes gleaming like those of a fiend. It is time to welcome the arrival of the blood demon lord, he declared, eagerly producing a pitch-black stone and infusing it with terrifying waves of demonic energy. The stone erupted with an overwhelming darkness, ascending into the heavens, positioning itself at the very center of the 9 palaces swallowing heaven blood demon array. As a result, crimson light surged within the array and blood serpents emerged, merging with the obsidian stone, which instantly transformed into a blood-red orb, resembling a malevolent eye. Meanwhile, Chen Tian was engaged in strategizing, intending to gather 9 types of attribute crystals before venturing to the dragon's descent. Yet, he suddenly sensed a disturbance. His figure appeared outside the courtyard in a flash, and upon witnessing the sky shrouded in crimson light, he furrowed his brow. This array? Possessing the divine talent of array mastery, Chen Tian immediately discerned the malevolence emanating from the array that engulfed Lingyang City. Simultaneously, he recalled the demon envoy's prior machinations. Was this not the very plan of the demons? To annihilate Lingyang City? Had the demon stones not been destroyed? Confused, Chen Tian pondered. Wasn't the demon stone a crucial element? Moreover, why had their plan been expedited? Previously, the announcement of the novice dungeon leaderboard had not triggered such an event. Why then? Had it occurred this time? Could it be that his actions against the Lin family had altered the future? As he reflected, Chen Tian contemplated the implications of foresight. Although he had gained knowledge of the future, had he not, in essence, altered it? The activation of future foresight had, inextricably, shifted the course of destiny. Indeed, this had proven true, as previous glimpses of the future had led to unforeseen changes. Thus, it could be surmised that the future was rendered unpredictable and ever-changing due to his interventions. Once more, Chen Tian sensed a disturbance and swiftly turned his gaze. Beheld a scene reminiscent of hell on earth. Simultaneously, despair, terror, and dread cloaked the entirety of Lingyang City. Witnessing this, Chen Tian contemplated before resolutely shaking his head. He would not intervene to save anyone. With his divine talent as an array master, he could effortlessly seize control of the entire array. Yet, why should he offer assistance? In his previous foresight, he had battled against the will of heaven. Despite their shared humanity, they had attacked him without hesitation, cursing him in their desperation to survive. Such individuals were not worthy of salvation. His decision to refrain from direct intervention was already a significant concession. Of course, not appearing did not equate to an inability to manipulate the array. What of the blood? What if that blood were to merge with the blood shadow? As the puppet master believed he held absolute control, he would soon be horrified to discover the reality was far from his grasp. A smile crept across Chen Tian's face as he mused. While he would not save the denizens of Lingyang City, he would not hesitate to deliver a fatal blow to the true puppet master. The mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. What if he were to set a golden 9 cages heaven-sealing array outside the original array? An idea sparked within Chen Tian's mind. Just as the puppet master believed he had secured victory, he would emerge to seize the fruits of their labor. The ensuing chaos would surely instill panic, compelling them to flee. Yet, they would soon find themselves ensnared in an unexpected heaven-sealing array, realizing despairingly that there was no escape. Chen Tian relished the thought of tormenting his adversary in such a manner. After all, without his advantageous skills, he would have perished at their hands. It was evident that this puppet master was his true enemy. Wang Hao's attempt on his life had been orchestrated by Wang Tianhao, and the impetus for that assassination was none other than this puppet master. Thus, he not only sought to eliminate the puppet master, but also to ensure they understood the consequences of crossing him. However, before departing, he foresaw whether Feng Luoling would encounter any unforeseen circumstances. Possessing divine artifacts and godly equipment, she was more than capable of vanquishing demigods. Even if the array were to assail her, with the Tianshu ring and Tianshu divine armor at her disposal, she could sweep aside all opposition within a minute, provided she was not faced with an emperor. Yet, Chen Tian remained uncertain whether the puppet master was a divine being or an emperor in their own right. Moments later, clarity dawned upon him. No wonder they targeted the Chen family. How ironic that the city lord Zhou Yin was, in fact, a demon envoy. With this revelation, Chen Tian resolved to allow the girl to unleash her full potential. Regarding the puppet master, an idea flickered in his mind, and he vanished from the courtyard. Though his array manipulations did not demand excessive energy or resources, they required a modicum of time. Chen Tian calculated that 30 seconds would suffice. This duration was ample. At Lingbao Pavilion, Yi Linglong wore an expression of profound distress. She had not anticipated the demonic forces to be so audacious as to launch an assault on the entire city. A citywide massacre? Such an atrocity was intolerable. The damned demon race. The more she contemplated, the more her anger swelled, and she suddenly thought of Chen Tian. Would he intervene? However, before she could finish her thought, she shook her head. Even if he were a divine being, he would not stand a chance against the 9 palaces swallowing heaven blood demon array. Perhaps he could find a way to escape. The notion of dying in Lingyang City was not one that frightened her. Rather, it was the unfinished business that weighed heavily on her mind. She had yet to convey to Qin Shao that even without a man, she, Yi Linglong, would thrive. The 9 palaces swallowing heaven blood demon array, just as Feng Luoling, having recently acquired her second job transfer quest, departed from the job transfer temple. She discovered that Lingyang City had undergone a complete transformation. Why had everything changed? At that moment, her expression darkened to an extreme. In her previous life, this calamity had unfolded days later. Yet, in this existence, everything was different. How infuriating. As one who had been reborn, she was acutely aware of the array's terrifying nature. In her past life, Lingyang City had been annihilated overnight, reduced to a hellish landscape due to this very array. Subsequently, the array had appeared in various cities, only to be shattered by the god of death. Through this, Fang Luoling had gleaned the array's weaknesses. By targeting those vulnerabilities, she could dismantle the entire formation. With this thought in mind, Fang Luoling vanished from her location, reappearing in the courtyard. Without hesitation, she produced a ring, the Tianshu ring. Young master, put this on quickly. Yet, before she could finish, she realized the young master was absent from the courtyard. He has not returned. Fang Luoling's brow furrowed, her expression darkening. Time was of the essence. It seemed she would have to dismantle the array herself. Gazing at the crimson glow of the sky, she vanished from the courtyard, intent on resolving the matter swiftly. As she possessed all that was necessary to do so within mere seconds, barring any unforeseen complications. As the next chapter unfolded, Chen Tian stepped forth. Already positioned outside the 9 palaces swallowing heaven blood demon array, in the presence of the chaotic mists and the ability to teleport across the map. Even the formidable array of annihilation set by the heavenly Tao could not confine him. At this moment, one could observe from the outside that Lingyang City was enshrouded in a blood-red aura, resembling a sanguine sphere, as if a demon were about to break free and descend upon the mortal realm. Chen Tian immediately began to set up a formation, unleashing golden rays of light. Before long, a golden array enveloped a radius of 1,000 miles, encompassing the 9 palaces blood demon great formation within its grasp. In the city lord's mansion, Zhou Nian gazed at the blood-red radiance in the sky, his eyes gleaming with a crimson light and dark magical energy roiling around him. The blood demon lord was about to descend, and this world would soon be under his dominion. Zhou Nian's expression twisted as he succumbed to madness. In his heart, the blood demon lord was the true deity, the sole sovereign of this realm. Zhou Nian could hardly contain his impatience. Suddenly, a towering skeletal dragon soared into the sky, charging towards the blood-hued light. Upon witnessing this, Zhou Nian erupted with fury, his eyes blazing with bloodlust. "You seek death," he bellowed, his magical energy surging. As he lunged towards the skeletal dragon with a darkened form, he would not allow anyone to thwart the arrival of the blood demon lord. Name: Zhou Nian, demon envoy. Profession: demon hunter, assassin class fully fused with the essence of the demon race. Resulting in mutation. Level: 8 transitions, level 900, life: 450 billion, mutation amplifying profession by 1,000-fold, energy: 45 billion, amplified 1,000-fold, physical strength: 45 billion, same as above, mental strength: 45 billion, same as above, combat power: 5 billion, profession mutation amplifying by 1,000-fold, defense: 5 billion, same as above, speed: 5 billion, same as above, passive talent: perfect demonization, XE talent. Allows for perfect control over one's own demonization, amplifying by 1,000-fold, active talent: demon sacrifice, XE talent, sacrificing everything to transform into a demon. Amplifying all attributes 1,000-fold, demon true form, demigod talent. This skill can only be activated after sacrificing oneself to become a demon. Amplifying all attributes 10,000-fold, blood demon frenzy, XE talent. Activating this talent leads to loss of consciousness and a state of rage. Amplifying all attributes 1,000-fold, skills: shadow of magic, magic flash, demon hunter, mutated skill, amplifying 100-fold, demon rampage, mutated skill, amplifying 1,000-fold. Equipment: backpack, 1111. Zhou Nian, a powerhouse of the 8 transitions, mutated due to the complete fusion with the essence of the demon race. Not only did his life undergo mutation, but his profession did as well, with all attributes amplified 1,000-fold. Life reached a staggering 450 billion. Energy, physical strength, and soul each attained 45 billion. Attack, defense, and speed also reached 5 billion, achieving a combat power that was equivalent to the 10th transition. Furthermore, this was merely the foundation. With the addition of talents and skills, his power could soar to an unfathomable 450 trillion. His might was already perilously close to that of a demigod. Standing atop the skeletal dragon, Fang Luoling immediately recognized Zhou Nian. Is he the city lord? A demon? She pondered, suddenly grasping much of the situation. In her previous life, she learned that Lingyang City transformed into a hellish realm due to the 9 palaces blood demon great formation, yet no one comprehended the true events that transpired. No. One person did know, the one known as Yi Tianming. However, he claimed to be uncertain, stating only that he had narrowly escaped. What left Fang Luoling speechless was that no one questioned Yi Tianming. At that time, she had begun to suspect him. It wasn't until later that she fully understood where the problem lay. With a talent as extraordinary as that of the Son of Destiny, how could he not also possess a talent that could diminish intelligence, such as influencing one's thoughts? Now it seemed that everything was intricately connected to Zhou Nian. As the city lord of Lingyang City, moving unnoticed was exceedingly simple. Thus, it appeared that all matters involving the Chen family were orchestrated by Zhou Nian from the shadows. The young master was likely also arranged to be killed by Zhou Nian. With this thought, Fang Luoling's eyes glimmered with murderous intent. Zhou Nian, you seek death. Commanding the skeletal dragon to attack, she shouted. With a roar, the skeletal dragon unleashed a fearsome breath of necromantic fire. The green flames erupted like ghostly fire from the netherworld, instantly distorting the surrounding air with its overwhelming power. It surged towards Zhou Nian, who was enveloped in dark magical energy. Necromantic creature? Zhou Nian paused in surprise, only to then smirk coldly. In an instant, he flashed forward, appearing before the green flames and delivering a punch towards the necromantic fire. Bang! The terrifying necromantic fire was obliterated by Zhou Nian's strike. With his current strength, slaying a 10th transition opponent was as effortless as slaughtering a dog. Naturally, Fang Luoling did not regard him lightly either. Boom! The green flames erupted into scattered embers, vanishing from sight. Observing her attack dismantled so easily, Fang Luoling remained unperturbed, yet she had gained a rough understanding of Zhou Nian's capabilities. Without hesitation, she opened the necromantic realm, summoning forth her most formidable undead creature, the Bloodbone God Emperor. As the necromantic realm opened, a skeleton emanating a blood-red aura emerged. The moment it appeared, the surrounding atmosphere became chaotic and frenzied, akin to a red-hot iron plunged into water. Witnessing this, Zhou Nian's expression darkened. How is this possible? Just its presence alone was enough to suffocate him. Name, Bloodbone God Emperor, Royal Grade. Level, 200, Life, 2000 billion, Energy, 200 billion, Physical Strength, 200 billion, Mental Strength, 200 billion, Combat Power, 20 billion, Defense, 20 billion, Speed, 20 billion, Talent, Bone Emperor, XE Talent. Naturally able to command all undead beneath the gods. Bone Emperor True Form, Demigod Talent, when activated, allows the opening of the true form of the Emperor, amplifying all attributes 10,000-fold. Skills, Bloodbone Sword Rain, Pseudo-God Skill, summons Bloodbones for attack, amplifying combat power 10,000-fold. Bloodbone Dragon Spear, Pseudo-God Skill, amplifying combat power 10,000-fold. Blood Domain Bone Cage, Pseudo-God Skill, Bloodbone Heavenly Blade, Pseudo-God Skill, forms a Bloodbone Heavenly Blade for attack, amplifying combat power 10,000-fold. Note, an undead being summoned by the Necromantic Sovereign, amplifying 1,000-fold. Terrifying. Just its foundation was already 20 billion. When combined with the 10,000-fold amplification from talents and skills, combat power soared to 200 trillion. This meant the Bloodbone God Emperor possessed the strength of a demigod, specifically a demigod with 200 power points. With her first transition, Fang Luoling experienced significant changes across the board. Name, Fang Luoling. Profession, Necromantic Sovereign, Unique Divine Profession. Level, First Transition 200, in the midst of transition. Life, 10 billion. Achieving a first transition divine profession with a 10,000-fold amplification from the original base. Energy, 1 billion. Physical Strength, 1 billion. Mental Strength, 1 billion. Combat Power, 100 million. Defense, 100 million. Speed, 100 million. Passive Talent, Necromantic Sovereign. Necromantic Transfer, Automatic Talent. Sovereign's Blessing, Necromantic Space, Necromantic Unity. Skills, Infinite Summoning, Necromantic Teleportation. Equipment, Heavenly Machine Ring, Blood Demon Heavenly Blade, Thousand-Eyed Demon Armor, Dark Demon Boots. Measuring Ring, Newcomer King Badge, Destroyer Badge, Backpack, 34, 868 items. Upon reaching the first transition, Fang Luoling's enhancements still paled in comparison to that of her undead minions. This was, however, to be expected, for her vocation was that of a necromancer, specializing in the summoning of the deceased. While her strength had not increased upon this transition, certain innate talents had undergone significant transformations, and she had acquired 2 additional abilities. Undead Emperor, a divine passive talent, augments every summoned undead creature 1,000-fold. This talent will enhance as the host's life tier ascends. The amplification had escalated from a mere 1,000-fold to 10,000-fold. Blessing of the Sovereign, a divine automatic talent, allows for the permanent enhancement of the essence of undead beings at the cost of energy. 100 energy can evolve a common undead into an elite. 1,000 can elevate an elite to a leader. 10,000 can transform a leader into a lord. 100,000 can upgrade a lord to a great lord. And 1 million can advance a great lord to a supreme lord. 100 million energy can elevate a supreme lord to a king. 1 billion can promote a king to an emperor, and 1 trillion can elevate an emperor to a demigod. Upon reaching the first transition, the energy requirements for each tier had been reduced 10-fold. Regrettably, with Fang Luoling's current energy reserves, she could only elevate a supreme lord to a king. As one progresses, the requisite energy only grows more demanding. Nevertheless, Fang Luoling remained confident that with continued advancement, it would only be a matter of time before her undead minions ascended to godhood. Undead Realm, a divine automatic talent, permits the revival of summoned undead within its confines, as well as storage. Currently, it can hold 100 million common undead, 10 million elites, 1 million leaders, 100,000 lords, 10,000 great lords, 1,000 supreme lords, 100 kings, 10 emperors, and 1 demigod. Upon achieving the first transition, the capacity of the undead realm had increased 100-fold. Most significantly, It could now accommodate a single demigod-level undead creature. In addition to these talents, 2 more had been bestowed upon her. Undead Transference, a divine passive talent. This ability allows for the automatic transfer of all damage sustained by the host to any summoned undead, if the total damage exceeds the cumulative value of all undead. Further damage transfer ceases. This talent was nothing short of miraculous, ensuring that Fong Luoling no longer had to concern herself with her own safety. Her undead realm was filled with the fallen, who would swiftly resurrect upon death. As long as she was not killed in a single blow, she was virtually invincible. Undead Fusion, a divine automatic talent. This ability can either temporarily or permanently fuse with undead, instantly enhancing their attributes and even altering their talents and skills. The more fusions conducted, the more formidable the resulting undead become. However, as the host currently resides in the realm of mortals, fusing with demigod level or higher undead is temporarily unattainable. This talent was equally extraordinary, seemingly tailor-made for Fong Luoling. Beyond her talents, her skills had also undergone transformations. Infinite Summoning, a pseudo-divine skill, allows for the arbitrary summoning of various undead beings, with the capability to summon any entity beneath divine status. The level and attributes of the summoned undead will scale with the host's level. There is no limit to the number summoned. Common undead require 50 mental units per second. Elites 125, 2.5 times that of common. Lords 5 times that of common. Great Lords 7.5 times. Supreme Lords 10 times. Kings 500 times. Emperors 5,000 times. And demigods 5 million times. Due to the host being in the mortal phase, summoning divine-level undead is currently not feasible. In addition to this skill, another had emerged. Undead Teleportation, a pseudo-divine skill, serves as an auxiliary ability, allowing for the instantaneous summoning of undead from the undead realm to a specified location. The number of undead that can be teleported is contingent upon their strength. The more powerful they are, the fewer can be transported concurrently. Fong Luoling gazed coldly at Zhou Ding, her voice devoid of emotion. Anyone who has harmed the young master shall face no mercy, be it in this life or the next. Vile, Zhou Ding roared, unleashing a demonic assault and activating his demonic form. In an instant, he transformed into a grotesque creature, his body contorting and swelling, becoming an abomination that was neither human nor ghost. His blood-red eyes bore into the souls of onlookers, instilling an overwhelming sense of dread. Twisted horns sprouted from his head, culminating in sharp tips that emanated a dark crimson glow. With a fearsome roar, Zhou Ding, now an unhinged demon, charged toward the blood-bone sovereign. The demonic frenzy surged within him, unleashing an aura of terror. The ground trembled with the force of his presence, resonating throughout the entirety of Lingyang City. Witnessing this, the crowd turned in alarm, their faces drained of color, bodies trembling in fear. Despair filled their hearts as they realized their impending doom. Yet, as Zhou Ding rampaged toward the bloodbone sovereign, the latter merely unleashed a bloodbone spear. In a flash, the spear pierced Zhou Ding's form effortlessly, leaving no room for retaliation. As he felt the specter of death approach, Zhou Ding's once maniacal gaze turned even more frenzied, desperately attempting to withstand the onslaught, only to be utterly vanquished in a cataclysmic explosion of blood mist. The crowd, witnessing this spectacle, felt a flicker of hope reignite within their previously despondent hearts. Unnamed, Jiang Tian pondered, observing the unfolding scene in the heavens, speculating the identity of the figure atop the towering skeletal dragon. Could it be her? With Zhou Ding's demise, Fong Luoling let out a cold huff and directed the skeletal dragon toward the heavens, believing that his death was well-deserved. The weakness of the Nine Palaces' blood demon array lay in the interwoven connections. An assault from that position could easily shatter the array. However, more pressing than destroying the formation was the need to interrupt the demon stone's absorption of blood. Otherwise, should the blood demon child manifest, she would be at a disadvantage. As Fong Luoling approached the demon stone, she prepared to strike without hesitation. Yet, a terrifying force suddenly surged from below. Chapter 75, Slaying the Blood Slave of the Demon Race, completing the task. A colossal demonic serpent, coalesced from demonic energy, surged upward in a spiraling form. Its eyes glowed with a fearsome red light, and its elongated fangs, resembling dark spears, lunged toward the skeletal dragon. The mere opening of its massive maw unleashed a dreadful suction. The skeletal dragon, unable to resist, let out a roar as it began to descend. However, Fong Luoling remained unfazed, glancing downward to witness a gaping abyss-like maw approaching. Recognizing that the serpent had attained demigod status, she understood that the skeletal dragon stood no chance against it. A single bite would spell doom for both her and the dragon. In that moment, a blood-red blade descended from the heavens, slicing through the air toward the serpent's gaping maw. With a sickening thud, the blade struck true, cleaving the demonic serpent in twain, which then dissolved into a cloud of dark light, vanishing from existence. In an instant, the bloodbone sovereign appeared beside Fong Luoling, standing roughly a meter tall, brandishing a blood-red bone blade, like a guardian steadfastly by her side. With the serpent's demise, Fong Luoling felt no exhilaration. Instead, her brow furrowed with concern. To one's astonishment, beyond the anniversaries, Lingyang City harbored a clandestine multitude of demons, among whom 2 had ascended to the demigod tier. The initial assault was launched by an elderly figure, who, despite his advanced age, exuded an aura of lethargy that was disconcerting. The second demigod, a middle-aged man, appeared to be in significantly better condition, his presence radiating formidable strength. In addition to these 2 demigods, 5 demon envoys possessed power comparable to that of the anniversary. The other demons, while not as terrifying as the envoys, still boasted a staggering battle power of billions. "Who are you?" the weary elder queried. His skills effortlessly dismantled by the opposing force, his countenance darkening as his eyes glinted with a serpentine green, fixating on Fong Luoling. He was poised to strike at the slightest opportunity, leaving no room for a response. "Why waste words with him? Just eliminate him," remarked the other demigod coldly. Dismissive of the elder's ambush, believing such tactics stemmed from inadequacy, he intended to deliver a decisive blow. With that, the middle-aged demigod brandished a fearsome black blade and charged at Fong Luoling. How infuriating! The lethargic elder seethed, anger igniting within him. "If it weren't for my misfortune of being struck by lightning, I would not resort to such ambushes." Yet, he pondered, if one could ambush, why engage in direct combat? The only objective was to eliminate the opponent, and he would not hesitate to use any means necessary, even poison, to achieve this. As the middle-aged demigod attacked, the others followed suit, intent on overpowering Fong Luoling. They had meticulously orchestrated this plan, and failure was not an option. "Kill them all," Fong Luoling declared coldly, summoning the Bloodbone God Emperor, who instantly vanished and lunged toward the middle-aged demigod. Simultaneously, 5 spectral beings materialized behind the 5 demon envoys as Fong Luoling executed a necromantic teleportation, swiftly annihilating them before they could react. "Curse it!" The middle-aged demigod roared upon witnessing this scene, unleashing a terrifying black radiance from his blade toward Fong Luoling, who simultaneously retaliated with a crimson blade of energy from the Bloodbone God Emperor. The clash erupted with a thunderous explosion, reverberating throughout Lingyang City, leaving its inhabitants deafened by the cacophony. Yet, amidst the chaos, several individuals grew pale, for in that confrontation, the once mighty Bloodbone God Emperor was obliterated by the middle-aged demigod's strike, the dark energy now surging toward Fong Luoling. They realized that Fong Luoling's vocation was that of a necromancer, a profession typically frail in nature. Even if the black energy were diminished, it was unlikely she could withstand such an onslaught. Their fleeting hope was dashed. But in the next moment, their eyes widened in disbelief, faces reflecting shock and incredulity, swiftly followed by exhilaration. "We are saved. Quickly, eliminate them," they exclaimed, as Fong Luoling stepped forward, delivering a powerful punch that collided with the impending black energy. With a resounding impact, the dark blade dissipated, leaving Fong Luoling unharmed, not even a strand of hair disturbed. This was the result of her necromantic transfer talent activating. To the middle-aged demigod, however, this was utterly unfathomable. "This cannot be," he gasped, incredulity etched upon his features. Once a peak-tier practitioner, he had merged with the essence of the demon race, elevating his power to the first stage of demigod status, boasting 867 divine power points. Yet, he had not even grazed Fong Luoling. "Who exactly are you?" he demanded, his expression grave. To achieve such prowess, she must be at least at the 3rd, if not the 4th stage of demigod power. The demigod levels were categorized into 10 stages, each delineated by specific thresholds of divine power points. Fong Luoling, having altered her appearance with the artifact Celestial Deception, remained inscrutable even to those aware of her existence, for she had only recently awakened her vocation. "Destroy them all," she commanded coldly, and with her words, 5 more figures appeared, joining the previous 5, culminating in 10 royal-tier undead beings, including the recently obliterated Bloodbone God Emperor. Fong Luoling activated her necromantic fusion talent, merging the 10 royal-tier beings under the Bloodbone God Emperor's essence. With a cataclysmic eruption of energy, the Bloodbone God Emperor evolved, transcending into a demigod-level entity. If Chen Tian were present, he would recognize the striking resemblance between the two. Though the life level had not transformed into that of a demigod, its attributes and power had ascended to that echelon. A terrifying aura enveloped the area, incinerating several demons before they could escape. Witnessing this, the middle-aged demigod was once again left in a state of bewilderment. How is this possible? A demigod? He recalled his arduous journey to attain such power, yet here was Fong Luoling, radiating an overwhelming essence. Fong Luoling did not cease her advance. She opened a portal for summoning, and a host of royal-tier undead surged forth. Now having reached the first transition, her infinite summoning skill had evolved, requiring 250,000 energy to summon a royal-tier being, and with her current 1 billion energy, she could sustain this for 4,000 seconds. As each royal-tier entity emerged, Fong Luoling utilized necromantic fusion once more, transforming them into beings of demigod status. Each fusion amplified their battle power exponentially, yielding staggering results. With a cacophony of explosions, demigod-level undead surged forth, charging toward the middle-aged demigod. "Damn it!" he bellowed, enraged and desperate. "Die!" he screamed, unleashing a torrent of black blades. Yet despite his frantic efforts, he was swiftly dispatched. A crimson blade cleaved through the air, enveloping the sky in a shroud of blood mist. The lethargic elder, witnessing this, was paralyzed with fear, fleeing without a second thought. But just then, a drop of blood-red liquid erupted from the now-stained demon stone, flashing momentarily before merging with the elder's form. With a thunderous crash, the elder's body underwent a grotesque transformation, swelling from a feeble frame to a towering figure, growing to 2 meters, then 5. Engulfed in a crimson aura of demonic energy. Ultimately, the figure ceased its advance upon reaching the 100-meter mark. Suddenly, a terrifying and bloodthirsty aura erupted from the old man. Or rather, what had now become a blood slave. In that moment, the elder had completely transformed into a slave of the demon clan, wielding a combat power nearing 1 million divine power points. With a fearsome roar, the 100-meter blood slave unleashed a terrifying bellow, causing countless mists of blood to explode from his form. Everything that came into contact with this sanguine mist was instantaneously corroded, ultimately transforming into pus and then dissipating into the blood mist, merging with the demonic stones high above in the firmament. In an instant, the 100-meter blood slave vanished, only to reappear before a fully integrated semi-divine undead being. Before the opponent could react, the blood slave launched an attack. With a single punch, it effortlessly obliterated the blood-bone divine emperor, who possessed 20,000 divine power points. The blood slave, now a crimson apparition, confronted a series of fused undead beings. With ease, it dispatched one after another, as the combat power of the fused undead beings was merely 20,000 divine power points, while the blood slave boasted an overwhelming 990,000 divine power points, an absolute massacre. Witnessing this transformation, Feng Luoling, despite her usual composure, realized that the blood demon child was orchestrating this chaos from the shadows, undoubtedly to buy time for a smooth descent. It was clear that she needed to muster all her strength. Without hesitation, Feng Luoling invoked her necromantic summoning. A portal to the realm of the undead materialized, and from it emerged a diminutive gray skeleton. With a resounding boom, as it stepped forth, an unfathomable power surged. This 1-meter-tall skeleton, though small, possessed an astonishing might. Name: Undead Little Skeleton Semi-Divine. Level: 200. Life: 2000. Current semi-divine life: 1 unit of life equals 10 trillion mortal life points. Death energy: 200. Unique divine energy of the undead: 1 unit of death energy equates to 10 trillion energy. Undead body: 200. Undead physique: 1 unit equals 10 trillion physical strength. Undead soul: 200. Undead flame: 1 unit equals 10 trillion mental strength. Divine power points: 20. Exclusive power of semi-divines: 1 unit equals 10 trillion. Divine armor points: 20, as above. Divine speed points: 20, as above. Talent: Undead body, god-level talent. Unique physique of undead beings. Currently limited to semi-divine power due to insufficient death energy, and undead soul can fully unleash the undead body, amplifying all attributes by 10,000 times. Necromantic summoning: as a semi-divine of the undead realm, possesses the talent to summon kin. Currently can only summon undead beings of the same level. Eye of Death, god-level talent. Mental type skill: currently can amplify soul attacks by 10,000 times due to insufficient undead soul. God of Bones, god-level talent. Innately capable of manipulating the bones of the deceased. Currently can at most control the bones of undead beings to form a semi-divine amalgamation due to lack of creative resources. Divine Emperor, true form, god-level talent. Upon activation can unlock the true form of the divine bones, amplifying all attributes by 10,000 times. Undead Sacrifice, god-level talent. Sacrificing oneself amplifies all attributes by 1,000,000,000 times. Skills: Divine Bone Spear, god-level skill. Upon activation can summon a Divine Bone Spear, amplifying combat power by 10,000 times. Divine Bone Cage, god-level skill. Divine Bone Heavenly Blade, god-level skill, amplifying combat power by 10,000 times. Remarks: Semi-divine undead being. This semi-divine undead entity was the pinnacle of what Feng Luoling could summon at this juncture. The semi-divine summoning consumed 2.5 billion energy per second. With her 1 billion energy reserves, she could sustain the summon for 4 seconds. Just enough time. As the gray little skeleton materialized, the summoning portal vanished with the depletion of Feng Luoling's energy. Her complexion immediately paled, yet her gaze remained fixed upon the blood slave. Unbeknownst to her, the little skeleton had already grasped a gray bone dagger and approached the blood slave, striking forth with a single slash. The heavens darkened as the blade was unleashed, foreshadowing the imminent terror of that strike. With a roar, the blood slave sensed its own mortality and, without a moment's hesitation, retaliated desperately. Streams of blood gushed from its form, pooling upon the ground and forming a protective blood shield. Yet, when the gray-bone dagger met the sanguine barrier, it shattered with a single, resounding crack. Following this, another strike landed upon the blood slave itself, resulting in a cataclysmic explosion that obliterated the creature entirely. Just as Fong Luoling surged toward the demonic stone, a voice echoed in her ears. You have completed the task of slaying the semi-divine of the demon clan. You have earned an unknown reward. Upon reviewing the reward, Fong Luoling was struck with astonishment. Simultaneously, a chilling voice resonated from the firmament. Ignorant ant. For slaying my blood slave, you shall face death. At that moment, Chen Tian, who had just completed the formation of his array, found himself both amused and exasperated upon learning of Fong Luoling's success in eliminating the demon semi-divine. He had not anticipated that such a feat would be accomplished. With that thought, he vanished from outside Lingyang City. Chapter 76, The Descent of the Blood Demon Child and the Enigma of Blood Shadows. Hearing the voice from the firmament, Fong Luoling's expression shifted. She hastily commanded, quickly, destroy it. In an instant, the little skeleton lunged at the firmament with a blade, unleashing a terrifying arc of energy directed at the sanguine light mass. Ignorant ant, the firmament's cold voice echoed once more. Immediately, a bloodied hand erupted from the crimson orb. As the blood fist broke free from the light mass, it expanded into a colossal scarlet hand, overshadowing the skies. The oppressive aura caused the surrounding air to tremble, reminiscent of a hand striking the surface of water, creating violent explosions of sound. The fearsome blade struck the blood hand, producing a cataclysmic resonance, resulting in an explosive clash. Both forces were evenly matched. The little skeleton stepped forward, instantly appearing before the blood light mass, gripping the gray bone dagger before delivering a ferocious strike. You seek death. The blood light mass bellowed in fury, having grossly underestimated the skeleton's might. Ant, you have provoked my wrath. I shall ensure your soul is scattered and obliterated, never to be reborn. As the words fell, a faceless blood entity emerged from the sanguine light mass. The air around it ignited with chaotic energy, as if a hellish blood demon had manifested. Ant, perish, the blood entity proclaimed, forming a gaping maw from which a surge of lethal blood erupted. With that, it unleashed a punch aimed at the gray bone dagger. The impact reverberated, shaking the earth as the little skeleton was clearly overpowered, staggering back several steps. In a flash of crimson, the blood entity appeared before the little skeleton once more, delivering another devastating blow. The surrounding environment quaked, igniting into chaos, as the little skeleton swiftly countered with a slash. Yet, the collision sent it hurtling away. Fong Luoling, witnessing this, felt her brows knit in concern. She had not anticipated that the blood demon child had yet to fully descend, manifesting such a formidable semi-divine being solely through its blood energy. What horrors awaited should it fully descend? No, she had to eliminate this blood entity swiftly. With urgency, she commanded the little skeleton to invoke the undead sacrifice talent. The blood entity, having sent the little skeleton flying, did not pursue Fong Luoling. Instead, it intended to let her witness the demise of her strongest summoned creature. Relishing the despair that would ensue, the blood figure vanished into thin air, only to reappear above the diminutive skeleton, exuding an air of superiority. With the intention of crushing the latter beneath its foot, akin to squashing an ant, it lunged forth. However, at that moment, an icy, death-laden aura erupted from the small skeleton. Boom! A terrifying force surged forth from its tiny frame, amplifying its combat prowess exponentially. The 2 billion divine power points surged to a staggering 20 trillion. Subsequently, it swung its weapon towards the blood figure. The blood figure hastily retaliated with a punch, unleashing a torrent of malevolent blood energy. Bang! Boom! The blood figure was sent hurtling backward by the strike. You shall perish. A thunderous roar emanated from the crimson orb. Instantly, blood-red rays burst forth from the 9 palaces devouring heaven blood demon array, one of which hurtled towards the small skeleton. Since the blood avatar could not eliminate the opponent, it resorted to the array to achieve its goal. Observing this, the small skeleton unleashed a formidable blade of light. Yet, upon collision with the blood-red rays, it proved utterly ineffective. Fong Luoling furrowed her brow. She had not anticipated that the blood demon would wield control over the 9 palaces devouring heaven blood demon array even before its descent. This array could severely injure even deities. Naturally, a demigod like the small skeleton would be unable to withstand it. Without a moment's hesitation, Fong Luoling resolved to activate the artifact, the Heavenly Mechanism Ring, invoking the passive skill, Heavenly Mechanism Divine Armor. While this ability was typically passive, it could be activated actively. The Heavenly Mechanism Divine Armor would create a golden godly armor, impervious to attacks from any being beneath a sovereign. The 9 palaces devouring heaven blood demon array was indeed fearsome, yet it remained within the realm of divine beings and could not penetrate the defenses of the divine armor. Just then, an inexplicable scene unfolded. As the blood-red rays approached within 100 meters of the small skeleton, they inexplicably veered off course. The blood demon, Fong Luoling, the small skeleton, a hapless individual on the verge of being obliterated by the blood-red rays. This entire scenario was orchestrated by Chen Tian. With his unparalleled talent in the art of arrays, he could manipulate the 9 palaces devouring heaven blood demon array without detection. Boom, boom, help. The sounds of chaos and despair echoed from below. Chen Tian offered no assistance to the others. He respected their fates. Seeing this, the small skeleton took a decisive step forward, charging once more towards the blood-red orb. You seek death. The blood demon seethed with rage from within the orb. Instantly, a barrage of blood-red rays shot forth from the array once again. This time, 3 rays targeted the small skeleton, while 5 aimed towards Fang Luoling. Yet once more, they curved mid-flight. The blood demon was on the brink of exploding with fury, perplexed by the unfolding events. The 9 palaces devouring heaven blood demon array was his creation. Why was it malfunctioning? Was it because he had yet to fully descend? Meanwhile, Fang Luoling pondered the enigmatic figure from the novice dungeon, the Elder of Mist. Could it be that he was intervening from the shadows? But why assist her while refraining from directly dismantling the array? Observing the horrific scenes below, she maintained an impassive expression. Furthermore, she lacked the power to intervene. Fortunately, her immediate vicinity remained unscathed. Damn it! The blood demon roared, as the crimson aura surged violently, causing countless blood serpents to ascend and merge into the orb. Die! As the blood coalesced, a monstrous blood dragon erupted forth. Roar! The dragon's roar reverberated through the heavens, charging towards the small skeleton. Bang! The collision was evenly matched, with both parties staggering back 100 paces before regaining their footing. They then resumed their ferocious clash. Bang! Bang! The sky resounded with terrifying thunder, while below turned into a hellscape. At that moment, Lingyang City was engulfed in chaos. Upon realizing he could not vanquish the small skeleton, the blood demon frantically activated the 9 palaces devouring heaven blood demon array to slay the countless humans below. As long as he collected enough blood, he could anchor his descent to Lingyang City using the bloodstone. At that point, killing the opposition would be effortless. Unable to wait any longer, Fang Luoling decided to take matters into her own hands, knowing that with the elder's covert assistance, she might survive. However, she was uncertain of the young master's whereabouts. To be safe, she opted to act. A blood-red greatsword materialized in her grasp. Shrouded in a faint black mist, this was the divine-grade weapon, Blood Demon Heavenly Blade. Although she could not unleash its full potential, its inherent power boasted 100 divine energy points, equivalent to 100 trillion divine power points, representative of divine-level strength. Artifacts and divine-grade equipment bore no restrictions. Any profession could wield them, albeit with limitations on their effectiveness. With a swift motion, Fang Luoling appeared before the blood-red orb, brandishing the blood blade. However, at that moment, the orb suddenly unleashed a barrage of blood-red beams. These beams did not attack her directly, but intertwined to form a drop of fresh blood. In an instant, this blood coalesced and detonated, the resulting explosion forcing Fang Luoling to retreat 1,000 meters. The sight of the explosion warped space itself. As the distortion reached its peak, it erupted once more, and a blood-red arm emerged from within. Simultaneously, an icy voice filled with rage and indifference echoed, "Ant, are you prepared to meet your demise?" With that, a figure enveloped in sanguine energy stepped forth. Boom! Upon its emergence, a terrifying wave of blood energy exploded, sending crimson shockwaves radiating outward, obliterating everything in their path. As Fang Luoling was caught in the shockwave, her body erupted with a golden light, and the heavenly mechanism divine armor manifested. In contrast, the small skeleton was not so fortunate, disintegrated into nothingness. Fortunately, the shockwave did not persist for long. Otherwise, Lingyang City would have faced utter annihilation. "Ant, I shall make you regret ever entering this world," the blood demon spoke coldly, stepping towards Fang Luoling and pointing a finger at her. Boom! A terrifying beam of blood energy shot forth, shattering the surrounding space. Fang Luoling instinctively sought to evade, but the speed of the blood beam was too swift. She could not react in time and was struck directly. Bang! Boom! The earth trembled, and the entirety of Lingyang City quaked violently. One could only imagine the horror of such an attack. Were it not for their elevation in the skies, Lingyang City would have been utterly destroyed. Yet even so, skyscrapers were shattered, and countless buildings collapsed, as if the world itself was crumbling. In the aftermath, countless lives were lost. How is this possible? The blood demon gazed in disbelief at Fang Luoling, who appeared unscathed. He was a being at the pinnacle of divinity, mere steps away from godhood. Yet, he swiftly discerned the golden armor enveloping her. An artifact. It is indeed an artifact. The blood demon was astonished, yet his excitement quickly surged. Excellent. If I can slay you, the artifact shall be mine. Artifacts were exceedingly rare, even for divine beings. Only emperors could hope to possess them. He had once owned one, only to lose it centuries ago. Recalling the individual who had slain him a century prior filled the blood demon with seething rage. Damn you, Long Tian. This time, I shall ensure your demise. Fang Luoling's expression darkened profoundly. She had not anticipated that she would ultimately fail to prevent the blood demon's arrival. Without a second thought, she descended towards the chaos below. Gazing upon the apocalyptic scene below, Fong Luoling's complexion turned as pale as death. Simultaneously, she fervently prayed within her heart, "My lord, you must not come to harm." Ants, wishing to flee? It is too late. The blood demon appeared abruptly before Fong Luoling. "You seek death." At this moment, Fong Luoling was consumed by fury. With a mere thought, a terrifying blood shadow manifested, towering 1,000 feet high, resembling a demonic deity. This was, of course, the blood shadow that Chen Tian had previously summoned. It had transformed into a divine entity after vanquishing the blood demon emperor's avatar. Upon witnessing the colossal blood shadow, the blood demon was momentarily taken aback, but soon erupted into laughter. "Ha ha ha, do you know what I am called? I am the blood demon, born of the blood sovereign's essence, innately commanding blood. You intend to use this against me?" At this moment, the blood demon was utterly exhilarated. He felt that he was on the brink of transcending to the rank of emperor today, for he sensed a trace of the emperor's blood vitality emanating from the shadow, which instilled in him a sense of familiarity. In the depths of his being, he felt that if he could fully assimilate his opponent, he would inevitably ascend to that pinnacle of power. "Fool!" The blood shadow suddenly interjected, regarding the blood demon with disdain. "You!" The blood demon stammered. Fong Luoling remained silent. In the distance, Chen Tian chuckled softly. He had not anticipated that even after bestowing the blood shadow upon Fong Luoling, he could still manipulate it at will. The term fool was indeed his command. "You seek death." The blood demon was now thoroughly incensed. Although it was his first venture into the realm of humanity, he was still aware of the weight of those words. As soon as he spoke, a blood-red longsword materialized in his hand, aimed at the blood shadow. The blood shadow retaliated with a punch, its colossal fist plummeting like a meteor. Uft! The towering blood shadow was akin to a giant, while the blood demon was no more than an insect. Yet, in their clash, the former's immense fist was cleaved in two by the latter's sword. This scene created a stark contrast, delivering a powerful visual impact. The blood demon smirked coldly. He was a divine being at the pinnacle of power, and how could an opponent who had just entered the realm of divinity hope to contend with him? Instead of immediately finishing off his foe, he intended to drain the life force bit by bit, allowing his adversary to perish in utter despair. The blood demon extended his palm, seeking to absorb the blood vitality from the shattered fist to augment his own strength. But in the next moment, he was left dumbfounded. He found himself utterly unable to control even a fraction of the opponent's blood. How is this possible? He knew he could manipulate the blood of all beings below the emperor level. Yet now, this ability seemed to have been rendered entirely ineffective. He watched in astonishment as the opponent's fist reformed, launching another strike toward him. The blood demon also noticed that during the restoration, the opponent had integrated all the blood from the surrounding environment, resulting in a significant surge in strength. At this moment, the blood demon was engulfed in rage. This blood was intended for his breakthrough to emperor status. Otherwise, he would not have secretly plotted the 9 palaces devouring blood demon array. "You shall die." The blood demon transformed into a blood shadow, vanishing from sight, only to reappear as his fist was annihilated, followed by his colossal form being obliterated. Just as the blood demon believed he had slain his opponent, the blood demon reconstituted almost instantaneously, his power increasing once more. Witnessing this scene, the blood demon teetered on the brink of madness. Not only could he not control the opponent's blood, but he also found himself unable to kill him. "I refuse to believe this." The blood demon repeatedly obliterated the blood demon, yet each time, it reformed, growing stronger with each iteration. Even if he reduced it to a mist of blood, it could still recover in an instant. The blood demon was truly losing his mind. Who is this? He could not fathom that Fong Luoling could achieve such a feat. Otherwise, she would have summoned the blood shadow long ago. All of this was, of course, orchestrated by Chen Tian from the shadows. Fong Luoling, witnessing this unfolding spectacle, bore an expression of shock and disbelief. She was well aware of who the blood demon was, yet she had not expected him to falter today. Who exactly is the divine lord? Fong Luoling pondered, realizing that merely a reward could shatter the blood demon's composure. Seeing that the blood shadow had ensnared the blood demon, she prepared to descend, intent on searching for her lord. However, at that moment, a raspy voice resounded. "Your lord is unharmed. Focus on dealing with the blood demon. Greater horrors are yet to come." Fong Luoling turned quickly, spotting a figure enveloped in mist. "Senior, what great terror approaches?" Chapter 77. The blood demon falls, the fated one descends. In the heaven domain, within a resplendent palace of the Heavenly Tao Alliance, a young man sat upon a golden throne, radiating a dazzling golden light, exuding an aura of unparalleled dominance. Suddenly, the youth's eyes snapped open. "A rebel? In Lingyang City? Truly seeking death," he declared, unleashing a terrifying aura that instantly reduced everything around him to ashes. In an instant, the young man's figure vanished from the palace. Upon hearing Fong Luoling's inquiry, Chen Tian, in a husky voice, replied, "In due time, you will comprehend." With that, he he disappeared into thin air. "Senior, where's my lord?" Fong Luoling called out, but Chen Tian's figure had already vanished completely. Fong Luoling fell into silence. After a while, her descending body finally came to a halt in the sky. She chose to place her trust in him. If he intended to harm her, he would not have rescued her in the novice dungeon. As for whether she might be plotted against, Fong Luoling was uncertain. However, given her current predicament, even if he had ulterior motives, she could only accept them with grace. Compared to being schemed against, it was far more prudent to overcome this immediate crisis. Only by surviving this moment could she hope for a future to protect her lord. Otherwise, all would be in vain. Boom, boom. The battle raged on. Each time the blood shadow was obliterated, it emerged even stronger upon reconstitution. In contrast, the blood demon's blood vitality, after being expended, saw no replenishment whatsoever. Initially, the blood demon had not noticed this due to the minor consumption, but as the blood shadow grew more powerful, he was stunned to realize he had completely lost control of the 9 palaces devouring blood demon array. Cursed! Who is it? The blood demon roared, recognizing that a formidable presence lurked in the shadows, one that had set its sights on him. Yet he could sense not a trace of this foe. Who could it be? The blood demon was consumed by a desire for vengeance. But just as this thought crossed his mind, his expression shifted dramatically. His aura plummeted by 60% in an instant, and his power inexplicably diminished by the same measure, as if he were being forcibly suppressed by an unknown, mysterious force. The blood demon was filled with dread. What was happening? He had heard of such occurrences before. It was a curse. Yet even a curse should not manifest with such terrifying intensity. I must leave this place. The blood demon thought desperately, feeling that if he did not escape immediately, he might meet his demise here today. He unleashed a punch that shattered the blood shadow and, in a flash, appeared at the center of the 9 palaces devouring blood demon array, the very weakness of the formation. The blood demon unleashed a ferocious punch, planning to obliterate the formation and flee. Boom. The array trembled, but only a few cracks appeared as a result. Who is it? The blood demon seethed inwardly. With his understanding of the 9 palaces devouring blood demon array, he quickly realized that the formation had been altered recently. The previously existing weakness was now slowly vanishing. Alongside his fury, he was filled with trepidation. Who was the hidden figure? Why was their mastery of formations so profound? Cursed. Truly cursed. The blood demon was consumed by rage, unleashing all of his power. Boom. His blood vitality surged violently, sending shockwaves that resonated throughout the surroundings. Without hesitation, he directed a punch toward the vanishing weakness. Whoosh. But at that moment, a crimson beam of light hurtled toward him. Gazing upon the 9 palaces devouring blood demon array as it launched an assault against its master, blood demon child seethed with barely contained rage. In an instant, his speed surged, allowing him to evade the crimson radiance, and with a powerful fist, he struck at the fissure. Bam! Boom! Crack! Crack! Boom! This time, the 9 palaces devouring blood demon array was finally shattered. Of course, it was primarily due to Chen Tian's decision to hold back. Otherwise, blood demon child would have been incapable of breaching the array throughout his lifetime. Chen Tian's intention was to let blood demon child experience a fleeting glimpse of hope before plunging him back into despair. For he found such a scenario far more intriguing. In an instant, blood demon child transformed into a streak of blood light, fleeing frantically into the distance. Simultaneously, his furious voice echoed, "You shall await your doom. I shall slay you all in due time." Yet, scarcely had his words fallen when a resounding crash reverberated through the heavens, followed by blood demon child's enraged roar, laced with a hint of despair. As the 9 palaces devouring blood demon array crumbled and blood demon child fled, tears streamed down the faces of all who survived in Linyang City. The calamity had finally come to an end. However, upon hearing blood demon child's wrathful outcry, their gazes turned anxiously skyward. To their dismay, they beheld the emergence of a golden array, and their hearts plummeted once more into the abyss of despair and fury. Fear not. This is the golden 9 cages sealing heaven array. An elder, the sole 10th transformation powerhouse, hastily explained. This formation is purely defensive, designed to prevent the enemy from escaping. Upon hearing the elder's clarification, the crowd collectively exhaled, turning their attention to the heavens, eager to witness how blood demon child would meet his end. Were it not for their inability to combat him, they would have soared into the skies to eliminate him personally, driven by the thirst for vengeance. "You cannot escape," Blood Shadow declared, appearing instantly before blood demon child and launching a fist toward him. Blood demon child's face turned ashen as he retaliated with a furious punch. Boom. Blood Shadow was once again blasted apart, only to swiftly reform and charge at blood demon child once more. Boom. Boom. Observing the golden 9 cages sealing heaven array, Fong Luoling was momentarily struck dumb. She was all too familiar with this formation. In her previous life, she had been forcefully brought back to the Lin family by Lin Haifeng and was well aware that he possessed this array. However, unlike Lin Haifeng's half-divine version, which was considerably weaker, this array's might was unparalleled. Nonetheless, Even that lesser version had elevated Lin Haifeng to one of the most pivotal figures in the Lin family. As she beheld the golden formation, Fang Luoling's mind was flooded with memories. Lin Haifeng's demise now seemed undeniably linked to an ancient vendetta. Boom, boom. Even though Blood Demon Child's strength had plummeted by 60%, Blood Shadow remained his match, being obliterated time and again. After some contemplation, Fang Luoling produced 3 pieces of divine equipment. A kaleidoscope of colors instantly illuminated the skies above Linyang City. Presenting the divine gear was meant to bolster Blood Shadow, for there were no stipulations that restricted its use to only professionals. With the enhancement of divine equipment, Blood Shadow's power would undoubtedly surge. Below, the crowd, witnessing the colorful beams and the terrifying aura emanating from the heavens, was left in utter shock. Is that divine equipment? And 3 pieces at that. Who is she? Why have I never heard of her before? They murmured among themselves. On a dilapidated street, Chen Tian gazed at the sky, his eyes brimming with astonishment. Divine equipment? Could she be the legendary Wu Ming? Yet, it was rumored that Wu Ming was male. Who, then, was she? If she wasn't Wu Ming, how could he explain the unfolding scene? Yet, if she was, how could he reconcile the rumors? Jiang Tian's mind was overwhelmed with confusion. Blood Demon Child's fury ignited upon seeing Fang Luoling bestow 3 pieces of divine equipment upon Blood Shadow. He realized he could barely suppress Blood Shadow now. But if the latter were to wield the divine gear, victory would be uncertain, and he could very well perish here today. Fang Luoling was unconcerned with his plight. She directly equipped Blood Shadow with the divine relics. As Blood Shadow took hold of the 3 divine pieces, his once crimson form underwent a dramatic transformation. Clad in divine boots and armor, wielding a colossal blood-red blade, he resembled a celestial warrior, radiating overwhelming strength and dominion. The distinction of divine equipment lay not only in its absence of professional restrictions, but also in its adaptability to the wearer's physique and stature. Whoosh! Blood Shadow brandished the blood-red blade toward Blood Demon Child, unleashing a fearsome crimson blade aura. This time, Blood Shadow was palpably stronger. Upon witnessing this, Blood Demon Child attempted to evade, but was horrified to find his body had suddenly become immobile. Whoosh! The blood-red blade aura streaked past. Though Blood Demon Child was a being of divine pinnacle, he too was vulnerable to the assaults of divine weaponry, suffering grievous harm, even to the point of death. With a sickening sound, he was cleaved in 2. However, as Blood Demon Child was born of coagulated blood, his life was peculiar. Thus, despite being severed, he did not perish instantaneously. Enraged yet gripped by terror and despair, he could not fathom that a hidden adversary would dare to strike against him. In his fury, fear, and despair, Blood Demon Child did not hesitate. He hastily attempted to merge his divided blood forms. As a member of the Blood Demon clan, as long as his essence remained intact, even if he transformed into blood mist, he could resurrect indefinitely. Yet, at that very moment, he was struck by a chilling realization. One half of his blood form was beyond his control, rendering him incapable of merging back into his complete self. Panic surged within him as he witnessed one half of his blood form rushing toward Blood Shadow. No! Blood Demon Child roared in desperation. He could not comprehend why this was happening. He was born to command blood, yet he had lost dominion over his own essence. Boom! As one half of Blood Demon Child merged with Blood Shadow, an earth-shattering and terrifying aura erupted. Blood Shadow stepped into the apex of divine strength, while Blood Demon Child's own aura plummeted, nearly causing him to fall from divinity. This is impossible. This cannot be real. It must be an illusion. Blood Demon Child was engulfed in absolute hopelessness. You may perish now. Blood Shadow materialized before Blood Demon Child in an instant, delivering a swift strike. The blood-red blade aura flashed like the scythe of death, cleaving into Blood Demon Child, leaving him once more halved. Subsequently, he dissolved into blood and merged back into Blood Shadow's form, causing Blood Shadow's power to surge dramatically. Without granting Blood Demon Child a moment's respite, Blood Shadow unleashed several more blood-red strikes. No! A mournful wail reverberated through the heavens, abruptly cut short. Blood Demon Child was slain. Boom! As all of Blood Demon Child's blood merged with Blood Shadow, his strength soared, sending tremors through the entirety of Linyang City, akin to a cataclysmic earthquake. What is happening? Fang Luoling exclaimed in shock, never expecting that following the amalgamation with Blood Demon Child's essence, Blood Shadow would stand on the brink of becoming an emperor. The inhabitants of Linyang City were paralyzed with fear. During Blood Shadow's battle against Blood Demon Child, they had been fervently cheering him on. Yet now, with Blood Demon Child's demise and Blood Shadow's sudden surge in strength, a wave of terror washed over them, dreading that he might unleash his wrath upon Linyang City. After all, his blood-red visage and ability to assimilate blood made him seem no different from Blood Demon Child in their eyes, and they could not view him as anything but a potential threat. Jiang Tian, witnessing the unfolding events, soared toward the heavens. He sought to uncover the truth of whether this individual was indeed Wu Ming, the last hope of the human race. Bang! Boom! At that very moment, a resounding boom erupted from the heavens above. The crowd, startled, turned their gaze skyward, only to witness the golden barrier overhead shatter into countless fragments. The golden shields from all directions similarly crumbled at that instant. Realization dawned upon them. This was the consequence of the Golden Nine Cage's heavenly formation being obliterated. Strangely, a sense of relief washed over them at this sight. The destruction of the formation from the outside indicated that a powerful being from the Dragon Kingdom had discovered them and was now coming to their rescue. Conversely, the more formidable practitioners among them frowned, particularly those well aware of the Golden Nine Cage's formation. It was important to note that breaching this formation required at least a significant elevation in rank. Just moments ago, both Blood Demon and the Blood Shadow in the sky were beings of divine caliber. Yet, the fact that Blood Demon could not breach the formation suggested that it was divine in nature. To shatter it, one would need to attain the status of an emperor at the very least. This realization made many uneasy. After all, the Dragon Kingdom publicly lacked divine beings, let alone emperors. The sudden emergence of an unknown powerhouse understandably heightened their anxiety. Upon witnessing this scene, Fong Luoling immediately recalled the warning from her elder about a great terror descending. It now appeared that an emperor had indeed arrived, and a true one at that, not merely an incarnation. With this thought, Fong Luoling furrowed her brow in concern. Which emperor could this be? The voice of destiny echoed from the heavens, faint yet imbued with overwhelming celestial might. Upon hearing it, Fong Luoling's expression shifted dramatically. The Chosen One. How could he possibly be here in Linyang City? A great terror, indeed. The Chosen One, the earthly representative of the Heavenly Tao, the leader of the Heavenly Tao Alliance. Wielding emperor-level power, yet his true might surpassed that of even the most formidable emperors. Even in her past life, she had not stood a chance against him. The people of Linyang City were bewildered, yet an inexplicable sense of dread settled in their hearts. The Chosen One? Ling Tian. Why was this lackey suddenly here? Jiang Tian. Upon spotting the youth in the sky, felt his pupils dilate violently, his expression darkening in an instant. As a disciple of the heavenly mechanism, he was well aware of the future threats to humanity, with the Chosen One being among the gravest. He understood the horror and ruthlessness of this being, one who could reduce everything to ashes, never to be reborn. Ling Tian gazed down at the city, speaking with an air of indifference as he extended his palm, gently slapping downward. Boom. A colossal golden hand materialized in the heavens, descending upon Linyang City. Witnessing this, despair engulfed the crowd. They had anticipated the arrival of a divine savior, but instead, they faced a demon. It was evident that the intention was to obliterate Linyang City entirely. Chapter 78, The Arrival of the Emperor, A Clash with the Chosen One. Boom, boom. The enormous golden hand blotted out the sun, completely overshadowing Linyang City, as terrifying sonic booms echoed like divine thunder. Additionally, an overwhelming celestial pressure descended ferociously. Countless spaces shattered in an instant. In that moment, fear and despair consumed all within Linyang City. Having narrowly escaped one calamity, they now faced an even more harrowing disaster. Their anger surged as they realized that the one intent on their annihilation was one of their own, a member of humanity. This betrayal stirred a deep sense of resentment, prompting many to curse in fury. Roar. Just as despair gripped the populace, Blood Shadow, perilously close to Emperor status, suddenly unleashed a formidable aura, striking at the golden hand above with a fierce slash. The terrifying crimson blade radiated with the power to shatter the heavens, simultaneously activating bloodthirst and sky-shattering attributes, further augmenting Blood Shadow's strength. The crowd, witnessing this, began to pray fervently. Boom. The clash erupted in a cataclysmic explosion, akin to millions of atomic bombs detonating concurrently. The shockwave obliterated everything in its path, rendering existence into nothingness. The towering figure of Blood Shadow, nearly 1,000 feet tall, was flung backward by the impact of the golden hand, hurtling toward Linyang City like a colossal mountain. The crowd turned pale at the sight. Many powerful beings hastily fled outside the city. Yet, compared to the massive form of Blood Shadow, they were no more significant than ants. If he were to crash down, Linyang City would be flattened in an instant. But then, in a sudden turn, Blood Shadow's form exploded, transforming into a vast cloud of crimson mist. Though Blood Shadow was on the brink of emperor status, he was still a mere shadow compared to a true emperor. Upon witnessing this transformation, the crowd sighed in relief. However, as they beheld the swirling mist, anxiety crept back in. Yet, recalling Blood Shadow's ability to regenerate infinitely, they felt reassured once more. But just as they anticipated Blood Shadow's reformation for battle, the crimson mist dissipated into the ether. The crowd was left dumbfounded. Fong Luoling was equally bewildered. Blood Shadow had withstood countless obliterations before. Why had he vanished this time? And what of her 3 divine artifacts? Boom. The terrifying shockwaves continued to sweep across the surroundings, shattering numerous spaces. In the remnants of a broken street in Linyang City, Yi Tianming gazed up at the sky in utter despair, his complexion ashen. Just then, a golden radiance enveloped him. When the light faded, Yi Tianming had completely vanished. In a narrow alley 10 kilometers away, Wang Xiaobai also bore a pallid expression. His gaze filled with rage as he looked skyward. Why? Why must the demons seek to annihilate them? Why must even humanity turn against them? What had they done wrong? Wang Xiaobai cried out in anger, his heart filled with bitterness. Why? Why was this happening? After being offered hope, why was it shattered once more? Again and again. He found himself consumed by rage, wishing to shatter the heavens above. He yearned to confront his adversaries and demand an explanation. Wang Xiaobai was the illegitimate son of Wang Tianhao, the head of the Wang family. Because of this status, he had faced humiliation from a young age, even being cast out from the family and watched over by them. His mother had passed away for reasons unknown when he was merely 8. Had circumstances followed their natural course, he would have had no chance to awaken a profession, destined to endure a lifetime of scorn and confinement until one day he could bear it no longer and chose to end his life. However, just yesterday, the Wang family had been obliterated by a mysterious powerful figure, allowing him to escape unscathed. Upon learning this news, Wang Xiaobai nearly fainted from excitement. He repeatedly expressed gratitude to the mysterious figure who had destroyed the Wang family, wishing to serve them in any capacity. What a truly benevolent person. Alas, he had not been the one to vanquish the Wang family. After gaining his freedom, he rushed to the academy, eager to awaken his profession. Yet, due to his unclear identity, he had been turned away. He then dared to venture into the ruins of the Wang family, but found nothing. Ultimately, he had only managed to procure an awakening stone using his mother's relics, believing he was finally on the brink of a turnaround. However, when he awakened, he was struck with bewilderment and despair upon realizing that his class had failed to awaken. After much effort to forcibly awaken his class in the novice dungeon, he encountered an invasion of demonic energy. The series of subsequent events left him oscillating between hope and despair. Just as he managed to persevere, he found himself facing yet another wave of hopelessness. In that moment, Wang Xiaobai fervently wished for unparalleled strength, power enough to fully dictate his own destiny. At that instant, Chen Tian activated the Chaos Mist domain, having just reclaimed the shadow and 3 pieces of divine-grade equipment, when he chanced upon the scene of Wang Xiaobai howling skyward. Is that the lad? Chen Tian recognized Wang Xiaobai immediately, recalling him as the individual he had saved in the novice dungeon. Unwilling to accept defeat, Chen Tian shook his head, stating, "What good is discontent? In this world, absolute power is a myth. No amount of dissatisfaction will change that." He chose to disregard Wang Xiaobai, instead producing a scroll. He had already extended his assistance once. He had shown enough mercy. Wang Xiaobai's fate was his own to confront. At this moment, despair enveloped all within Lingyang City. As they beheld the descent of the golden giant hand, Chen Tian tore through the scroll in his possession. It was a green scroll, at its center a verdant array surrounded by a myriad of mysterious runes that appeared to wriggle like crawling worms. This was the Insectoid Summoning Scroll. Name: Insectoid Summoning Scroll. Level: 1. Quality: Divine. Description: this is a one-time summoning scroll that can randomly summon an insectoid creature, with its level, quality, and power all being random. Hint: this scroll may bring you surprises or shocks. Use it with caution. Previously, Chen Tian had utilized this scroll during a vision of the future, culminating in the arrival of the Emperor of Radiance, who tortured him to death. It was time to settle that score. With his current strength, dispatching the Emperor would pose no challenge. Without hesitation, Chen Tian activated the scroll. Boom! A terrifying green light surged skyward. In his prior vision, he felt an overwhelming sense of danger and impending death. Yet this time, it had no effect on him. The green pillar shot upward, crashing into the golden giant hand. The once invulnerable golden hand erupted in a thunderous explosion. Immediately, a formation appeared in the heavens. And before long, a black hole opened, unleashing a cataclysmic aura. Chen Tian glanced at the black hole in the sky and vanished from his location. When he reappeared, he was beside Feng Luoling, who was enveloped in mist. "Come with me," Chen Tian rasped, and in an instant, they materialized within Lingyang City, enveloped by the domain. The other powerful beings were oblivious to how the two had vanished. Chen Tian had no intention of striking immediately. He planned to let them engage in mutual destruction. Eliminating the two would be no problem for him. Yet, the heavens had proven to be quite treacherous. After the arrival of the Destined One, Ling Tian, he had experienced a foresight of the future. After he had eliminated the Destined One, the heavens had gone mad and engaged him in battle once more. Chen Tian had similarly inflicted severe damage upon the heavens, but this time he did not perish, for he failed to finish off the heavens. Consequently, the heavens retaliated by annihilating the entire world in a mutual destruction scenario. Clearly, he needed to enhance his strength rapidly. As he contemplated this, a summoning portal emerged. The commotion quickly alerted the entire Divine Dragon Kingdom. Powerful beings manifested from thin air, all divine entities. Unlike in his previous foresight, this time they did not appear directly within Lingyang City, but rather 1,000 miles away from the city. Why would Ling Tian suddenly target the city? This was hardly unusual. That madman dared to do anything. "Keep your voice down, or you're as good as dead," someone cautioned. "What is that black hole?" Why does it exude such a terrifying aura? It resembles that of the insectoids. Insectoids? Could this be a wormhole? How could insectoids suddenly appear in human territory? Someone must have used a summoning artifact. Summoning? Are you suggesting that Ling Tian intends to slay someone? The black hole expanded rapidly, swiftly reaching a width of 10,000 feet. Then, a voice resonated from within. I, the Emperor of Radiance, demand to know who has summoned me. A colossal green creature, towering a myriad of feet, emerged from the black hole. The scent of humanity wafted through the air. This is indeed human territory. Splendid. The Emperor of Radiance's face lit up with excitement. The best method for the insectoids to increase their power was to consume humans. This could very well be his opportunity to ascend beyond the Emperor rank. Seeing this unfold, Ling Tian's expression turned frosty as he furrowed his brow. From his elevated position, he coldly addressed the Emperor of Radiance. You foreigner, return whence you came. This is not your domain. Were it not for the need to eliminate the defiant, he would have already struck. But just as he spoke, he noticed that Fong Luoling had vanished into thin air, causing his expression to shift drastically. What is happening? Why can I no longer sense her presence? And who was that individual shrouded in mist? Humph. Ling Tian scoffed. Do you think you can escape unscathed? Nonsense. Defiant one. You shall perish today. As he uttered these words, he prepared to launch another attack on Lingyang City. However, at that moment, the Emperor of Radiance roared in fury. You seek death. How could he, the illustrious Emperor of Radiance, tolerate being told to leave? If he did not slay his opponent today, where would his dignity lie? With that, the Emperor's 1,000-foot green leg launched toward Ling Tian like a massive green blade. Boom. The green radiance instantly illuminated the skies above Lingyang City. A terrifying aura expanding limitlessly. Insect, you have enraged me. Ling Tian bellowed, his eyes filled with intense malice and indifference. He then thrust a finger forward. From the heavens, a golden giant finger descended, colossal and overwhelming, emanating an aura of unspeakable power alongside of vast celestial might. Boom. The golden finger descended like a massive pillar, shaking the very heavens, as countless spaces shattered in its wake. The terrifying aura made the entire world tremble. Bang. The golden finger struck the green leg with the force of a celestial pillar. Boom. The collision produced a deafening roar that echoed throughout the realm. Golden and green radiances erupted simultaneously. In an instant, the sun in the heavens lost its color. The terrifying shockwave. Even a divine being would be reduced to ashes upon contact. The sheer force unleashed in their initial confrontation felt as if it could obliterate the very fabric of reality. This was the might of an emperor, so terrifying that divine beings appeared as mere ants before them. In their first clash, the Emperor of Radiance clearly found himself at a disadvantage, green blood oozing from his leg as he gazed at Ling Tian, his brow furrowed in astonishment. Celestial might? You are the destined one. Knowing this, you will meet your demise. Ling Tian retorted coldly, launching a punch. Heavenly Fist. A colossal golden fist descended from the sky, overshadowing all. Compared to the previous strike, this one was exponentially more powerful, imbued with an even more terrifying celestial might. Furthermore, arcs of golden lightning danced across the fist like electric currents. Boom. As the fist was unleashed, it felt as if the entire world was being suppressed. Damn it. I will have your life. The moment he heard Ling Tian's words, the Emperor of Radiance was instantly enraged. His entire being radiated with overwhelming green light, coalescing into his two sharp legs, unleashing an even more formidable aura that surged forth toward the golden fist. Boom. The collision erupted in a cataclysmic explosion, sending shockwaves that rippled outward like waves, devastating everything in their path. The space within 100 meters shattered instantaneously, transforming into an abyss of darkness. Even though the battle raged above the firmament, Lingyang City still bore the brunt of the aftermath. Had it not been for Chen Tian's prior activation of the domain, it might have been reduced to ashes by now. Boom. The Emperor of Radiance was violently propelled away, his twin spines shattered, green blood gushing forth in torrents. Damn it. The Emperor of Radiance roared, astonished by the terrifying might of the fated one of this era. In a flash, a surge of green light erupted from him, and he charged back into the fray. Boom. Boom. The clash in the heavenly arena continued unabated. In Lingyang City, Chen Tian frowned as he observed the tumultuous heavens. The Emperor of Radiance, you call yourself that, yet you cannot even contend with the envoy of the heavenly Tao. After a moment's contemplation, Chen Tian decided to invoke the blood demon summoning. If one was insufficient, then he would summon another demon. It was the perfect opportunity to eliminate the blood demon emperor as well. With a flourish, a specter of the blood demon materialized above Lingyang City. Meanwhile, in an unknown realm of the demon clan, within a crimson palace, the blood demon emperor abruptly opened his eyes. Who dares summon my phantom? That direction leads to the human realm? The thought of the human race triggered memories of the mysterious figure who had effortlessly dispatched him, igniting a seething hatred within him. The blood demon emperor noticed that a great emperor was currently engaged in battle within the human territory, precisely where his phantom was summoned. What transpired there? Should he investigate? Could this matter be related to that enigmatic figure? The more he pondered, the angrier he became. Ultimately, he vanished from the palace, intent on uncovering the truth. Chapter 79. Provoking Ling Tian, the Blood Demon Emperor takes the blame. Boom, boom. The massive form of the Emperor of Radiance was sent hurtling away like a cannonball, though he managed to halt his flight after 1,000 meters. At this moment, the Emperor of Radiance appeared quite disheveled, drenched in green blood, his towering spines utterly obliterated. Fuming with rage, he glared at Ling Tian and bellowed, "You coward! If you possess the ability, sheath your heavenly might and engage me with your own strength. I shall see if I cannot slay you." In the eyes of the Emperor of Radiance, should his opponent refrain from wielding the power of the heavenly Tao, he would undoubtedly be no match for him. He dared to call himself an emperor, for he was among the most formidable of the insect clan's rulers. Humph! Ling Tian scoffed disdainfully. A mere insect remains an insect. With that, he launched a powerful punch at the Emperor of Radiance. As a chosen one, it was only natural for him to employ the power of the heavenly Tao. Boom, boom. The sound of thunder reverberated as, with the passage of time, green droplets began to fall from the heavens. Any object they touched was corroded instantly. "You may perish," Ling Tian declared, his golden aura radiating magnificently, reminiscent of a divine emperor from the celestial realms, exuding unparalleled majesty and dominance. In stark contrast, the Emperor of Radiance was battered and bruised. Had he not been a formidable figure among the emperors, he might have already perished under the onslaught of divine might. Upon hearing Ling Tian's words, the Emperor of Radiance was consumed by fury. "You wish to kill me? Even if you are a fated one, you shall pay the price." As he spoke, he prepared to unleash the full force of his insect clan's essence. But just then, a figure suddenly materialized between them. This was none other than the manifestation of the Blood Demon Emperor, summoned by Chen Tian. To perform this skill, Chen Tian had expended 1/10 of the Blood Shadow's essence. The strength of the Blood Shadow had plummeted from the brink of Emperor to the peak of deity. Yet, Chen Tian remained untroubled. For it would not be long before the Blood Shadow not only restored itself, but also surpassed the Emperor's threshold. The sudden appearance of this apparition caught both the Emperor of Radiance and Ling Tian off guard, causing them to momentarily freeze. However, it was not long before both felt a surge of anger, as they recognized that the Blood Demon Emperor's manifestation possessed only divine-level power. An Emperor's battle could not be interrupted by a mere divine ant. Ling Tian furrowed his brow and cast a glance down at Lingyang's city, a thought crossing his mind. He immediately unleashed a beam of golden light, silently vowing, "Naive, once I slay this insect, your time shall come." Although he was unaware of who had summoned the Emperor of Radiance, the situation was unmistakably clear. With the emergence of the Blood Demon Emperor's manifestation, he believed this would not impede his pursuit of victory. How laughable. The Emperor of Radiance had initially intended to strike the Blood Demon Emperor's manifestation with a punch. He, an esteemed emperor, could not allow a mere divine ant to interfere, regardless of the latter's motives. However, an astonishing and unbelievable scene unfolded before him. The ant, which should have been easily vanquished, remained unaffected, as though Ling Tian's attack had been a mere illusion. The terrifying golden light struck the Blood Demon Emperor's manifestation, and instead of suffering damage, it disintegrated into nothingness as if it were a candle subjected to overwhelming heat. What? Ling Tian was equally taken aback. He had unleashed what appeared to be a casual attack, yet it was formidable enough that even ordinary emperors would need to exert their utmost to withstand it. Yet now, it had been effortlessly repelled by a mere ant. How could he not be astonished? Ling Tian, unwilling to concede, launched another punch. Boom. A terrifyingly massive golden hand descended upon the Blood Demon Emperor's manifestation. The space, which had only just stabilized, shattered once more. This time, Ling Tian clearly exerted his full strength. The disparity between their auras was monumental, akin to that of a dragon confronting an ant. With this strike, the Blood Demon Emperor's manifestation was assuredly destined for obliteration. Yet, once again, the outcome mirrored the previous encounter. As the golden hand made contact with the Blood Demon Emperor's manifestation, the once cataclysmic force dissipated entirely. Ling Tian's expression soured, his brow furrowing in disbelief. It was only at this moment that he realized he had underestimated the anomaly before him. No wonder the heavens had decreed that he should eliminate this foe. The Emperor of Radiance was likewise astounded. He was all too familiar with Ling Tian's prowess, yet the results were beyond comprehension. Contemplating this, the Emperor of Radiance's initial resolve to fight to the death began to waver. Perhaps this was his opportunity for escape. 1,000 miles away, a deity recognized the manifestation of the Blood Demon Emperor. Is that the Blood Demon Emperor? No, merely his manifestation. But why is his manifestation so peculiar? That is Ling Tian. Why are his attacks ineffective against the Blood Demon Emperor's manifestation? They sensed the situation growing increasingly bizarre, their curiosity piqued. Just then, amidst the musings of the deities, a voice erupted in astonishment. What the hell? Old Spirit, why are you making such a fuss? Just look for yourselves. Upon hearing the Old Spirit's words, the other deities hastily turned their gazes. But in the next moment, astonishment washed over them. What the hell? The Blood Demon Emperor is astonishingly bold. How dare you speak like that? What's there to fear? Did you not see that even Ling Tian was powerless against him? They exclaimed. Is the Blood Demon Emperor not also an emperor? How can he so nonchalantly withstand Ling Tian's terrifying strikes? Has he perhaps broken through to become an emperor above? On the other side, after enduring 2 of Ling Tian's attacks, the Blood Demon Emperor's manifestation suddenly turned to Ling Tian and mockingly grinned. Old dog, have you not eaten today? Is that all the strength you possess? You would be better off returning home. No, to your doghouse, where you might still enjoy a bone. Ling Tian, beside him. The Emperor of Radiance's eyes widened in shock and disbelief, quickly followed by exhilaration. He relished the words spoken. Old dog, doghouse, you are incapable? Enjoy a bone. The Emperor of Radiance could no longer contain himself. Although he understood what a fated one represented, the truth remained. They were, indeed, the hounds of the heavenly Tao. But in this situation, who would dare to entertain such thoughts, given that their master was the heavenly Tao itself, with the heavenly Tao as his backing? Ling Tian could undoubtedly claim to be second only to the heavens themselves. If given the chance, anyone would aspire to usurp his position. However, at this moment, the Blood Demon Emperor's avatar uttered these words, which served to drag Ling Tian's dignity through the mud, grinding it into the ground. I shall slay you. Ling Tian seethed with fury, an overwhelming aura of terror erupting forth. The oppressive might of the heavens reached its zenith, causing the very world to shudder violently, as if on the brink of annihilation. At this moment, Ling Tian was entirely consumed by rage. He unleashed a fist towards the Blood Demon Emperor's avatar, infusing it with the full force of his celestial might, convinced that his opponent would not withstand it. Boom! A cataclysmic golden fist shadow erupted, instantly rendering the space of the celestial dome into nothingness. The heavens dimmed in an instant, as if the true apocalypse had descended. All the powerful beings in the world felt the overwhelming force of the attack, and they furrowed their brows in confusion. What transpired? Why was Ling Tian in such a frenzy? In Lingyang City, Chen Tian wore a satisfied smile as he gazed into the distance. He promptly retracted the chaotic mist domain, severing his control over the Blood Demon Emperor's avatar. Boom! With the chaotic mist domain no longer obstructing him, the Blood Demon Emperor's avatar was instantly obliterated by Ling Tian's terrifying assault. Boom! A dreadful aura swept across the heavens for miles. The sky above turned pitch black in an instant. Aside from Lingyang City, all other cities transformed from daylight to darkness. Upon witnessing this scene, the Emperor of Radiance felt his pupils tremble. He had not anticipated such formidable power from his opponent. Seeing the Blood Demon Emperor's avatar vanish, he could not help but frown. This was troublesome. But just then, he suddenly directed his gaze towards a certain direction, his previously furrowed brow twisting into a peculiar expression. Ling Tian, relieved by the demise of the Blood Demon Emperor's avatar, exhaled softly. The earlier events had been too bizarre. Fortunately, it appeared that everything had come to an end. It was time to eradicate all remaining troubles. Yet, at that moment, Ling Tian's gaze shifted sharply towards a certain direction, his previously tranquil eyes transforming into a fierce, cold glare, his very countenance contorting with rage. Blood Warlord, I shall see you dead. Ling Tian, at this moment, could no longer concern himself with whether Blood Warlord was involved. All he desired was to eliminate him. In the distance, the Blood Demon Emperor, witnessing the terrifying battle erupting above Lingyang City and realizing his avatar's disappearance, frowned and hastened his pace, arriving just 1,000 miles away from Lingyang City in mere moments. Yet, before he could ascertain what had transpired, an enraged voice echoed forth, accompanied by a terrifying aura and an intense murderous intent that locked onto him. Blood Warlord. Chapter 80. The Death of Blood Warlord. Senior, thank you for saving me. Fang Luoling exclaimed, looking at Chen Tian, enveloped in mist. She quickly expressed her gratitude, then inquired, Senior, may I ask where my young master is? She had no interest in the battle above the heavens. Had it not been for her young master, she would never have intervened. In her eyes, nothing else mattered but him. Isn't that your young master? Chen Tian remarked, gesturing towards a figure approaching from the distance. Identical to himself, it was his avatar. Within the domain, Chen Tian could make others perceive whatever he wished. Even the professional panel information was flawlessly presented. Chen Tian had originally intended to reveal the truth to Fang Luoling, to inform her that the senior was indeed him. However, the current situation was rather complex, fraught with potential complications. The celestial mandate had suddenly appeared, intent on destroying Lingyang City. Surely, this was due to the heavenly Tao sensing something amiss, seeking to eliminate him as a potential threat. In such circumstances, the heavenly Tao would undoubtedly be monitoring all occurrences within Lingyang City. Chen Tian summoned the Emperor of Radiance and the Blood Demon Emperor with the intent of obscuring their vision, preventing the heavenly Tao from discerning his true identity. While Chen Tian could conceal the heavenly secrets, Fang Luoling could not. Due to her status as the spokesperson for the Divine Master, others could not predict her. However, this did not mean the heavenly Tao could not perceive her existence. Otherwise, they would not have dispatched the celestial mandate. Ling Tian, to take action. Thus, the best course of action was to ensnare both the Emperor of Radiance and the Blood Demon Emperor. This would buy Feng Luoling ample time. Are you alright, young master? Upon seeing Chen Tian's avatar, Feng Luoling hurriedly asked. I am fine, Chen Tian's avatar replied, shaking his head. Of course. It was still Chen Tian manipulating events from the shadows, as the avatar bore no emotions. Blood Warlord, I shall see you dead. Just as Feng Luoling was about to inquire about her young master's condition, Ling Tian's furious voice resounded from the heavens, transforming into a streak of golden light that appeared 1,000 miles beyond Lingyang City. Above Lingyang City, the Emperor of Radiance, witnessing this, contemplated retreating into the black hole. When he had previously entered the realm of humankind, he had considered this due to his awareness of the heavenly Tao's animosity towards them, even seeking the annihilation of the entire human race. Surely, annihilating a few humans would pose no issue. However, who could have anticipated the celestial mandate would manifest here? Unable to contend with his opponent, he had no intention of foolishly remaining. This was not an act of retreat, but rather a temporary withdrawal. Bang! Just as the Emperor of Radiance was about to enter the black hole, a golden light suddenly struck the black hole, obliterating it completely. Ling Tian, the Emperor of Radiance, was instantly furious. His decision to retreat had already been a significant loss of face. Now, with the black hole utterly destroyed, his escape route was effectively sealed. While he could still attempt to open a black hole, he could not immediately forge a path to the insectoid realm. Even if he could, it would be impossible to leave now, for doing so would only suggest he was no match for Ling Tian, utterly shattering his dignity. Swish! The Emperor of Radiance transformed into a green streak of light, charging towards Ling Tian. With his path blocked, he resolved to eliminate Ling Tian first. Even if he could not kill him, he aimed to severely injure him. Otherwise, once Ling Tian dispatched the Blood Warlord, he would share a similarly dire fate. As for an alliance, that was entirely coerced by Ling Tian. With the assistance of celestial might, they would have no issue joining forces. Boom! Blood Warlord, upon sensing Ling Tian's sudden assault, hastily attempted to defend himself, but under the oppressive influence of celestial might, he was sent flying by a single punch. A rain of blood began to pour from the sky. In Lingyang City, upon witnessing this, Chen Tian vanished without a trace. Such a copious amount of blood could not be wasted, especially not that of an emperor. Senior, Feng Luoling wanted to ask why he had saved her and her young master, but his speed was too swift, leaving her no time to speak. Without further thought, she produced a ring, the heavenly secret ring, of which she possessed 5 in total. Here, young master, take this. Heavenly dome. Boom. Blood Warlord, sent hurtling away, seethed with fury. Damn it, Ling Tian, what madness has overtaken you? If you do not wish for me to appear in the realm of humanity, then I shall take my leave now. Ling Tian's inexplicable attack left him puzzled. He could not fathom another reason. Though he was not insignificant among emperors, compared to Ling Tian, who wielded celestial might, he was no match. While admitting this would be humiliating, it paled in comparison to the value of his life. Blood Warlord found himself perplexed. For had not Ling Tian always targeted humanity, seeking their destruction? Just previously, he had endeavored to utilize their demon race to invade humanity, aiming to obliterate them entirely. Yet now, as he appeared among the humans, Ling Tian inexplicably attacked. Blood Warlord was left wishing to question Ling Tian's sanity. Wish to depart? Allow me to escort you. Ling Tian replied with a cold smile, launching another fist. Blood Demon Emperor Shui Wuba wore a countenance of pure rage. One could assert that he was utterly incensed at this moment. It was one thing for his opponent to strike without provocation, but to abandon his dignity and attempt to retreat only to be relentlessly pursued was intolerable. In that instant, even if he were to fall short in combat, he resolved to engage in a struggle. Otherwise, he, the Blood Demon Emperor, would henceforth be the disgrace of the entire demon clan, a shame among emperors. With this thought, he acted decisively. His entire being was enveloped in a shroud of inky demonic energy as he unleashed the Blood Demon Overlord body and the Blood Demon true form. In an instant, his stature surged to an immense height. He aimed a foot at Ling Tian, who appeared as mere dust before him, intending to crush him underfoot. Humph! Ling Tian scoffed, responding with a punch directed at the descending giant foot. Boom! His fist shattered Shui Wuba's colossal foot, causing the latter to grimace in pain. Realizing Ling Tian's formidable strength, Shui Wuba let out a furious roar, launching a massive punch towards him. However, just as the punch was about to reach Ling Tian, it was suddenly enveloped in a layer of dark, scaly armor. The infinite heaven and earth fist. At that moment, when the gigantic punch was on the verge of striking, Ling Tian summoned forth his most terrifying skill. He intended to eliminate Shui Wuba first before dealing with the Emperor of Radiance. Though seething with anger, he was acutely aware that he had been ensnared. Not only him, but the Emperor of Radiance and Shui Wuba were also caught in the same trap. Yet, knowing this did not deter him from his resolve to annihilate Shui Wuba. Regardless of the previous Blood Shadow's connection to Shui Wuba, he would still pursue his demise. This was the inherent dominion of one destined for greatness. As the infinite heaven and earth fist was unleashed, Ling Tian's form vanished in an instant, reappearing at the center of Shui Wuba's brow, where he thrust forth a golden fist. Shui Wuba's howl was filled with despair, rage, and reluctance. His enormous head was obliterated by the minuscule yet formidable golden fist. The terrifying might of the heavens shattered his soul. Shui Wuba's towering form disintegrated. Chapter 81. Ling Tian, gravely wounded, makes his escape. The Emperor of Radiance meets his end. Witnessing this scene, all the deities were left in utter shock. Shui Wuba had perished far too swiftly. No one anticipated Ling Tian had been holding back. His power had transcended that of an emperor, albeit slightly, yet it was indeed a transcendence. Coupled with his command over heavenly might, Shui Wuba's demise was hardly unjust. A sky filled with blood mist soon ushered in a rain of crimson. Chen Tian observed this spectacle with a smile. Without breaking a sweat, he had effortlessly dispatched Shui Wuba. However, his true exhilaration stemmed from the prospect of Shui Wuba's blood. With it, the blood shadow could ascend to the level of an emperor, and not just any emperor, but one of utmost prowess. It was time to wrap things up. As Chen Tian spoke, the domain of chaotic mist was fully activated, enveloping a radius of 1,000 kilometers. Regardless of the blood rain or the fates of Ling Tian and the Emperor of Radiance, they were all ensnared within. In the heavens above, Ling Tian, having slain Shui Wuba, turned to face the oncoming Emperor of Radiance. The latter's eyes widened in terror, his expression one of disbelief. He had not anticipated Ling Tian's terrifying capabilities. It dawned on him that during their previous battle, Ling Tian had not exerted his full strength. Without a moment's hesitation, the Emperor turned to flee. When the disparity in power was so overwhelming, dignity and pride became inconsequential. However, if one faced an adversary capable of annihilating them in an instant, to stand firm in foolish defiance would be the mark of a fool. Yet, at that moment, an astonishing scene unfolded. What had once been Shui Wuba, now entirely obliterated and transformed into a torrent of blood, suddenly coalesced at an astonishing speed, restoring itself in the blink of an eye, and even experiencing a surge in power, reaching the pinnacle of an emperor. In an instant, before Ling Tian could react, a punch was unleashed. Boom. The sheer force of the attack was monumental, akin to a mountain crashing down. The speed was so swift that Ling Tian was unable to respond, sent hurtling away with a resounding impact. As he soared through the air, he coughed up blood. Ling Tian's countenance darkened to an extreme, enveloped in disbelief and confusion. His soul had been utterly obliterated. How could he possibly revive? Not only he, but the Emperor of Radiance and the other deities were equally perplexed. The destruction of one's soul signified true demise. If it were a human, perhaps the possession of a miraculous item could account for resurrection, but Shui Wuba belonged to the demon clan and had no profession. Thus, he could not enter an instance. Even if he had slain a human to acquire an item, it would be unusable to him. This limitation was imposed by the instance on other races. Of course, humans were exempt from such restrictions when assimilating the essence of other races. Ling Dog, if you wish to kill me, be prepared to die yourself. Shui Wuba's towering form, with blood-red eyes ablaze, radiated an aura of terrifying blood energy, resembling a blood demon. His voice was thunderous and domineering, echoing throughout the divine dragon kingdom. With that, his immense form vanished, only to reappear behind Ling Tian, delivering another devastating punch without granting him any chance to react. You seek death. Ling Tian's face was grim as fury surged within him. As the destined one, this was the first time he had suffered such a setback. If he failed to eliminate Shui Wuba today, his dignity would be irreparably tarnished. Ling Tian prepared to unleash his power in retaliation. However, just as he commenced his attack, a sudden, excruciating pain coursed through his abdomen, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. That momentary delay allowed Shui Wuba's fearsome punch to crash into him. Bang! Boom! Uft! The sound echoed like a terrifying thunderclap, rendering any attempt to cover one's ears futile. Ling Tian was again sent flying, this time suffering even greater injuries. Blood gushing forth uncontrollably. After delivering one punch, Shui Wuba's form vanished once more. When he reappeared, he was again behind Ling Tian. Ling Tian's face was a mask of rage, and he attempted to wield his power once more, but once again, a sharp pain erupted in his abdomen, interrupting his effort. Boom! With another punch, the heavens trembled. Ling Tian was hurled away once more. The scene unfolded as if Ling Tian were a mere fly, swatted back and forth. The Emperor of Radiance and the other deities stood agape, their minds swirling with confusion. Was Shui Wuba truly that terrifying? If so, why had he been so swiftly vanquished by Ling Tian earlier? And why was Ling Tian not retaliating? Given the disparity in strength, he should not have been reduced to such a pitiful state without a counterattack. Yet, the situation unfolded precisely as it did. There was undoubtedly something amiss. Ling Dog, you will die? Shui Wuba roared, unleashing another colossal punch, infused with an overwhelming torrent of blood energy. The space around him shattered as the heavens trembled violently. It was evident that Shui Wuba was expending all his might, intent on annihilating Ling Tian with a single blow. At that moment, Ling Tian's complexion had darkened to its utmost, sensing the imminent threat as Shui Wuba advanced. He summoned every ounce of his strength, but once more, a searing pain surged through his abdomen. This was no mere coincidence. There was clearly someone scheming against him from the shadows. In that instant, the thought of the rebellious one crossed his mind. Only now did Ling Tian comprehend the true terror of the rebellious one. With mere manipulation from the shadows, they could toy with them as if they were puppets. He had previously known that both the Emperor of Radiance and Shui Wuba were ensnared in the same plot. Yet he had fallen victim to the very same scheme. The principal reason was his arrogance, his belief in his own superiority, dismissing all others. As he felt the oppressive aura bearing down upon him, Ling Tian understood that if he did not retaliate this time, he would perish here. He raised his head and roared in defiance, "Kill!" His eyes were bloodthirsty, and this time he unleashed his most terrifying power with reckless abandon. The decree of destiny descended. A series of formidable celestial might appeared out of thin air above his being. Boom! The overwhelming celestial force, vast and boundless, was so terrifying that it turned the very fabric of yin and yang upside down, plunging the world into chaos. Die! In an instant, a radiant golden light enveloped Ling Tian, resembling a divine being from the heavens, as he launched a punch directly at Shui Wuba. Immediately, a terrifying golden fist beam erupted forth. Wherever it passed, the space instantaneously dissolved into nothingness. The horror of this punch transcended the earthly realm. Boom! Upon collision, the entire world shook violently, as if the apocalypse had arrived. Boom! This time, Shui Wuba was utterly obliterated. Ling Tian was not much better off. He coughed up a mouthful of blood, sustaining grave injuries. Part of the damage was inflicted by Shui Wuba, but more significantly, it was the result of forcibly invoking the decree of destiny, which summoned the terrifying celestial might. Indeed, he was a being of destiny. Yet, the celestial might he commanded was not without its limitations. Beyond the confines of his own control, there were constraints imposed by the heavenly principles that prevented him from wielding it entirely. After all, that power belonged solely to the heavens. Boom! After annihilating Shui Wuba, the fearsome fist beam surged backward with ferocity. It seemed that the Emperor of Light, Huang Tiangdi, was unfortunate enough to find himself precisely in the path of the fist beam's trajectory. Witnessing this, the Emperor's face turned ashen, and without a moment's hesitation, he attempted to evade. However, at that instant, an unseen and mysterious force descended, directly suppressing him. Huang Tiangdi. It was only at this moment that he realized he had been ensnared. Since his summoning, it felt as though an infinite hand had been orchestrating everything. Aside from himself, he recalled Shui Wuba and pondered why Ling Tian had suddenly appeared here. Yet, understanding was one thing. Being able to resist was quite another. At this juncture, he began to feel a pang of regret. Had he known, he would have returned to the insect clan domain obediently. No. As he felt the terrifying fist beam approach, the Emperor of Light let out a desperate roar, watching helplessly as his body was obliterated. His soul was extinguished. Boom! His towering form was annihilated. Ling Tian, some distance away, turned pale as a sheet, acutely aware of the Emperor's unusual fate. Previously, he had thought that the defier of fate would not dare to reveal himself, believing his strength to be inferior. Yet now, it was clear he had been gravely mistaken. The opponent's power had undoubtedly surpassed that of an emperor. Otherwise, they could not have influenced him from the shadows without revealing themselves. Without a moment's thought, Ling Tian vanished from his location. He fled. The deities observing this scene also hastily departed, having discerned the peculiarities at play. It was evident that this battle of emperors was being manipulated from behind the scenes. Ling Tian had escaped gravely injured, and two emperors lay dead, as mere lesser deities. They dared not linger any longer. They fled. As for the soul of Huang Tiangdi, Chen Tian did not pursue Ling Tian as he watched him escape. He placed the shadow of blood into his task space and vanished from sight. The earlier resurrection of Shui Wuba had not been genuine. It was merely a guise orchestrated by the blood shadow, utilizing the chaos mist domain, rendering Ling Tian and the others unable to see through it. Ling Tian and Huang Tiangdi's peculiarities were also the result of his manipulation within the chaos mist domain. In Lingyang City, Fang Luoling also sensed the oddity, recalling the sudden departure of the elder, and she speculated in her heart, could it be the elder? Yet, what astonished her even more was the divine lord. For just as Ling Tian descended, she had triggered a new task. The task was to eliminate the being of destiny, Ling Tian. The reward was unknown. Upon receiving this task, she felt somewhat dazed. After all, with her current strength, she was no match for Ling Tian. It was only after Ling Tian fled, gravely injured, that she came to a realization. It seemed that everything had been calculated by the divine lord. Previously, when she triggered the heavenly scheme task, she had doubted whether the divine lord could perceive the secrets of the heavenly principles. Yet now, it was evident that everything was under the divine lord's control. Who exactly are you, divine lord? Fang Luoling pondered, oblivious to the fact that beside her, Chen Tian had transformed into his true self. feeling her unspoken thoughts and wryly rubbing his nose. He wished to inform Fong Luoling, but he could not eliminate the heavenly principles in an instant. Who knew if unforeseen events might arise? He could not predict the future at all times. If he inadvertently caused the world to collapse, it would not matter to him. But if Fong Luoling were to perish, would he not be left alone in this world? Furthermore, if he could not even protect his own maid, how could he face himself? Allowing Ling Tian to escape was equally a reluctant necessity. Killing him would drive the heavenly principles into madness. Damn it. The heavenly principles must be insane. It was evident that he needed to enhance his strength swiftly. If he could control the heavenly principles, he would torment them until they begged for life, yet found no escape, watching them repeatedly choose mutual destruction. As Chen Tian contemplated, his gaze shifted, for he now possessed a soul that required his careful attention. That would be the soul of Huang Tiangdi. Previously, he had foreseen the future and endured torment. Now, it was his turn to inflict torment upon the other. The cycle of heavenly retribution is relentless. Who can escape the grasp of fate? Chen Tian turned to Fong Luoling and spoke. Little Ling, let us depart and gather our belongings. We can no longer remain in Lingyang City. It is time to leave. At that moment, Lingyang City lay in ruins, a desolate wasteland. Many lives had been lost this time. As they walked, numerous people were weeping in sorrow. Yet, none of this affected Chen Tian in the slightest. Previously, when the heavenly principles spoke, nearly everyone cursed him. These people failed to consider who their true enemy was. Just because the enemy was the heavens and not the human race, they believed the adversary's claims were valid. Such individuals were fortunate that Chen Tian had not personally dealt with them. Moreover, if it were not for Chen Tian's intervention, all the inhabitants of Lingyang City would have perished. No, there was one person remaining, Yi Tianming. Chen Tian had discovered that he had just departed. This was the handiwork of the heavenly principles. Yi Tianming was unlike Ling Tian. Ling Tian primarily sought to suppress and dismantle the human race, while Yi Tianming was more of a puppet master. Had it not been for Chen Tian's unexpected interference, if Yi Tianming had cooperated with Ling Tian, it would not have taken long for the human race to be utterly destroyed. Even if they were not annihilated, they would have been completely subjugated by the heavenly principles. Regardless of the outcome, it would signify the demise of the human race. Wang Xiaobai, you worthless fool. I never imagined you not only survived, but also awakened your profession. Just as Chen Tian and Fong Luoling passed through a desolate area, a cold voice rang out from a distance. Wang Xiaobai? Chen Tian was taken aback upon hearing the voice. Could it be that fellow? However, he dismissed it as inconsequential. No matter what the other party did or encountered, it was of no concern to him. But at that moment, Fong Luoling suddenly came to a halt, her brow furrowing in recognition. It's him. Fong Luoling speculated inwardly. It cannot be wrong. It is indeed him. What's wrong? Chen Tian asked hastily upon noticing her reaction. Upon hearing Fong Luoling's thoughts, he immediately activated his domain, quickly comprehending the unfolding events. It was indeed that Wang Xiaobai. However, it appeared that he was in trouble. Even if he was aware, he would not extend his assistance. After all, it was the other party's own affair. He would not help merely because he had once saved the other, or because the other's mindset resembled his own in the past. What intrigued Chen Tian further was Fong Luoling's response. It seemed she recognized that rotund individual. Young master, I think. Fong Luoling began, her cheeks flushing crimson. She yearned to express her desire to engage in intimacy, yet the words remained unspoken on her lips, shrouded in uncertainty. Young master, please wait here for me. I shall return shortly, she declared, and with that, Fong Luoling vanished from sight in an instant. Does that rotund fellow harbor a grudge against Fong Luoling? Chen Tian pondered, observing her departing figure with a furrowed brow. Though she concealed it well, an intense aura of murderous intent flickered within her eyes. Should he eliminate that portly man outright? Chen Tian contemplated, only to shake his head in negation. Given Fong Luoling's current prowess, any opponent short of a deity would be effortlessly dispatched. Meanwhile, curiosity stirred within him regarding the identity of that chubby individual. Chapter 82. The Second Cultivation of Gods and Demons. Profession, War God. Beside the ruins, a rotund figure clad in black loomed ominously, gazing down upon a youth sprawled upon the ground with a chilling detachment, his eyes brimming with an icy disdain and a fierce murderous intent. Wang Tianbao, I never imagined you survived. Wang Xiaobai's expression turned ashen, realizing that he had presumed the Wang family to be entirely annihilated, only to find himself confronted by the most detestable of them all, Wang Tianbao, who had inadvertently crossed his path. Wang Xiaobai understood that his fate was sealed. Should he fall into Wang Tianbao's clutches, death was certain. No, it would be a fate worse than death. You worthless wretch. Even if you were to die 1,000 times, I would remain unscathed, Wang Tianbao replied coldly. The horrific events unfolding in Lingyang City had nearly terrified him into submission. He had thought his end was nigh, yet the series of unforeseen events had instead afforded him an escape, fortuitously leading him to this useless fool. With that, Wang Tianbao delivered a swift kick toward Wang Xiaobai. Bang! Wang Xiaobai was propelled through the air, crashing into the ground, blood spurting forth. Uft! He felt as though his very body were disintegrating, the excruciating pain nearly robbing him of breath. He glared at Wang Tianbao, roaring, "If you have the guts, kill me now. Otherwise, I shall repay you tenfold in the future." Aware of his imminent demise, Wang Xiaobai refused to grovel, seeking instead to provoke his adversary into delivering a swift end. "Wanna die? It won't be that simple. I intend to torment you slowly, piece by piece. Until your last breath," Wang Tianbao retorted, his expression morphing into a cold smirk. He then stomped down upon Wang Xiaobai's leg. Crack! Ah! The sound of shattering bone echoed as Wang Xiaobai emitted a harrowing scream, the intense agony twisting his features into a grotesque mask of suffering. Wang Tianbao's face lit up with satisfaction, reveling in the torment he inflicted. Yet this was merely the beginning. It was far from sufficient. He desired to prolong Wang Xiaobai's suffering until death claimed him. Approaching the wretched Wang Xiaobai, he viciously crushed the other leg underfoot. Crack! Ah! The pitiful cries drew the attention of onlookers, who, though horrified, remained rooted in place, unwilling to intervene. Wang Tianbao, at the peak of the 6th rank, rendered them powerless. Even if they could confront him, they would choose to spectate rather than interfere. "Wang Tianbao, you scoundrel!" Wang Xiaobai bellowed defiantly. Even in this dire moment, he showed no signs of surrender. "You seek your own demise," Wang Tianbao snarled, unleashing another brutal kick at Wang Xiaobai. Bang! Wang Xiaobai was sent hurtling away like a cannonball. Crash! He crashed into the rubble, a thunderous roar echoing as dust billowed, obscuring his fate. Yet Wang Tianbao did not depart, for he would not leave until he had reduced Wang Xiaobai to nothing but ash. "Wang Tianbao, it is indeed you. Prepare to meet your end." Suddenly, a voice filled with rage and icy resolve pierced the air. Upon hearing it, Wang Tianbao turned swiftly, only to be met with the sight of a woman charging toward him. Just as he was about to shout in anger, his complexion drained of color upon recognizing her. "You!" Wang Tianbao gasped, realizing she was none other than the formidable figure who had slain the blood demon god. The newcomer was, of course, Feng Luoling, though she had altered her appearance. "This is not my doing. All of this was forced upon me by Wang Tianhao," Wang Tianbao hastily explained, but before he could finish, his legs were obliterated. "Ah!" A scream more agonizing than Wang Xiaobai's erupted from him as Feng Luoling continued her assault, shattering his remaining hand with a single punch. With his visage paling and contorted in agony, Wang Tianbao was engulfed by despair and terror, yet even more so by confusion and bewilderment. Why was she not ending his life outright, but instead opting to torment him? Bang! Pain surged once more, interrupting his thoughts as his cries filled the air. "Ah! Ah!" In the distance, the barely conscious Wang Xiaobai struggled to lift his head, and upon witnessing Wang Tianbao's torment, an unexpected smile broke upon his face, a radiant, beautiful smile that surprisingly alleviated much of his own resentment, as if the pain within him had miraculously dissipated. Wang Xiaobai felt an urge to laugh uproariously, but as he opened his mouth, blood erupted forth, staining his clothes and the earth. He realized that this time, his demise was imminent. Suddenly, a figure enveloped in mist appeared before him. "I offer you a chance, submit to me, and I can save your life." The figure was none other than Chen Tian. Initially, he had no intention of intervening, believing that one's fate should be shaped by their own actions. Yet something about Wang Xiaobai piqued his interest. Though he seemed to be the unluckiest of souls, as if fate itself conspired against him, he also managed to escape death time and again. For instance, in this very moment, Chen Tian had intended to remain uninvolved. However, he hadn't anticipated that Feng Luoling, driven by a vendetta against Wang Tianbao from her past life, would once again alter Wang Xiaobai's destiny. Thus, Chen Tian grew curious to witness whether Wang Xiaobai, gravely injured and on the brink of death, would indeed succumb. Employing his foresight, he discovered that this Wang Xiaobai, though not a child of destiny, possessed a fate akin to that of one. Chen Tian discerned that he was marked for survival. Even without his intervention, Wang Xiaobai would not perish. A rather unique individual would come to his rescue. Chen Tian's eyes sparkled with a newfound idea. If the heavenly order orchestrated all, why could he not become the ultimate puppeteer behind the scenes? Just as it seemed fate had secured its victory, it would soon find itself surrounded. Of course, Chen Tian's choice to assist Wang Xiaobai stemmed from the belief that he would not harbor resentment toward him. In a previous vision, during his battle against the heavenly order, he had been vilified by many, yet this young man had instead denounced the heavens. Thus, Chen Tian surmised that Wang Xiaobai might be inherently destined to confront the heavenly order. The thought of swiftly vanquishing the heavenly order excited and thrilled Chen Tian. But what would it be like if one day, merely his subordinates could annihilate the heavenly order? The mere contemplation sent waves of exhilaration through him. "Save me? Who are you?" Wang Xiaobai queried, hesitating to acquiesce immediately. Though he desired to live, he refused to be shackled as a slave. He had endured enough of that life. Therefore, he sought clarity. Upon hearing Wang Xiaobai's words, Chen Tian frowned slightly, then replied nonchalantly, "Does it truly matter? It matters greatly. I have toiled like a beast all my life, enduring humiliation since childhood. Wang Xiaobai exerted all his strength to speak. What is the meaning of living like this? I would rather not live at all. Hearing Wang Xiaobai's words, Chen Tian shook his head and replied, so be it. Take care of yourself. Since the other party did not submit to him, he had no intention of offering assistance. After all, the cultivation of divine and demonic powers required absolute loyalty to establish a bond. May I ask you a question? Just as Chen Tian was about to depart, Wang Xiaobai suddenly spoke, his voice brimming with earnestness, indicating that it was a matter of great significance to him. Chen Tian furrowed his brow, pondering for a moment before inquiring, what question do you have? Senior, do you know who annihilated the Wang family? If you do, please tell me, Wang Xiaobai implored. He understood that he was nearing death, yet he yearned to uncover the identity of the one responsible for the destruction of his family. Without this knowledge, he would remain shrouded in darkness for eternity. Time was of the essence, and he suspected that the enigmatic figure before him might possess the answer. If he could learn the truth before his demise, he would die without regret. Chen Tian regarded Wang Xiaobai with a peculiar expression, contemplating before asking. If I were to say that I was the one who destroyed the Wang family, what would you do? Wang Xiaobai was momentarily taken aback, processing the revelation for several seconds before responding with utmost reverence. Thank you, Senior. His eyes glistened with unshed tears. As for whether the other party was deceiving him, there was no need for such trickery. A powerful individual could be arrogant, ruthless, and self-serving, but they would not resort to deceit over trivial matters. Even if his talents were extraordinary, Chen Tian would not deceive him for such reasons. The answer lay in the dignity of the strong. Senior, I pledge my loyalty to your wishes, Wang Xiaobai declared without hesitation upon realizing that Chen Tian was the one who could liberate him from his torment. He had sworn since childhood that whoever helped him escape his suffering, he would be willing to follow them, even to death. Furthermore, the other party had not only aided him, but had also annihilated the Wang family. Now, he was on the verge of salvation. By this logic, his life was already forfeit to Chen Tian. What did it matter to submit to him? Chen Tian was taken aback, questioning whether Wang Xiaobai's reaction was somewhat excessive. He intended to clarify what he meant by submission, absolute loyalty. However, at that moment, he was once again startled by the system notification, divine and demonic cultivation. Binding entity, Feng Luoling. Binding requirement, 100% loyalty. Potential binding entity, Wang Xiaobai. Cultivation feedback, divine artifact Tianji ring, for pieces. Description. This golden finger can cultivate myriad beings into divine and demonic entities, with the cultivation method determined by the host, who can embody the system, golden finger, external aid. Personal mentor, talent, divine spokesperson, or demon king's avatar. After some contemplation, Chen Tian continued. To submit to me means you must obey my commands. Should you betray me, I will ensure that your existence becomes a living hell. No matter where you hide, I will find you. This is your final opportunity. Once bound through divine and demonic cultivation, the loyalty would remain immutable. As a powerful entity, Chen Tian naturally had to embody the bearing of a strong individual. I am willing, Wang Xiaobai readily assented without a moment's thought. Previously, he might have harbored some concerns, but now they evaporated entirely. The fact that the other party was willing to offer guidance and another chance indicated that he was a principled individual. Submitting to him might not be a negative outcome, and it could indeed be an opportunity. After affirming his loyalty, Wang Xiaobai respectfully added, I pay my respects to my master. Excellent, Chen Tian responded, satisfied with Wang Xiaobai's demeanor. In that case, I shall grant you an opportunity. With that, he promptly bound Wang Xiaobai. Binding entities, Feng Luoling, Wang Xiaobai. As he spoke, Chen Tian concentrated, and a beam of azure light shot into Wang Xiaobai's body, instantly restoring him to his former state. As he felt his body rejuvenate, Wang Xiaobai suddenly had an epiphany. So that's it. The mysteries he had pondered in the novice dungeon were now completely elucidated. Thank you, master. Wang Xiaobai expressed once more with profound respect. Chen Tian was fully aware of Wang Xiaobai's internal thoughts. Next, it is time to elevate your profession, he stated. As my subordinate, your profession level is woefully inadequate. Wah, elevate my profession level. Wang Xiaobai stammered in surprise. Without hesitation, Chen Tian proceeded to allocate points. Profession modifier. Modification target, Wang Xiaobai, profession, soldier. Modification upper limit. Modification lower limit. Talent, soldier private. Talent, FE. Talent, private corporal. Talent, ED. Talent, corporal sergeant. Talent, DC, moments later. Profession, war emperor, war god. Talent, demigod divine level. Wang Xiaobai was left utterly astounded. This was overwhelmingly extraordinary. In a mere instant, his profession had ascended to the legendary divine level. War god. As the shock and disbelief washed over him, he simultaneously felt an immense surge of power within himself. Name, Wang Xiaobai. Profession, war god. Level, 6120600. Life, 600,000. Divine level profession multiplier of 1,000. Energy, 60,000, multiplier of 1,000. Physical strength, 60,000. Mental strength, 60,000. Combat power, 6,000. Defense, 6,000. Speed, 6,000. Passive talent, War God. Active talents, War God, Wrath of the War God. Skill, War God Strike. Equipment, none. Inventory, 100 slots. The War God talent was divided into passive and active abilities, each possessing distinct attributes. Among them, the active talents derived from the soldier profession. War God, divine level passive talent. During combat, all attributes are amplified 1,000-fold. This talent enhances as the host ascends, and when the host becomes a deity. This talent is fully realized. Talent, War God, the unique divine level active talent. As a War God, slaying all traitors and foreign beings grants contribution points. This talent had minimal differences from that of a soldier, with the only change being the nature of the targets. Previously, they were merely invaders. Now, they encompassed traitors and foreign beings, significantly broadening the scope. Wrath of the War God, divine level automatic talent. When the host's anger reaches a certain threshold, all attributes will experience a tremendous surge, the extent of which depends on the host's rage. This talent can stack with passive abilities. War God Strike, divine level skill. This skill can unleash a devastating blow, amplifying 1,000-fold, with a penetration power of 1,000%. After reviewing his information, Wang Xiaobai was left in a daze. This was too terrifying, too surreal. Was he truly destined to become a harbinger of defiance? Just as Wang Xiaobai was lost in astonishment and contemplation, Chen Tian suddenly appeared before him, pointing a finger at his forehead. Simultaneously, a chorus of voices echoed in Wang Xiaobai's mind. Binding of the Harbinger of Defiance auxiliary panel in progress. This was distinctly different from the cold, detached voice that had bound Fong Luoling. This time, it was Chen Tian's voice. Binding 1020. 99. 100. Binding complete. The Harbinger of Defiance panel is now active. From this day forth, your path as the Harbinger of Defiance begins. Complete a series of tasks to earn substantial rewards. Rewards include gold, equipment, skills, materials, and professional advancements. Wang Xiaobai stood frozen in place, utterly stunned and devoid of thought. This was nothing short of miraculous. It was overwhelmingly shocking. The mere act of elevating his profession to a divine level imparted an unreal, dreamlike sensation, akin to being enmeshed in a reverie. Yet now, he was presented with an extraordinary panel for extraordinary beings. By fulfilling specific tasks, he could receive remarkable rewards of an unparalleled nature. Was this subjugation? Was it not rather a means of nurturing him? This was undeniably a grand opportunity bestowed upon him. Thank you, Master, Wang Xiaobai exclaimed, immediately kneeling before Chen Tian in profound gratitude. Chen Tian did not intervene. He was quite pleased with Wang Xiaobai's demeanor. Rise, Chen Tian commanded, waving his hand, causing Wang Xiaobai to stand involuntarily. Thank you, Master, Wang Xiaobai reiterated respectfully. Indeed. Follow me, Chen Tian instructed, making his way toward Fong Luoling. Wang Xiaobai's eyes brightened at the sight, a thought sparking in his mind as he hastily followed suit. Concurrently, his respect, admiration, and loyalty towards Chen Tian surged anew. If loyalty could be quantified, at that moment, Wang Xiaobai's allegiance to Chen Tian had soared to an astonishing 200%. A chorus of wretched cries echoed through the air. Wang Tianbao lay amidst a pool of blood, utterly disfigured, his eyes clouded with despair. Fong Luoling remained cold and unyielding, showing no sign of relenting. In her previous life, Wang Tianbao had been a disciple of Lin Haifeng, and upon encountering her at the Lin family estate, he had harbored nefarious intentions towards her. Had fortune not favored her each time, she might have fallen victim to his malicious schemes. Now reborn, she was determined to exact her revenge. Drawing a knife, she aimed a lethal strike at Wang Tianbao's neck, intent on ending his life once and for all. However, at that moment, she sensed something amiss and swiftly turned her gaze. Upon seeing the figure enveloped in mist, she bowed respectfully. I greet you, esteemed elder. Is that her? Wang Xiaobai thought, finally recognizing Fong Luoling. He had been gravely injured and sprawled on the ground. Only aware of the horrific sight of Wang Tianbao and Fong Luoling's feet, he was astonished to witness such a powerful individual addressing his master as esteemed elder. It seemed his master was indeed more formidable than he had imagined. Chen Tian cast a glance at Wang Xiaobai before nodding. Continue, do not mind me. Yes, esteemed elder, Fong Luoling replied, fearful that Wang Tianbao's identity might cause interference. With that, she resumed her lethal intent towards Wang Tianbao. Wang Xiaobai was momentarily taken aback, having thought his master had summoned him to personally deal with Wang Tianbao. Though a tinge of disappointment flickered in his heart, he bore no resentment. His master had already been exceedingly gracious to him. He could not afford to be overly demanding. As Wang Tianbao realized Fong Luoling intended to finish him off, terror washed over him, but a strange sense of relief also emerged. Hearing a sound, he turned to look. Upon seeing Wang Xiaobai, his eyes widened in disbelief. Why are you here? Wang Tianbao stammered, his mouth agape in shock. But before he could utter another word, Fong Luoling severed his head with a swift stroke. Even in death, his eyes remained wide open, reflecting a state of utter disbelief. Witnessing Fang Luoling's execution of Wang Tianbao, Chen Tian unleashed a surge of green light upon him. Astonishingly, the severed head of Wang Tianbao began to reattach itself, his body miraculously restored in an instant. Within moments, Wang Tianbao was revived, every limb returning to its original state. Fang Luoling gazed on in bewilderment, unfazed by Chen Tian's extraordinary capability, as she had possessed similar powers in her past life. In stark contrast, Wang Xiaobai's expression was one of shock and horror. Resurrection? This is utterly phenomenal. This must be divine magic, he thought, instantly reminded of the legendary deities. It was no wonder his master was so terrifying. However, considering Chen Tian's ability to elevate profession levels at will and to create an extraordinary panel, Wang Xiaobai found it entirely reasonable. After all, his master was a deity. Caught up in this realization, Wang Xiaobai felt an overwhelming surge of excitement, as if he himself were a divine being. Sensing his fervent thoughts, Chen Tian was tempted to remark that Wang Xiaobai's vision was limited. Deities? Let them come, and I shall slay them all. You need not worry, he replied to Fang Luoling. Then, addressing Wang Xiaobai, he stated, from here on out, I shall leave this to you. Fang Luoling quickly grasped Chen Tian's intent. Exhaling a sigh of relief, it seemed her worries had been unwarranted. Wang Xiaobai was initially stunned, but soon his face lit up with exhilaration. At that moment, he was overwhelmed with joy. Thank you, master. Thank you for your generosity, he fervently expressed, his loyalty skyrocketing from 200 to 1,000. Now, if Chen Tian commanded him to perish, he would do so without hesitation. Chen Tian nodded with a smile, clearly satisfied. What is happening? Wang Tianbao awoke. Confusion etched on his face. Did I not just die? Why am I alive again? Have I been saved? Yet before he could revel in this realization, he saw Wang Xiaobai approaching with an expression of fervent excitement. Wang Tianbao was taken aback, then fearfully shouted, Wang Xiaobai, what are you doing? Don't come any closer. With a resounding thud, one of his legs was crushed. Another thud echoed as the other leg met the same fate. Minutes later, Wang Tianbao found himself enduring torment beyond comprehension. Gazing at Wang Xiaobai with great difficulty, he pleaded, please, no more torture. Grant me a swift end, and I will reveal a secret. This is inhumane. You kill me, then revive me to torment me. You are all demons. Wang Tianbao's psyche was unraveling. At that moment, he yearned for liberation. A secret? What secret? Wang Xiaobai inquired, furrowing his brow. After a moment of contemplation, he added, very well, tell me, and I shall grant you a quick end. Upon hearing Wang Xiaobai's concession, Wang Tianbao spoke. You are not Wang Tianhao's illegitimate son. You are not of the Wang family, nor do you bear the Wang surname. Wang Xiaobai was left speechless. Indeed, Wang Tianbao's assertion was correct. Their bloodlines were not of the same origin. Chen Tian interjected. He possesses the blood god skill, thus he can easily discern that there is no familial connection between you two. This revelation indicated that they shared no blood relation whatsoever. I am not a member of the Wang family. I am not Wang Tianhao's illegitimate son. I do not bear the Wang name. Wang Xiaobai's voice grew increasingly fervent. In that moment, clarity washed over him. No wonder the Wang family had tormented him. Ultimately, he was not Wang Tianhao's illegitimate son. This is wonderful. Truly wonderful. Wang Xiaobai's face radiated with excitement. At that instant, he felt as though it was the most exhilarating moment of his life. He had always felt shame for being Wang Tianhao's illegitimate son, contemplating suicide at every turn, yet never finding the opportunity to do so. Little did he know he was not Wang Tianhao's illegitimate son at all. Suddenly, a thought struck Wang Xiaobai. He hastily turned to Wang Tianbao and inquired, was my mother harmed by Wang Tianhao? If his suspicion proved true, it would explain the torment he endured throughout his childhood. No, Wang Tianbao shook his head. We were just as surprised by your mother's death. We do not know the specifics. What? Wang Xiaobai was taken aback, then furiously demanded, what is the truth? Tell me everything you know. Not long after, Wang Xiaobai understood the entire situation. He was not only not Wang Tianhao's illegitimate son, but his mother had no connection to Wang Tianhao either. The only reason for their apparent association was that 16 years ago, a young man had brought them to the Wang family at his request. The torment of Wang Xiaobai was equally a request from the other party. Who exactly is he? Wang Xiaobai bellowed, delivering a kick towards Wang Tianbao. Bang! Wang Tianbao emitted a wretched cry, hastily exclaiming, I don't know. I truly do not know who he is. If you refuse to speak, I shall ensure that you find no escape from life or death. Wang Xiaobai retorted furiously, following with another kick. Crack! Wang Tianbao's waist was brutally snapped. Wang Tianbao wailed in agony, glaring at Wang Xiaobai as he shouted, Wang Xiaobai, you are a man without honor. I shall haunt you even as a ghost. Bang! Wang Xiaobai responded with yet another kick. I truly do not know who he is. But it seems his profession is related to firearms, Wang Tianbao managed to utter, and his strength is at the 8th transformation. Related to firearms? 8th transformation? Wang Xiaobai furrowed his brow. This information was of little use. After a moment of silence, he unleashed a fierce kick to Wang Tianbao's head. Bang! It burst open like a watermelon. After completing this grim task, he approached Chen Tian, bowing respectfully. Thank you for your assistance, master. Without your help, I may never have uncovered the truth. Indeed, Chen Tian nodded. Now you must swiftly enhance your power. While he had no particular demands of Fang Luoling, Wang Xiaobai was different. She was his true subordinate. His own strength would reflect his status. Yes, master, Wang Xiaobai replied. Given his current profession and strength, leveling up would be effortless. It was akin to comparing the heavens to the earth, an incomprehensible difference. Master, I wish to change my name, Wang Xiaobai added. Since he had no ties to the Wang family, he saw no reason to retain the surname. Change it as you wish, Chen Tian replied. Thank you, master. Wang Xiaobai declared. From this day forth, I shall be known as Piyun Xiao. What? Piyun Xiao? Fang Luoling exclaimed, her face a picture of shock. Chen Tian turned to her and asked, is there an issue with this name? Piyun Xiao also appeared puzzled. No, Fang Luoling quickly shook her head. Yet her heart was filled with astonishment. She had not anticipated that he would become the foremost powerhouse of the human race 3 years hence. There were rumors that his original name was not Piyun Xiao. Now it made sense. Wait, Piyun Xiao's profession is closely related to the human race. Let me check. Indeed, he is a war god. But why did his appearance and aura differ entirely from his past life? Could it be that my rebirth altered this life? Fang Luoling pondered. Perhaps it was so. Upon hearing her thoughts, Chen Tian felt a jolt of surprise. He had not expected that without his assistance, the other party could also ascend to become the foremost powerhouse of the human race. Thus, it seemed that Wang Xiaobai, now Piyun Xiao, was indeed a child of destiny for the human race, born to resist the heavenly will. The talent of a soldier, namely the war god, must have been granted by the human emperor Tower. No wonder he could exchange for various items. The uniqueness of this life was attributed to his intervention, allowing Piyun Xiao to emerge ahead of time. Very well, Chen Tian addressed Piyun Xiao. From this day forth, you shall be known as Piyun Xiao. Yes, master. Piyun Xiao replied. Go forth, Chen Tian commanded. Master, how shall I contact you? Piyun Xiao inquired. You shall find me when the time comes, Chen Tian replied. Understood, master. With that, Piyun Xiao departed the ruins. Observing his retreating figure, Fang Luoling fell into contemplation, then turned to Chen Tian, eager to comprehend why the other party had chosen to assist her and to unravel the mystery of his true identity. Why had she never heard of him in her previous life? Did he have ulterior motives in taking the foremost powerhouse of the human race as his subordinate? Or was this rebirth destined by fate? Yet, when she glanced back at where Chen Tian stood, no trace of him remained. Meanwhile, Chen Tian exhibited signs of impatience, pacing restlessly. At that moment, Fang Luoling's voice broke through. Young master, I apologize for the wait. I thought, never mind, it is good that you are back. Let us go home. Not long after, the two arrived at the small courtyard. Compared to other places, it was somewhat disheveled, yet the courtyard had not been destroyed. A deliberate act by Chen Tian. They began to tidy up. The aftermath of the previous battle had left things in disarray, making the cleanup rather time-consuming. It took them an hour to restore order completely. They placed their belongings into their backpacks. Fang Luoling turned to Chen Tian and asked, Young master, now that we are leaving Lingyang City, where do you intend to go? Tianfeng City, Chen Tian replied. My second uncle is in a secret realm there. We shall meet him. All right, Fang Luoling nodded. Even if they did not go this time, she would need to travel to Tianfeng City in a few days. If they delayed going to the Dark Knight's secret realm, her second uncle might truly perish within. With a shared goal, they headed towards the city gates. However, they had not ventured far when a brilliant golden portal appeared in the sky. A golden scroll gradually unfurled. At the same moment, a voice devoid of emotion resounded. The newbie dungeon rankings have been announced and are now open. Upon hearing this, the entire Shenlong kingdom, indeed the whole world, instinctively looked up at the heavens, their hearts brimming with anticipation. They yearned to see what new developments awaited in this year's newbie rankings, for the annual announcement had never been as grand as this one. As they pondered, the heavens echoed once more with the same emotionless voice. First, Chapter 84, Newbie Dungeon Rankings. Newbie Dungeon, 9-tiered pagoda. The rankings for first-time clearances are as follows. The golden scroll slowly unfurled, and one golden character after another emerged into existence. Everyone across the globe widened their eyes in eager anticipation. Who do you think will claim the title of first in this year's newbie dungeon? I have no idea, but it will surely be someone from one of the 9 great families. Isn't that obvious? For 100 years, it's always been someone from the 9 great families. Do you need to say that? In my opinion, I believe it will be Yi family's Yi Lingtian. I heard he has awakened the XE talent, Thunder Sovereign. What? XE talent? Why have I never heard of it before? Isn't SSS talent supposed to be the highest? Fool, who said SSS talent is the highest? Who are you calling a fool? Besides you, who else? I'll kill you. Alright, let us get back to discussing who will be first this time. Yi Lingtian has the XE profession, which is impressive, but I heard the other 8 great families have also showcased XE professions this year. Long family's Long Yuan has the Xe profession, dragon sovereign body. Qin family's Qin Hao has the Xe profession, celestial gun. Lin family's Lin Fan has the Xe profession, divine formation master. Wang family's Wang Feng has the Xe profession, divine technician. Ling family's Ling Feng has the Xe profession, source sealer. Zhao family's Zhao Lei has the Xe profession, mysterious thunder god blood. Li family's Li Batian has the Xe profession, double divine hammer. Wu family's Wu Xiaofan has the Xe profession, black divine staff. What? Xe professions are supposed to be rare occurrences every 100 years. Why are there so many this year? Who knows? So, who do you think will be first? I still think it will be Yiling Tian. Although this time there is a demonic invasion in the newbie dungeon. If we consider attack power plus area damage, I still believe Yiling Tian will prevail. Not necessarily. Lin Fan is a divine formation master. As long as he sets up a proper formation, his attack would be on par with Yiling Tian's. Long Yuan is also formidable. His profession is the dragon sovereign body, which allows him to transform into a dragon. His attacks are truly terrifying. Qin Hao is also quite extraordinary. His profession is celestial gun. A single shot can pierce through thousands. Cut it out. If we're talking about formidable attacks, Li Batian is terrifying. Do you even know how terrifying his innate equipment is? Just one hammer weighs 80,000 pounds. Merely 80,000 pounds, while Wu Xiaofan's black god stick weighs a staggering 100,000 pounds. A single strike from it would be intolerable for anyone. You remain unaware that since his awakening, Wu Xiaofan has annihilated countless adversaries. Here it comes, here it comes. Do not raise a ruckus. The first place has emerged. What in the world? Is there truly a need for such an uproar? What on earth is going on? What the devil? Who is this first place? First place. Occupation, nameless practitioner. Class, unknown. Name, unknown. Current location, unknown. Level, first transition, 200 level. Completion time, 17 minutes, actual, 22 seconds. Completion record, destruction mode, divine descent mode. First to clear, current record holder, historical creator. Hidden quest, demon tribe invasion, termination quest. Defeated source beasts, 110 level demon rabbits, quantity. 1130 level blood demon wolves, quantity. 9 insect demon armored, emperor. Many demon thousand eyes, divine incarnation. Blood demon emperor, emperor incarnation. A nameless practitioner? An unknown class? An unknown name? An unknown location? What in the world is this? Furthermore, why does this year's novice dungeon leaderboard display occupation, name, and location? Could there be an issue with the dungeon? I too believe there is a problem. How else can we explain such astonishing information regarding the first place? A first transition at 200 levels? Is this not excessively exaggerated? Do you truly believe it is possible? Even if the members of the 9 great families awakened a week early, it would be implausible to reach a first transition of 200 levels in such a brief time. One cannot entirely dismiss the possibility. If those prodigies were willing to allow their families to guide them, they could reach 200 levels in 2 days, if not 7. While the level can be explained, how does one account for the completion time? A completion time of 17 minutes, yet the actual time is merely 22 seconds? This implies that he truly completed it in only 22 seconds. 22 seconds? Do you believe such speed is feasible? Even legendary deities might struggle to achieve such swiftness. In fact, it seems entirely improbable. You might argue he is a deity. Fine, if he is a deity. How do we explain his defeat of divine incarnations and emperor incarnations? Even if he were indeed unfathomably powerful, it is inconceivable that he could vanquish divine and emperor incarnations in such a fleeting moment. Could it be that his prowess is so overwhelmingly extraordinary that divine and emperor incarnations appear as mere ants before him? Does this not provide a plausible explanation? Are you certain you are speaking coherently? It clearly states that his level is a first transition at 200 levels. And you claim he slays divine and emperor incarnations as if they were ants? Brother, I seriously suspect there is something amiss with your mind. You ought to seek help. You are courting disaster. Enough, enough. What purpose does your argument serve? The Dungeon Association has already issued an announcement stating that there are no errors in the novice dungeon information. The first place is indeed the nameless practitioner. What? This is impossible. I refuse to believe it. Humph, what does disbelief accomplish? This is the reality. My goodness, this is utterly absurd. Absurd to the point of inviting absurdity itself. As the information regarding the first place was revealed, the entire world erupted in turmoil. They were left in shock. For this was indeed too extraordinary, too surreal. Many refused to believe it, suspecting the dungeon had encountered a glitch. However, with the Dungeon Association's announcement confirming that there were no issues, silence fell over all. Their worldviews and perceptions lay shattered. Second place. The emotionless voice from the heavens resounded once more. The crowd hastily turned their gazes toward the golden scroll. They could only temporarily set aside their astonishment, confusion, and disbelief regarding the first place. Soon, the information of the second place appeared before everyone. Once again, they were struck with astonishment. What? A divine level occupation? The ruler of the undead? Second place. Occupation, young master S-Maid. Class, ruler of the undead, divine level occupation. Name, Fong Luoling. Current location, Lingyang City. Level 100. Completion time, 18 minutes 43 seconds. Completion record, Destruction Mode, Divine Descent Mode. First clear of the first layer, Newcomer King. Hidden Quest, Demon Tribe Invasion, 1st to 7th layer. 9th layer, assist the Nameless Practitioner in defeating the Emperor Incarnation. Defeated Source Beasts, 110 level Demon Rabbits, quantity, 1130 level Blood Demon Wolves, quantity. On the streets of Lingyang City, Fong Luoling stared blankly at the golden scroll in the heavens. How could this be, Senior he? At this moment, Fong Luoling was equally astounded. The senior turned out to be a novice occupation? How could this be? How could a novice occupation be so terrifying? While others speculated, she had witnessed her senior effortlessly annihilate the Blood Wubai incarnation. That was the strength of a deity. Yet, in the end, it was obliterated in a single blow, reduced to something even less than an ant. Moreover, today in Lingyang City, to claim that there was no intervention from her senior would be utterly incredulous. But in the end, two emperors met a tragic demise, and the fated one, Ling Tian, fled. Such a terrifying presence. And now she was told that this was merely a novice occupation? This revelation was even more shocking than the exposure of her occupation, identity, and location. The impact on her was simply monumental. By the way, how did the senior know that Blood Wubai would descend upon my space during the novice dungeon? Fong Luoling pondered. She felt her senior becoming increasingly enigmatic, utterly incomprehensible. Just as she was lost in thought, the peculiar expression on Chen Tian's face drew her attention. And he exclaimed in shock, Shaoling, could that second place, Fong Luoling, be you? Young masteress maid? I never imagined you to be so formidable. Fong Luoling. Her complexion immediately flushed crimson. Fong Luoling. Lingyang City? Young masteress maid? Who might her young master be? Could it possibly be the Nameless Practitioner? Unlikely, right? If he were truly her young master, why not conceal it together? That reasoning holds weight. Lingyang City descended into further chaos. However, their voices varied widely. Some filled with excitement and exhilaration, while others expressed confusion and disbelief. Especially regarding the Nameless Practitioner, many speculated whether he was indeed the Nameless One. Yet, more were engaged in curses. In their view, the calamity that befell Lingyang City might somehow be related to them. Third place. The information of the third place unfurled slowly. As it did, the crowd was once again struck with astonishment. Another divine-level occupation. Tianhong-san. Why have we never heard of this individual before? Could it be that, like Fong Luoling, he is not one of the 9 great families? Third place. Occupation, the third in the world. Class, annihilating heavenly thunder, divine-level occupation. Name, Tianhong-san. Current location, Tiandu. Level 100. Completion time, 22 minutes 49 seconds. Completion record, Destruction Mode, Divine Descent Mode. Hidden Quest, Demon Tribe Invasion, 1st to 3rd layer. Defeated Source Beasts, 110 level Demon Rabbits. 4th place. Occupation, the Peerless Divine Sword. Class, 9 Origin Heavenly Divine Sword, Divine Level Occupation. Name, Shen Wushuang. Current location, Divine Capital. Level 100. Completion time, 19 minutes 12 seconds. Completion record, Destruction Mode, Divine Descent Mode. Hidden Quest, Demon Tribe Invasion, 1st to 3rd layer. Defeated Source Beasts, 110 level Demon Rabbits. 5th place. Profession name, Demon Blade, Chen Tian. Occupation, Demon Blood Slaughter Blade, Divine Grade Profession. Name, Xian. Current location, Demon City. Level 100. Completion time, 19 minutes and 53 seconds. Completion record, Destruction Mode, Divine Descent Mode. Hidden tasks, Demon Clan Invasion, 1st to 3rd levels. Source Beast kills. The crowd stood in stunned silence. It was unimaginable that this year witnessed the emergence of 4 divine grade professions all at once. No, the first place, the Nameless Practitioner, must be at least of divine caliber. 6th place. Profession name, Supreme Master of the Mind. Occupation, Mind Sovereign, Demigod Profession. Name, Xin. Current location, Sky Peak City. Level, 84. Completion time, 25 minutes and 28 seconds. Completion record, Frenzy Mode, Divine Descent Mode. Hidden tasks, Demon Clan Invasion, 1st and 2nd levels. Source Beast kills. 7th place. Profession name, Qin Xian Emperor. Occupation, Black Xian Emperor Robe, Demigod Profession. Name, Qin Ming. Current location, Capital City. Level, 81. Completion time, 29 minutes and 28 seconds. Completion record, Frenzy Mode, Divine Descent Mode. Hidden tasks, Demon Clan Invasion, 1st level. Source Beast kills. 8th place. Profession name, True Dragon Emperor. Occupation, Dragon God True Source, Demigod Profession. Name, Long Yuan. Current location, Divine Dragon City. Level, 80. Completion time, 31 minutes and 28 seconds. Completion record, Frenzy Mode. Divine Descent Mode. Hidden tasks, Demon Clan Invasion, 1st level. Source Beast kills. 9th place, Lin Tian, Demigod Profession, Dao Method Divine Body. 10th place, Zhao Tianhe, Demigod Profession Devourer Body. 11th place, Wu Jiang, Demigod Profession Son of the Sea God. 12th place, Wang Yu, demigod profession, divine source body. 13th place, Ling Yun, demigod profession, heavenly origin, sacred body. 14th place, Li Gang, demigod profession, Xian Gang, dominant body. 15th place, Feng Li, demigod profession, phoenix, origin body. 16th place, Wu Xian, demigod profession, undying spirit. 17th place, Shui Yu, demigod profession, undying blood. To their astonishment, these individuals had all emerged. On the streets of Lingyang City, Fang Luoling gazed at the golden scroll, contemplating. In her previous life, these individuals had concealed themselves exceptionally well. The leaderboard of the novice dungeon had shown no trace of them. This time, their early emergence was likely a consequence of the demon clan invasion in the novice dungeon. 18th place. Profession name, Ling Tian, Thunder Sovereign. Occupation, Thunder Supreme, XE grade profession. Name, Yi Ling Tian. Current location, Sky Peak City. Level, 62. Completion time, 34 minutes and 26 seconds. Completion record, Devil Mode, Divine Descent Mode. Hidden tasks, Demon Clan Invasion, First Level. Source Beast Kills. 38th place. Profession name, Sword Sovereign. Occupation, Sword Dao Supreme, SSR grade profession. Name, Chen Tian. Current location, Human Emperor City. Level, 52. Completion time, 36 minutes and 48 seconds. Completion record, Devil Mode, Divine Descent Mode. Hidden tasks, Demon Clan Invasion, First Level. Source Beast Kills. 86th place. Profession name, Child of Destiny. Occupation, Berserker, A grade profession. Name, Yi Tianming. Current location, outside Lingyang City. Level, 38. Completion time, 38 minutes and 18 seconds. Completion record, Frenzy Mode, Divine Descent Mode. Hidden tasks, Demon Clan Invasion, First and Second Levels. Source Beast Kills. Originally the first place in his previous life, Yi Tianming now found himself in 86th place in this life. Chen Tian observed his introduction. There was no need to speculate. The information had been concealed by the heavenly Tao. However, Chen Tian remained unfazed. 100th place. Profession name, Cold Goddess. Occupation, Ice Mage SS. Name, Lan Bing. Current location, Ice City. Level, 35. Completion time, 41 minutes and 56 seconds. Completion record, Genius Mode, Divine Descent Mode. Hidden tasks, Demon Clan Invasion, First Level. Source Beast Kills. The leaderboard recorded a total of 10,000 names. In addition to ordinary professions such as warriors, mages, elementalists, assassins, archers, knights, swordsmen, and blade masters, there were numerous other occupations. For instance, there were plant masters, summoners, beast masters, amplifiers, enhancers, sealing masters, and so forth. Shin glanced over and noted that Piyun Tian had not entered the top 10,000. Yet this was to be expected, as his initial profession level was only F grade. Chapter 85. Sky Peak City, Entering the Dungeon. As Chen Tian and Fang Luoling arrived at the gates of Lingyang City, they spotted someone familiar, seemingly also preparing to leave Lingyang City. However, she appeared to be waiting for others at that moment. Upon seeing Chen Tian and Fang Luoling approaching, Yi Linglong couldn't help but scrutinize them. Why do these two give me a sense of familiarity? Yi Linglong pondered internally. As she spoke, she attempted to sense their inner thoughts. Yet, she heard nothing. For this, Yi Linglong gave it little thought. To perceive another's thoughts, one must first provoke their internal musings. Much like initiating a conversation. After all, not everyone is constantly engaged in inner contemplation and imagination. Chen Tian and Fang Luoling bypassed Yi Linglong as if they were complete strangers. Just then, Yi Linglong spoke up. Are you two planning to leave Lingyang City? Immediately regretting her words, she felt foolish. With Lingyang City in such a state, what else could exiting the city mean? She quickly added, I wonder if you too. Before Chen Tian could respond, Fang Luoling frowned and interjected, do you need something? Yi Linglong shook her head, it's nothing. I mistook you for someone else. Initially, she intended to inquire if they had met somewhere before, but that thought was swiftly abandoned. Even if they had crossed paths, it would be quite normal, considering she was the mistress of the Lingbao Pavilion. Perhaps the other party had visited the Lingbao Pavilion. Oh, replied Fang Luoling, and with that, she and Chen Tian departed from the city gates. It wasn't until they had walked several hundred meters away that Fang Luoling mused, mistress of the Lingbao Pavilion. Yi family's second daughter Yi Linglong. I never imagined she too survived this calamity in this life. It seemed the other party had yet to encounter Yi Tianming and remained unaware of his true identity. As a reborn individual, Fang Luoling was naturally privy to certain information. Chen Tian, on the other hand, couldn't help but furrow his brow. Yi Tianming bore the surname Yi. He was indeed of the Yi family. Soon, the two arrived at an uninhabited area, where Fang Luoling summoned a spectral warhorse. Under normal circumstances, they would have used a specific mode of transport to leave Lingyang City. Unfortunately, their previous means had been destroyed in the earlier conflict. As the realm of the undead opened, a warhorse emanating green flames emerged from within. Standing at a height of 2 meters, it towered over a typical steed, exuding an aura of formidable power. Under Fong Luoling's command, the spectral warhorse knelt down. Young master. It is ready. Fong Luoling smiled at Chen Tian. She could summon a bone dragon, which would have been faster, allowing them to reach Sky Peak City in no time. However, such an action would undoubtedly lead to Fong Luoling's complete exposure. After all, she had previously summoned a skeletal warhorse during the fierce battle, which would also reveal her identity. Yet, the timing of that revelation, early or late, was of paramount importance. With a little more time, she could swiftly strengthen her powers. Even a day's delay could make a significant difference. Xiaoling, can you summon only one skeletal warhorse? Chen Tian inquired with a hint of mischief. One warhorse accommodating two riders, a male and a female, made him feel somewhat embarrassed. Yes, Fong Luoling replied eagerly, her cheeks involuntarily flushing. Given her current strength, the answer was certainly not a simple no. It was merely that she was concerned about her young master riding alone on a skeletal warhorse. Sensing her inner thoughts, Chen Tian felt a mix of gratitude and helplessness. Nonetheless, he asserted, you sit in the front, and I'll take the back. What kind of situation is it for a grown man to sit in front, being protected by his maid? What would others think? After contemplating for a moment, Fong Luoling nodded. Very well. Young master, brace yourself, we shall set off. Once they had settled into position, she gave the command. Soon, the skeletal warhorse galloped with astonishing speed, vanishing from the outskirts of Lingyang City in the blink of an eye. Observing her master seated steadily without a hint of discomfort, Fong Luoling mused inwardly. Why is it that the young master seems completely unfazed despite such speed? She had already prepared herself for the possibility that if the pace became too swift, she would let him embrace her. The thought of being held by him made her face flush even more. Chen Tian, appearing to be privy to her thoughts, gazed at the surrounding scenery while inwardly lamenting. What on earth does this girl think about all day? Within just an hour, the skeletal warhorse had traversed nearly 500 miles. Towering trees lined the path, and the air in this world was remarkably refreshing, complemented by breathtaking vistas. However, the notable absence of animals or source beasts outside the city puzzled Chen Tian. As time passed, the horizon transformed into an increasingly beautiful tapestry. It was the most stunning sunset Chen Tian had ever witnessed. After 3 hours, they arrived at the foot of a majestic mountain, towering into the clouds, seemingly endless. This was Tianfeng Mountain, rumored to be the closest point to the heavens. Young master, hold on tight, Fong Luoling instructed. The ascent of the mountain was challenging, yet for the skeletal warhorse, it posed no difficulty. Any terrain that was not a sheer cliff was easily manageable. All right, Chen Tian acquiesced after some thought, embracing Fong Luoling to fulfill her modest request. Instantly, her face turned a deep crimson, her heart racing. Regardless, she quickly commanded the skeletal warhorse to ascend. The creature, unfazed, leaped forward with strides of several meters, darting through the mountain like a panther. An hour later, darkness enveloped the sky. However, the skeletal warhorse was undeterred. As night fell, it took on a more eerie and uncanny demeanor, cloaked in green flames, appearing ghostly and terrifying in the darkness. What is that? As the skeletal warhorse approached the gates of Tianfeng City, it startled the guards on duty. Yet, upon recognizing Fong Luoling and Chen Tian, their curiosity piqued. You two? They approached to inquire. Discovering their association with undead professions only deepened their intrigue. It was noteworthy that the second place on the novice dungeon leaderboard was held by a player of an undead-related class. We come from. Fong Luoling began to speak when suddenly a golden streak of light appeared in the sky. The crowd turned to witness a magnificent golden ship descending at the city gates. A strikingly alluring woman emerged from the vessel. Is it her? Fong Luoling's expression shifted with concern. The newcomer was none other than Yi Linglong. Chen Tian, upon seeing her, couldn't help but touch his nose, pondering, what a coincidence. I come to Tianfeng City, and she arrives as well. It's you two? Yi Linglong recognized Chen Tian and Fong Luoling, originally intending to head to Tianta City. She had diverted to Tianfeng City upon hearing of a special secret realm about to open, only to unexpectedly encounter them again. As she gazed at the skeletal warhorse, an idea struck her. Undead creature? Could it be? She suddenly recalled the terrifying woman who had intervened in Lingyang City. However, she quickly shook her head. After all, summoners of the undead were not singular. Moreover, the young woman before her appeared far too youthful, with a distinct appearance. Yet, as Yi Linglong scrutinized Fong Luoling, another thought crossed her mind. The young master's maid, the undead sovereign. Wasn't he that class related to the undead? Her age and the boy accompanying her were perfectly aligned with such requirements. Greetings, Master Yi. The guards at the gate promptly acknowledged her presence. The Lingbao Pavilion was not exclusive to Lingyang City. Many cities also housed it, with Tianfeng City being one. Indeed, Yi Linglong nodded. Master Yi, do you know them? The guards inquired, casting glances at Chen Tian and Fong Luoling, their minds racing with speculation. Could the young girl be Fong Luoling? They were aware that Yi Linglong had always resided in Lingyang City, and knowing her could only imply that they were also from there. Coupled with their connection to the undead profession, their identities were not difficult to deduce. Not very well. but I did see them in Tianta City, Yi Linglong replied. Upon hearing her words, Fong Luoling momentarily froze, yet quickly grasped the implication, feeling a newfound appreciation for the alluring woman. Tianta City? I see, the guards responded, somewhat disappointed. Before addressing Chen Tian and Fong Luoling again, all right, it will be 2,000 gold coins each to enter the city. Following the events in Lingyang City, all outsiders were required to register their information upon entering. Naturally, this only applied to ordinary individuals. As the leader of the Lingbao Pavilion, Yi Linglong could extend them a favor, and they would not let the opportunity slip. Moreover, the registration was merely a facade. The true objective was to collect wealth. As long as the payment was made, other details were irrelevant, for many would not divulge their true names even when registered. Additionally, with a special secret realm about to open in Tianfeng City, it was even less likely that anyone would provide accurate information. After paying the fee, Fong Luoling pondered briefly before speaking. Master Yi, we shall enter the city first. Very well, Yi Linglong nodded. Her earlier mention of having seen them in Tianta City, serving to assist Fong Luoling and Chen Tian, establishing a favorable connection with a God-class professional was indeed beneficial. Following the announcement of the novice dungeon leaderboard, everyone understood that Lingyang City boasted a God-class profession, the undead sovereign. Given Fong Luoling's current situation, simply stating her origin from Lingyang City would immediately draw attention. Chen Tian glanced at Yi Linglong, deep in thought, and then proceeded toward Tianfeng City. Observing their departing figures, Yi Linglong furrowed her brow in puzzlement. The silhouette before her felt inexplicably familiar. Could it be him? She wondered. Tianfeng City was a medium-sized city. Its area tenfold that of Lingyang City, approaching nearly 1,000 miles. After an hour, they finally reached the Chun family stronghold. The outpost was modest, merely a courtyard, yet significantly larger than the previous small dwelling. Knock knock. Upon arriving at the courtyard, Fong Luoling hurriedly knocked on the door. Who is it? A somewhat aged voice called from within. Upon hearing the voice, Chen Tian immediately recalled an elderly figure from his memories, an elderly steward of the Chen family, Chen Rinbai. Creak. The door swung open, revealing a somewhat stooped and elderly man. Upon seeing Chen Tian and Fong Luoling, he was taken aback and exclaimed, Young master, you have returned. I thought you both. He was acutely aware of everything that transpired in Lingyang City, which perpetually gnawed at his mind with worry. He had already made preparations to return to Lingyang City, yet he was taken aback when the young master and his companions sought him out instead. Please, come in. Young master, Chen Rinbai exclaimed with palpable excitement. Where is second uncle? Upon entering the courtyard, Chen Tian inquired. Fully cognizant that his second uncle had ventured into the Shadow Secret Realm. The family head remains within the Shadow Secret Realm, Chen Rinbai replied. Though a flicker of concern crossed his eyes. Still in the Shadow Secret Realm? Chen Tian furrowed his brow. When will second uncle emerge? He didn't specify when he would come out, Chen Rinbai responded. In truth, he was aware that several days had elapsed since the family head's entry. But he dared not divulge this to the young master. After all, revealing such perilous information about a location where even the family head faced danger would be tantamount to endangering the young master. Nonetheless, to reassure him, Chen Rinbai smiled and said, Rest assured, young master, with the family head's peak 6 transition strength, the Shadow Secret Realm cannot pose a threat to him. His delay in exiting is likely due to the completion of his transition tasks, which requires additional time. All right, I understand, Chen Tian replied, initially hoping to glean information through their conversation. Regrettably, he gleaned nothing. However, it was of little consequence. Through Fong Luoling's telepathic connection, he surmised that second uncle had only a few days left to live. He also knew that Fong Luoling would enter the Shadow Secret Realm to rescue second uncle upon reaching her second transition. It seems I must hasten my own transition. Chen Tian contemplated inwardly. After exchanging a few more words, he mentioned feeling fatigued and decided to rest, a sentiment echoed by Fong Luoling. Upon returning to his room, Chen Tian opened his phone to peruse all the dungeons in Tianfeng City. He had 3 tasks for his third transition. Task 1, acquire 10,000 of each of the 9 elemental crystals. Task 2, slay the 9-source celestial dragon and obtain its 9-colored dragon essence. Task 3, accumulate 10 billion energy points. Task 3 was unnecessary, and Task 2 required him to travel to Shenlong City, leaving only Task 1 to pursue. The 9 types of elemental crystals included gold, wood, water, fire, earth, wind, thunder, light, and dark. Chen Tian swiftly determined that each city contained dungeons for these 9 elemental types. However, unlike the 5 elements dungeons, the 9 elemental dungeons were categorized into various types, including single-element and multi-element dungeons, akin to the previous 5 elements and elemental dungeons. Ultimately, Chen Tian opted for the 9 Heavens dungeon, a 6th transition dungeon, which, to him, held no difference from a first transition dungeon. As the teleportation commenced, Chen Tian vanished from his room. To guard against unforeseen circumstances, he left behind a clone. Not long after Chen Tian's departure, Fong Luoling exited the courtyard as well. Her second transition task involved collecting undead crystals. Upon reaching the dungeon entrance, she discovered that, like Lingyang City, entry required the submission of gold coins. With Chen Tian having activated the Chaos Mist domain, others were oblivious to his presence. Welcome, adventurers, to the Nine Heavens dungeon. Dungeon level, 6th transition, level 600. Dungeon space, single player and multiplayer. Dungeon source, projection of the Nine Heavens continent. Difficulty, normal, nightmare, catastrophe, hell. Select difficulty. Note, this dungeon is special. The higher the difficulty, the greater the drop rate. Chen Tian promptly selected the hell difficulty, with his 99 luck value still active for over an hour. Opting for normal was also feasible. Yet in his eyes, whether normal or hell, the challenge would be the same. Why not choose hell then? Difficulty selection successful, teleporting now. Dungeon, Nine Heavens. Status, activated. Normal completion rankings. First place, Tianfeng team, 30-member team. Complete clearance, time taken, 68 hours. Second place, Nightmare completion rankings. First place, Tianfeng team, 100-member team. Complete clearance, time taken, 448 hours. Second place, Catastrophe completion rankings. First place, Tianfeng team, 100-member team. Incomplete clearance, completed 3 heavens, time taken, 658 hours. Second place, Hell completion rankings. First place, Tianfeng team, 100-member team. Incomplete clearance, completed 1 heaven, time taken, 841 hours. Second place, Chapter 86, Tianhe Realm, Hidden Dungeon. Welcome to Nine Heavens. Current level 1 heaven, Tianhe Realm. While the Nine Heavens dungeon was similarly extraordinary, it differed markedly from the 5 elements and elemental dungeons Chen Tian had previously experienced. This was a progression dungeon. One had to clear each heaven to ascend to the next. It bore resemblance to a novice dungeon, yet without the myriad restrictions. Simply clearing 1 heaven allowed one to choose to either proceed to the next or exit the dungeon. As Chen Tian entered the dungeon, he was awestruck by the scene before him. The first heaven, Tianhe Realm, comprised a series of celestial rivers. This alone would not have elicited such astonishment. But the rivers floated in the sky, forming a staircase-like structure that extended into the heavens. Unlike a staircase, each ascending river was lengthened and widened, resembling an inverted triangle or a pyramid turned upside down, with a single point at the bottom and a straight line at the top. The final river spanned the entire firmament, radiating a resplendent 9-colored glow, imparting an air of grandeur and majesty. Unfortunately, within the dungeon, photography was prohibited, and there was no social media to share with. Currently, Chen Tian found himself at the lowest position, upon the smallest river. To clear this level, he must navigate up each river, defeating foes along the way, only to reach the final river to access the second heaven. One could only imagine the difficulty of this dungeon. Yet what piqued Chen Tian's curiosity further was the banks of the river. Both sides were lined with shores, but the ends of the river appeared mysteriously severed. No, it would be more accurate to say they were concealed. The water flowed within, suggesting that the ends were hidden by some unseen force. Boom. Just as Chen Tian pondered this, the river before him trembled violently, akin to an earthquake of magnitude 8. Shaking furiously. Fortunately, Chen Tian's formidable strength rendered him impervious to its effects. Moments later, he beheld terrifying figures emerging from the river, at least 1,000 of them. Clad in white armor, and standing around 2 meters tall, they bore a striking resemblance to shrimp soldiers and crab generals. Their levels hovered around 6th transition, level 600. All classified as lords, with a base combat power of 36 million, augmented by 10-fold talent boosts and skill enhancements. Their total combat power ranged from 5 billion to 36 billion. Such power would indeed be hellish for other adventurers. And it was no wonder that the Tianfeng professional team took over 800 hours to clear the first heaven. Indeed, this was merely the first heaven. One could only imagine the terror of this dungeon. Yet for Chen Tian, it was but a matter of a simple gesture. Bang, bang, bang. A barrage of water arrows suddenly shot forth from the river with such speed that they were nearly invisible. As the water arrows struck the shrimp soldiers and crab generals, they had no time to react before being obliterated. Chen Tian employed the water god skill, and in an instant, every beast within the river lay vanquished. A series of damage values emerged. However, in stark contrast to previous instances, this time the damage displayed was distinctly different. Previously, the figures were blood red. Now, they appeared in a spectrum of colors. Furthermore, the numerical unit had changed. 75,000. 75,000. Upon seeing this, Chen Tian immediately understood. This must be the influence of a demigod's life level. Although a damage value of 75,000 may seem modest, it is exceedingly terrifying for mortals, equivalent to 75 trillion. Nevertheless, in comparison to Chen Tian's true attack power, this damage value was vastly insufficient. Yet it was adequate, capable of effortlessly delivering a fatal blow. Kill 6 Transcendence level 600 Lord River Crab. Gain 36 million energy points. Kill 6 Transcendence level 600 Lord River Shrimp. Gain 36 million energy points. You have reached the pinnacle of your current life level. Complete the third transition task to continue your advancement. Chen Tian once again amassed 36 billion energy points. After accounting for the level tasks assigned to Feng Luoling and Piyun Xiao, he now possessed over 70 billion energy points. Shortly after binding with Piyun Xiao, Chen Tian issued a level task to him. This feedback was essential and must not be neglected. Piyun Xiao had now reached level 100 and was currently undertaking his job transition task. With him and Feng Luoling, Chen Tian would only need to complete the job transition tasks henceforth. The energy points were practically inexhaustible. Name, Quant Ring. Level, Demigod. Quality, Demigod. Capacity, 76, 143, 179, 100 trillion. Description, a special demigod-grade equipment used for storing energy points. This was merely a Quant Ring. Once Feng Luoling completed her second transition, Chen Tian would be able to acquire 90,000 of these rings alone, not to mention other equipment and items. The mere thought sent a thrill through Chen Tian. Boom. At that moment, a water bridge suddenly arose between the first and second rivers. Seeing this, Chen Tian quickly composed himself and collected all his gains. Among these, the most significant were the water attribute crystals, one of the 9 elemental crystals. He had obtained a total of 50,000, with an additional 40,000 surplus. Given Chen Tian's current luck, he would have originally acquired only around 10,000. However, with the enhancement from the Lord quality, the drop rate was astonishingly high, averaging 50 crystals per beast. If others were to learn of this drop rate, they would undoubtedly accuse him of cheating. They toiled and fought fiercely, and even then could only hope to obtain 1 or 2 crystals from killing a lord. Yet Chen Tian received 50 directly from slaying a lord. If he were to kill ordinary source beasts, acquiring even 1 crystal from 10 kills would be deemed fortunate. One can only imagine how extraordinarily favorable Chen Tian's drop rate was at this moment. Chen Tian proceeded toward the second river. Boom, boom. As he stepped into the second river, a series of silvery light pillars erupted from within. Upon closer inspection, he discovered that the figures were all massive pythons. As they emerged, they opened their enormous mouths and unleashed powerful water bullets towards Chen Tian. Swish, swish. The water bullets were terrifyingly potent, producing a fierce whooshing sound as they blasted through the air. Should they strike, the impact would undoubtedly reduce him to mere fragments. Observing this, Chen Tian merely waved his hand lightly. The incoming water bullets suddenly reversed course, hurtling back at such velocity that they emitted a deafening sonic boom. Swish, bang. In an instant, one such bullet exploded the python's head, showering the area in a mist of blood. 75,000. The colorful damage value and kill notifications once again flooded the screen. Kill 6 Transcendence level 600 Lord River Python. Gain 36 million energy points. Kill 6 Transcendence level 600 Lord River Python. Gain 36 million energy points. With the demise of the River Python and the fortuitous boost from his 99 luck, a plethora of equipment, materials, and items erupted forth in abundance. It was overwhelming in quantity, dazzling to behold. The energy points once again surged by 36 billion. Chen Tian swiftly collected them. Boom. Following the completion of the second river, another water bridge materialized out of thin air. Without hesitation, Chen Tian stepped forward. Thus, he ascended layer by layer toward the celestial dome. With his strength, he was akin to slicing through vegetables. During this journey, Chen Tian uncovered several insights. One notable observation was that as long as he refrained from entering the next river, the source beasts would not appear. This afforded him ample time to rest and recuperate. As for the duration of this reprieve, Chen Tian utilized his foresight to discover that the further he progressed, the less time he had to recover. In addition to the recovery time, he noted that as the rivers ascended, the level and strength of the source beasts became increasingly formidable, whereas their numbers dwindled. Roar. In order to save time, Chen Tian unleashed the Water Dragon Strike, targeting the rivers above him. 75,000. Kill 6 Transcendence level 680 Lord Pegasus. Gain 48 million energy points. Kill 6 Transcendence level 680 Great Lord Pegasus. Gain 68 million energy points. Before long, Chen Tian arrived at the final river, the 100th river. This river was vast and lengthy, spanning at least 10,000 miles and stretching across the entire celestial dome. Boom. As Chen Tian stepped in, the area ahead began to churn violently. Roar. Shortly after, a terrifying figure emerged from the depths. Chen Tian was momentarily taken aback. The figure was not particularly large, comparable to his own stature, yet it was composed entirely of water, with flowing currents spiraling around it. Lacking facial features, it appeared almost non-corporeal. Yet, in truth, it was a genuine life form. One might say it was a projection. Source Beast, Water Cloud, Supreme Lord. Level, 6 Transcendence, 700. Life, 11, 2 billion. Energy, 11, 2 billion. Physical power, 11, 2 billion. Mental strength, 11, 2 billion. Combat power, 11, 2 billion. Defense, 11, 2 billion. Speed, 11, 2 billion. Talent, Water source, passive talent. Possessing formidable restorative powers as a water spirit. Water control, passively capable of manipulating all water attributes and related skills. Water spirit, as a water spirit. It possesses boundless energy in water and amplifies skills by 100-fold. Skills, water bullet, water arrow, water wave, water line, water wall, water burial, heavenly water calamity. Remarks, Supreme Lord Water Spirit projection, base amplification of 80 times. With a base combat power of 2 billion and at level 700. The normal base amplification for a 6 transcendence being is 2,000 times. The Supreme Lord boasts a base amplification of 80 times. Coupled with the amplifications from its talents and skills, its combat power can reach a horrifying 12 trillion. The reason for such terror is, of course, due to its status as a Supreme Lord. The higher the quality, the more formidable the base amplification. Supreme Lords possess a direct base amplification of 80 times. The amplification tiers for source beasts are classified as follows. Elite amplification of 10 times, Leader amplification of 20 times, Lord amplification of 30 times, Great Lord amplification of 50 times, Supreme Lord amplification of 80 times, King amplification of 100 times, and Emperor amplification of 1,000 times. As for demigods, the minimum amplification is 10,000 times. This is somewhat akin to talents. However, there are distinctions. Talent amplifications are categorized as demigod talent amplification of 10,000 times, XE amplification of 1,000 times, SSR amplification of 100 times, SSS talent amplification of 30 times, SS amplification of 10 times, S amplification of 5 times, and A amplification of 3 times. In addition to talents, there are also skills. Skill amplifications are divided into low-level amplification of 2 times, mid-level amplification of 3 times, high-level amplification of 5 times, top-level amplification of 10 times, legendary amplification of 20 times, forbidden technique amplification of 100 times, and divine spell amplification of 1,000 times. As for the pseudo-divine beings, they are exponentially amplified. However, to possess pseudo-divine abilities, one must attain a god-tier profession. Water Cloud, lacking eyes, fixated coldly on Chen Tian and declared, "This is not a place for you. But since you have appeared, prepare to meet your demise." With that, he unleashed a barrage of terrifying skills aimed at Chen Tian. The river churned violently, and Water Cloud's attacks were formidable. Any other Pinnacle 6 transformation profession would likely suffer grievous wounds, if not death, under such onslaught. Yet, Chen Tian remained unperturbed, simply raising his hand to launch a massive water dragon towards his opponent. A deafening roar echoed across the heavens and the earth. Witnessing this scene, Water Cloud momentarily faltered, then smirked coldly. He proceeded to cast his water attribute skills, thinking it was akin to courting death. Contemplating this, Water Cloud intended to control the water dragon. But in the next instant, his expression changed dramatically. How could this be? As a water spirit, he was inherently capable of commanding water attributes and skills. Yet now, after several attempts, he found himself utterly unresponsive. Water Cloud's countenance darkened. The water dragon drew nearer, when all his skills collided with the opponent. The result was akin to an egg striking a rock, utterly ineffective. The water dragon, seemingly possessing a soul, roared menacingly at Water Cloud. His face paled in an instant. Without a moment's hesitation, he unleashed his most fearsome skill, fusion of spirit and water. Boom. The waters of the river surged violently, as if imbued with life, manifesting as serpentine forms that coiled around Water Cloud's body in an instant. In a mere moment, a towering water giant, 200 feet tall and devoid of facial features, emerged. Die! The water giant bellowed, its colossal fist aimed at the water dragon. Refusing to back down, the water dragon surged towards the giant. Boom! Upon their collision, the water giant was obliterated, proving equally fragile. Impossible! Water Cloud roared in fury, promptly activating his water spirit talent. The shattered water giant reformed, only to be destroyed once more by the water dragon in the blink of an eye. Curse it! The water giant repeatedly coalesced and was repeatedly vanquished by the water dragon. Water Cloud was indeed formidable, yet compared to Chen Tian, he was no more significant than an ant. Within mere seconds, the water giant had been annihilated over 100 times, ultimately leading to his demise. Of course, one might wonder why Chen Tian did not obliterate his foe instantly. This was due to Chen Tian refraining from employing special energies, coupled with Water Cloud's innate recovery in water, necessitating some time for the process. 75,000. Defeated the 6th transformation level 700 Supreme Lord Water Cloud, earning 2 billion energy points. With Water Cloud's demise, a multitude of radiant items emerged, at least 100 in total. Chen Tian did not pause to inspect them, for the bounty was overwhelmingly abundant. Just from energy points alone, he had amassed 225 trillion. Capacity, 322, 567 trillion, 100 trillion. A total of 745 million water attribute crystals. As for equipment, it was unnecessary to elaborate further, as it was all converted into equipment points. Equipment points, 578 billion. This time, he had gained approximately 4 billion directly. Alas, he still lacked considerably in creating god-tier equipment. However, Chen Tian was indifferent to these matters at present. Once Feng Luoling completed her job transition, he would be in possession of everything. Just the divine artifacts alone amounted to 90,000. You have cleared the first layer of heaven. Clearance time, 2 minutes 28 seconds. Learning from past experiences, Chen Tian deliberately slowed down this time. Nevertheless, it remained astonishingly remarkable and extraordinary. Detected that you cleared within 10 minutes, triggering hidden dungeon. Do you wish to accept? Just as Chen Tian prepared to advance to the next layer, several prompts sounded. Chapter 87, Second Layer of Heaven, Blood Soil Domain. No. Chen Tian decisively opted for negation. A hidden dungeon? He was engaged in a job transition task, with no time to spare for hidden missions. The system responded once more. Exiting dungeon. Entering the next layer of heaven. Notice, this dungeon cannot save progress. This implied that upon his next entry, he would have to start again from the first layer. For ordinary professions, this would undoubtedly elicit a curse. If the first layer was this terrifying, what could one expect from the second or third layers? Thus, many adventurers would choose to abandon the dungeon upon hearing such notifications. After all, to exit the dungeon afterward, one would need appropriate items, or else must clear the second layer. Using items would not be worth the cost. Hence, thus far, only the Tianfeng team had cleared the first layer. Without a hint of hesitation, Chen Tian opted to enter the next layer. What was arduous for others was but a mere gesture for him. Transmitting. As soon as Chen Tian made his choice, a portal of light appeared, and he stepped through, only to be greeted by a prompt. Immediately afterward, he felt the sensation of weightlessness as the transmission commenced. After a brief moment, Chen Tian sensed a familiar touch beneath his feet. Although he remained within the light portal, he was aware he had arrived at the second layer of heaven. Indeed, the prompt sounded once more. Welcome to the second layer of heaven, Blood Soil Domain. Blood Soil Domain. Chen Tian pondered, hastily stepping out of the light portal. Yet, upon his emergence, his countenance froze. If the first layer had been astonishing, this second layer was steeped in horror and strangeness. Before him lay a blood-red expanse of land, devoid of flora or greenery, merely a barren wasteland. The ground was marred with mingled blood, as if a massacre had once transpired here. With the excess blood having seeped into the earth over time, it exuded an aura of eeriness, terror, bloodlust, and dread. This scene would undoubtedly send shivers down the spines of any other adventurers. Although Chen Tian possessed formidable strength, even he could not help but feel a chill in such circumstances. Surveying his surroundings, the entire landscape bore this ghastly visage. Blood Soil Domain. Chen Tian understood that this second layer of heaven was likely uniform in its grotesque nature. Gazing upwards, he noticed the sky was painted in blood-red hues, the sun itself resembling a crimson orb. Eerie. This layer of heaven was undeniably bizarre. Rumbling. Just as Chen Tian set out to locate the source beast of this layer, the ground suddenly erupted with thunderous sounds. The earth trembled, and distant explosions echoed as if enemies were detonating bombs. Furrowing his brow, Chen Tian contemplated before unleashing the cataclysmic rupture. The surrounding area erupted in an even more terrifying cacophony. Damage values and prompt notifications rang out incessantly. 75,000. 75,000. Defeated the 6th transformation level 600 Lord Blood Earthworm, earning 36 million energy points. Defeated the 6th transformation level 600 Lord Blood Earthworm, earning 36 million energy points. Chen Tian was taken aback. Blood Earthworm? 6th transformation level 600? Was this not akin to the first layer? Could it be? A sudden realization struck him. Could it be that the second layer of heaven and the first layer were fundamentally similar, merely differing in environment and source beasts? The more he pondered, the more convinced he became of this notion. Otherwise, aside from him, no other professions would stand a chance at clearing the dungeon. Such a dungeon, by all rights, should not exist. After all, dungeons were designed to be conquerable. If they were impossible to clear, there would be no need for such elaborate design. Chen Tian speculated that the subsequent 7 layers of heaven might be similar. As a 6th-tier dungeon, it was naturally impossible to reach the 7th tier. With the demise of the blood earthworm, equipment, materials, skills, and attribute crystals all erupted forth. Chen Tian promptly collected them. However, the next moment, a peculiar expression crossed his face. With a mere thought, a blood-red crystal materialized in his hand. Name: Earth Attribute Crystal. Description: polluted by malevolent blood, cannot be utilized again. What on earth transpired in this second layer of projection? Chen Tian furrowed his brows. He inferred that under normal circumstances, this second layer should not exhibit such anomalies. Otherwise, the Earth Attribute Crystal would not have been tainted. Damn it! Chen Tian felt an irritable discontent. Consequently, this layer had essentially been a waste of effort. Yet, this was not the extent of Chen Tian's vexation. He was genuinely troubled by the prospect of encountering similar circumstances in the layers to come. If they were all like this, wouldn't it be a complete waste of time? Chen Tian found himself in a dilemma. Pollution? Malevolent blood? Could this be purified or cleansed? A sudden thought struck him. Without hesitation, he activated the chaotic domain, and with another thought, tendrils of terrifying blood, saturated with malevolence, were drawn from the earth attribute crystal. As the malevolent blood was extracted, the crystal transformed into a brownish hue. Witnessing this, Chen Tian smiled. Simultaneously, another question arose in his mind. If he were to extract all the malevolent blood from the crystals and then integrate it into the already perfected blood shadow of the Emperor, would it enhance its power, elevating it beyond the Emperor's level? Previously, in the first layer, Chen Tian had attempted this, but regrettably, the blood he encountered was far too mundane to augment the blood shadow's strength. Thus, he had refrained from collecting it, deeming it unnecessary. It was better to consider it a reward for Fong Luoling and Piyun Xiao, with a mere tenfold return. Wouldn't he possess a myriad of perfected blood shadows of the Emperor? Once Fong Luoling reached the second tier, she would have 1,000 divine-level entities. Yet now, Chen Tian discovered that the malevolent blood extracted from the crystals was remarkably potent. He even faintly sensed a unique energy emanating from it, reminiscent of the energy levels found within the divine source. What on earth had occurred? Chen Tian furrowed his brow again. He was uncertain what monumental event had transpired in the projection of this second layer. Without further contemplation, he retrieved all the blood-red crystals and began the extraction process. In mere seconds, all the crystals returned to normal. A mass of blood, the size of a human head, floated before Chen Tian, seemingly alive as it writhed incessantly. This was not under Chen Tian's control. Rather, it was a transformation resulting from the blood's own amalgamation. At the same time, it emanated an extremely terrifying aura of malevolent blood. Chen Tian felt somewhat embarrassed, as his blood god skill could not manipulate this substance. There was undoubtedly something amiss with this blood. After some contemplation, he ultimately chose not to annihilate it with his domain, but instead decided to study some blood-related talents. He could not believe that there existed something in this world he could not control. After securing the malevolent blood, Chen Tian immediately began to exterminate all the source beasts contaminated by it across the world. Boom, boom. After more than 2 minutes, a blood-red centipede, clad in crimson armor and measuring 500 zhang in length, appeared before Chen Tian. Chapter 88. 6th Layer, Gale Wind Realm. Source Beast, Blood Malevolent Heavenly Dragon, King. Level, 6th Tier, 700. Life, 140 billion. Energy, 14 billion. Physical Strength, 14 billion. Mental Strength, 14 billion. Battle Power, 1 for billion. Defense, 1 for billion. Speed, 1 for billion. Talent, Blood Poison, Amplification. Skills, Blood Mist, Thousandfold, Giant Shadow. Remarks, Supreme Blood Armor, Qianlong Foot Projection, mutated and evolved due to the invasion of undying malevolent blood. Experiencing a 100-fold enhancement, with an additional 10-fold boost due to the malevolent blood influence. Under normal circumstances, the battle power of this blood malevolent heavenly dragon, or centipede, would be comparable to that of Shuiyun, peaking at 140 billion. However, now, due to the contamination of undying malevolent blood, it had surged to a terrifying 28 trillion, instantly reaching the level of a demigod. Such a scenario, even with the XE talent, was quite mysterious. Only a demigod-level talent could achieve this, and it required a level equal to its own. One could only imagine the terror of the blood malevolent heavenly dragon. Roar. The 500 zhang blood malevolent heavenly dragon loomed like a small mountain, its myriad crimson feet densely packed, evoking a sense of dread. It charged towards Chen Tian at an astonishing speed, spewing forth a cloud of blood mist mid-flight. Merely spraying into the air, it emitted a hissing, corrosive sound. One could easily deduce that this blood mist contained an abundance of lethal toxins. Chen Tian had no desire to be tainted by it, so he unleashed the divine skill. Fire Meteor Annihilation. Boom. The originally blood-red sky was instantly painted by a terrifyingly potent meteor. Horrific flames cascaded from above, resembling a colossal sun plummeting to the earth, radiating an extreme heat. Even standing upon the crimson ground, Chen Tian could feel an intense scorching sensation. Boom. As the meteor thundered through the air, a cataclysmic roar resounded. Sensing the imminent threat of death, the blood-malevolent heavenly dragon's eyes turned bloodthirsty, enveloped in a crimson aura. In a matter of moments, its form swelled, skyrocketing to 10,000 zhang, as it prepared to collide with the descending meteor, intending to use its massive body to repel the impending force. Yet, as soon as they made contact, the colossal form of the blood-malevolent heavenly dragon was obliterated. Boom. A thunderous explosion echoed, reminiscent of a planet's detonation, as a terrifying blast enveloped a 1,000-mile radius. Boom. When the meteor struck the ground, it unleashed an ear-splitting roar. The earth shook violently, trembling as if it were on the verge of shattering into oblivion. Such a terrifying scene resembled the end of the world. The grandeur of the spectacle was truly breathtaking. It could hardly be overstated as apocalyptic. Boom. The explosions persisted for several seconds before gradually subsiding into calm. 75,000. Defeated the 6th tier, 700 level. King level blood malevolent heavenly dragon, earning 1 for billion energy points. A notification chimed in his ears. The blood malevolent heavenly dragon was reduced to ashes, and glowing orbs burst forth. Among them was a piece of demigod-level equipment. Chen Tian did not inspect it and simply stored it away. There remained a trace of malevolent blood. Undying malevolent blood? Chen Tian grasped the blood-red substance, lost in thought. This led him to recall several dungeons, the Undying Domain, the Sea of Undying Blood, the Undying Cave. Perhaps this undying malevolent blood was connected to these entities. At that moment, another notification rang out. As expected, due to his excessive speed, he triggered a hidden dungeon. You have cleared the second layer of heaven. Completion time, 3 minutes and 56 seconds. Detected that you triggered a hidden dungeon within 10 minutes of clearing. Would you like to accept? Chen Tian declined once more. He possessed all the items, equipment, and energy points he required. There was no need for further pursuit. A portal reappeared, and Chen Tian stepped through it. Soon, he found himself in the third layer. Welcome to the third layer, Wood Source Earth. This layer was teeming with various plants, or rather, various source beasts. They resembled those in the first layer, untouched by any unknown forces, confirming Chen Tian's previous assumptions. It is not necessarily true that the higher one ascends, the more terrifying it becomes. Chen Tian directly unleashed his divine fire control, incinerating everything to a crisp. Of course, this pertained to the source beasts, not the forest, so there were no significant issues. A notification chimed. You have cleared the third layer. Completion time, 1 minute and 34 seconds. A hidden quest has been triggered as you cleared within 10 minutes. Do you wish to accept it? Naturally, he chose to decline. The radiance ignited once more. Next came the fourth layer, the Golden Isles. The entire realm was comprised of floating golden islands, densely packed to the point of being incalculable. They floated in the sky, varying in height and size. Here, the source beasts were none other than the golden islands themselves, which would suddenly plummet from above, crashing down towards Chen Tian. Avoiding them would denote success. Failing to do so would mean mutual destruction. Chen Tian did not wish to squander time and promptly executed the sword rain technique. In an instant, countless golden islands were obliterated. Bang, bang. The sounds of explosions echoed incessantly. He had now arrived at the fifth layer. This realm was a world engulfed in flames that occasionally rained down from the heavens. Boom, boom. Countless flames descended, striking the ground with terrifying explosive sounds. The power was indeed formidable. However, it paled in comparison to the previous meteor strikes. The earth was awash with molten lava. Boom, boom. From the molten mass emerged variously shaped source beasts. Colossal lava creatures formed entirely from the molten rock. They roared ferociously, charging towards Chen Tian. He unleashed the water dragon technique, and instantly, torrents of water dragons surged forth from his center in all directions. Those lava giants appeared menacing. Yet under the assault of the water dragons, they were reduced to mere bubbles. Boom, boom. 2 minutes later, the once fiery world had completely transformed into an ocean. Even the flames that occasionally fell from the sky were thoroughly extinguished. You have cleared the fifth layer. Completion time, 2 minutes and 16 seconds. A hidden quest has been triggered as you cleared within 10 minutes. Do you wish to accept it? Of course, he chose to decline again. The portal reappeared, and Chen Tian stepped through. Welcome to the sixth layer, Gale Realm. Whoosh. As Chen Tian stepped out of the portal, he heard a swift whoosh of air slicing through. The speed was astonishing. Without a moment's thought, he activated the Divine Emperor's golden armor. A suit of golden armor materialized around him, followed by a resounding bang. Chen Tian felt as though he had been struck by a blade. However, with the protection of the Divine Emperor's golden armor, no harm befell him. Instead, he grew increasingly curious about the identity of his assailant. But when he gazed into the distance, he was momentarily stunned. What lay before him were landmasses no larger than a square mile, which could easily be mistaken for bridge piers, each separated by 10 miles and connected by wooden bridges. It looked remarkably like a series of bridges. Yet, it was not the appearance of this realm that left Chen Tian in awe, but rather the devastating storms that raged upon each wooden bridge, resembling cataclysmic tempests. Chapter 89, the eighth layer, Thunder Domain. These were tornadoes. Yet their power and size were vastly superior. They blotted out the sun, akin to countless floating, terrifying behemoths, glowing a silvery white. However, what struck Chen Tian as peculiar was that despite the storms appearing immensely terrifying and possessing the ability to annihilate everything, their surroundings remained utterly unaffected. They did not influence one another, as if they existed in an entirely separate space. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Just as Chen Tian pondered this, beams of silvery light shot forth from the storms, targeting him. The speed was so swift that it felt like a fleeting shadow, instantly striking Chen Tian. It emitted a series of crisp sounds. With the Divine Emperor's golden armor, Chen Tian did not evade the attack, simultaneously realizing what had just struck him. Gale Realm. Gale? Reflecting on the gale, Chen Tian realized he had yet to acquire a single skill related to the wind. However, he was even more curious about the source beasts of this layer. How could he obtain wind attribute crystals without vanquishing the source beasts? Whoosh, 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 whoosh. Perhaps sensing Chen Tian's ability to withstand their onslaught, the wrathful storms unleashed a flurry of silvery gales toward him. A bright flash swept past, immediately followed by a cacophony of crisp sounds. The dense barrage of gales left him with no option but to defend. Evasion was futile. Yet, regardless of the number of gales, they posed no threat to Chen Tian. He discerned that this layer was evidently far more formidable than the preceding 5. Each gale bore a combat strength of approximately 5 billion. This led him to conclude that this dungeon was not static. Rather, its divisions varied. The 5 elements, wind and thunder, light and darkness. He could only wonder what awaited him in the 9th layer. The relentless gales pummeled him, yet even his golden armor remained unperturbed, as if it had no effect whatsoever. Chen Tian gazed at the storms, contemplating. Could these be the source beasts? Or perhaps the source beasts resided within the storms? With this thought, Chen Tian extended his right hand toward the colossal storms that loomed like mountains and gently grasped. An enormous golden hand manifested in the heavens, swiftly reaching for the storms. Perhaps sensing danger, the storms erupted with a barrage of silvery gales, hurling themselves toward the golden hand. Bang, bang. The sounds of explosions rang out incessantly, yet they could not budge it. It was akin to a mayfly attempting to shake a tree, or an egg striking a stone, utterly futile. Witnessing this scene, Chen Tian knew without a doubt that something was amiss within the storms. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. Seeing that their attacks could not displace the golden hand, the storms quickly redirected their fury towards Chen Tian. Observing this, Chen Tian clenched his palm, and the golden hand surged downward, grasping at the storms with a speed that multiplied 100-fold. Before the gales could be unleashed, the golden hand enveloped them. But even before it could fully close its grip, the terrifying aura it exuded shattered all the gales, and it continued to seize the storms. Bang, bang, bang. The storms similarly succumbed. Before the golden hand could fully grasp them, they exploded in a series of detonations. At that moment, Chen Tian also discerned what lay within the storms. Source beasts born from wind attribute energy. They were entirely silver white, humanoid in form, with wispy strands of hair. However, they were not true humans. Their bodies flickered in and out of visibility, akin to the wind, as if they would dissipate with a mere gust. As the storms that enveloped them dissipated, they erupted into a frenzy of rage. Source beast, wine slave, lord. Level, 6 transition, level 650. Life, 3, 9 billion. Energy, 3, 9 billion. Physical strength, 3, 9 billion. Mental strength, 3, 9 billion. Combat strength, 39 million. Defense, 39 million. Speed, 39 million. Talent, wind control, innately masters all winds. Wind sensation, can sense wind within 100 miles. Wind spirit, gains boundless energy in the presence of wind, amplifying it 100-fold. Skills, storm, windblade. Remarks, servant of the Wind King. Their combat strength was indeed higher. However, under the might of the golden hand, they were utterly powerless. Bang, bang, bang. All the wind slaves were instantly crushed, dead beyond resurrection. 75,000. 75,000. Defeated the 6 Transcendence level 650 Lord, Wind Slave, and acquired 39 million energy points. Defeated the 6 Transcendence level 650 Lord, Wind Slave, and acquired 39 million energy points. You have. As the Wind Slave perished, countless luminous orbs erupted forth. Before they could fall, Chen Tian swiftly gathered them. Upon noticing the wind attribute crystals among them, a smile crept across his face. He then proceeded towards the wooden bridge. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. As Chen Tian stepped off the bridge, a multitude of silver-white beams of light descended from the distant sky once more. These were also wind blades, densely packed and overwhelming. Witnessing this scene, Chen Tian unleashed a powerful punch. A colossal golden fist resembling a giant mountain materialized instantaneously. With a single blow, it obliterated all the wind blades, and then he turned his attention back to the wind slave soaring above. For convenience's sake, Chen Tian had learned the skills of wind blade and storm, as well as the talents of wind sense and wind spirit. Subsequently, he summoned a storm, creating a tempest with a radius of 100 miles centered around himself. This was the true essence of cataclysm. Chen Tian commanded the storm as it rampaged forward. The further he ventured, the mightier the wind slaves he encountered, including the formidable greater lords and supreme lords. Chen Tian calculated that there were a total of 100 bridges. The final Wind King was terrifying beyond measure. Unfortunately for it, it met its demise within its own storm. There was nothing to be done. After all, it encountered Chen Tian. Upon mastering the wind spirit talent, he transformed into the god of wind. How could the Wind King possibly compare? 75,000. Defeated the 6 Transcendence level 700, King level Wind King, and acquired 1. 4 billion energy points. You have cleared the 6th heaven. Clearing time, 9 minutes and 56 seconds. A hidden dungeon has been triggered due to your completion within 10 minutes. Would you like to accept it? Chen Tian was taken aback. This time he distinctly felt slower, yet the outcome still failed to exceed 10 minutes. He promptly declined. A luminous portal appeared, and he stepped inside. Welcome to the 7th heaven, Thunder Domain. Crackle, crackle. Before Chen Tian could exit the portal, terrifying crackling sounds echoed from the outside world. Without a doubt, he recognized this as the voice of thunder. As he stepped through the portal, he beheld a realm teeming with lightning. Countless bolts of lightning, resembling wild, white serpents, darted about, unleashing formidable flashes of electricity. The entire landscape, including the heavens above, was enshrouded in thunder. In the distance, purple lightning continuously struck down from the celestial vault, crashing to the ground with explosive force. This scene resembled a domain of divine retribution. Chapter 90, Thunder Dragon Emperor. Crackle, crackle. Due to the chaotic and unpredictable nature of the thunder, no one could anticipate where the next strike would land. Whether it was merely Chen Tian's misfortune or some unseen force at work, as soon as he appeared, several bolts of white lightning shot towards him. Chen Tian unleashed the Destruction Storm, an upgraded version of the storm skill. Crackle, crackle, crackle. As the storm unfurled, the white lightning struck it, only to be devoured by the Destruction Storm, which began to whirl violently, losing its brilliance after a few moments. Even the surrounding thunder was forcibly drawn into the Destruction Storm. In a matter of moments, countless bolts of lightning merged into the storm, flashing wildly within it. Yet, regardless of their efforts, they could not escape the grasp of the Destruction Storm, and thus could not harm Chen Tian. He remained at the center of the storm, unaffected, as the Destruction Storm served as a formidable barrier against the lightning strikes. Observing the Destruction Storm, Chen Tian felt that it truly embodied the essence of annihilation. The combination of storm and thunder constituted a genuinely destructive force. Alas, he currently lacked any thunder-related skills. Perhaps he would find some within this heaven. Chen Tian advanced forward, seeking the source beast of this realm. Beyond skills, the thunder attribute crystals were of utmost importance. Crackle, crackle, boom, boom, boom. Aside from the thunder on the ground, the sky above occasionally unleashed bolts of purple lightning. Though Chen Tian was empty-handed, the Destruction Storm was fearsome. As soon as the purple lightning entered the vicinity of the Destruction Storm, it was forcibly absorbed within. Before long, a massive purple storm was born. With the addition of the purple lightning, the power of the Destruction Storm grew increasingly terrifying. Ultimately, bolts of lightning within a 1,000-mile radius were drawn into it. It appeared as though countless fearsome thunder dragons were spiraling wildly. Such an assault, if unleashed upon a city, would obliterate everything in an instant. It was truly terrifying. Boom. As Chen Tian approached a mountain peak, the purple storm had not even drawn near when it exploded with a deafening sound, subsequently disintegrating into ashes. Boom, boom. As Chen Tian moved, any obstacle he encountered, regardless of its size or hardness, was annihilated by the Destruction Storm, reduced to ashes and absorbed. In that moment, Chen Tian resembled the harbinger of destruction. Each step he took heralded catastrophe for this world. If this continued, it would not be long before the entire realm faced utter annihilation. Roar. Suddenly, a terrifying roar reverberated from the heavens. Chen Tian instantly looked up, spotting a colossal thunder dragon emerging from the tempest above, obscuring the sun. Just the head of the dragon exuded an overwhelming sense of impact and pressure. Any ordinary person would have been struck dead on the spot, for it was simply too large and terrifying. The dragon's head resembled a mountain of thunder, more akin to an ancient thunder dragon. It opened its massive maw, letting forth an enraged roar towards Chen Tian. Within that gaping mouth, purple lightning coalesced furiously, preparing to launch a devastating attack against him. Witnessing this spectacle, Chen Tian could not help but chuckle. Source Beast, Thunder Dragon Emperor, Royal. Level, 6 Transcendence Level 700. Life, 140 billion. Energy, 14 billion. Physical Strength, 14 billion. Mental Strength, 14 billion. Combat Power, 1 for billion. Defense, 1 for billion. Speed, 1 for billion. Talent, Thunder Emperor Dragon, Demigod Talent. Controls threads of heavenly thunder, amplifying 1,000-fold. Thunder Emperor, XE Talent, Sovereign of Thunder, can freely manipulate lightning. Thunder Spirit, XE Talent. Within the Sea of Thunder, it can gain boundless energy, amplifying 1,000-fold. True Form of Thunder. Skills, Thunder Strike, Thunderous Might, Thunderous Blow. 10,000 Lightning Erupting Thunder Emperor's Divine Blade. Heaven Slaying, Divine Thunder. Remarks. Projection of the Thunder Dragon Emperor. Basic amplification 1,000-fold. Are you finally unable to restrain yourself from attacking? In truth, Chen Tian had long since realized that the trial of this heaven was to traverse through the Thunder Domain. For others, it would be a perilous endeavor. Yet for Chen Tian, it could be resolved in a mere second. The issue lay in his intention to acquire attribute crystals. Without the Thunder attribute crystals, his efforts would be in vain. Chen Tian also understood that this heaven harbored a great terror. He planned to forcibly absorb the opponent's lightning and wreak havoc upon this world to compel it to reveal itself. As long as he could obtain a single Thunder attribute crystal, that would suffice. After all, the Stormbreaker was on the verge of completing its class transition. A reward given to the opponent would yield a 10,000-fold return. Prior to entering this dungeon, Chen Tian initially intended to purchase attribute crystals to fulfill his class transition mission. However, wind, thunder, light, dark, and 4 types of attribute crystals were exceedingly rare. There weren't even 1,000 available. If that were the case, it would be manageable. The problem was that light and dark attribute crystals were non-existent. Without them, what kind of feedback could he expect? Whoosh, as Chen Tian pondered. A terrifying purple lightning bolt shot forth from the gaping maw of the thunder dragon. The thunderous strike echoed through the heavens. Boom. The dreadful purple lightning descended, igniting a cacophony of explosive sounds wherever it passed. The sheer might of this attack was utterly formidable. Not even a class with an SSS talent at the 8th transition could withstand it, let alone those at the 6th. With a flick of his finger towards the sky, Chen Tian unleashed a brilliant silver blade of wind, the skill known as Wind Blade, now rebranded as the Blade of the Wind God. With a slicing sound, the once fearsome purple lightning was cleaved in two. Unable to resist the onslaught, he charged towards the Thunder Dragon Emperor. Roar! Sensing an overwhelming threat of death, the Thunder Dragon Emperor gathered lightning in its massive jaws once more. This time, the lightning was black. Just as it coalesced, a terrifying aura erupted, accompanied by an overwhelming celestial might. This was the ultimate attack, a combination of heavenly thunder and thunder strike, with power rivaling that of a demigod, boasting a combat strength of 280 trillion. Boom! The black lightning struck, yet it was effortlessly severed in two by the ascending wind blade. The Thunder Dragon Emperor, caught off guard, suffered the same fate. However, despite the assault, the dragon did not perish, it swiftly reformed. It then roared in fury at the diminutive Chen Tian, who seemed as insignificant as an ant in comparison. Meanwhile, the storm above raged violently. Boom! Boom! The terrifying thunder continued to erupt, as if the heavens themselves were intent on annihilating the world. In an instant, the entire realm was plunged into darkness, the black clouds shrouding even the lightning in shadows. Suddenly, the sky began to whirl like a tornado. In a heartbeat, all the black lightning converged, unleashing a cataclysmic force. Boom! As the energy compressed to its utmost limit, it surged down towards Chen Tian, distorting the very fabric of space. The air detonated with explosive bursts, sending forth countless sparks. The attack was indeed impressive. Chen Tian merely smiled faintly. It was a technique worthy of his study. After absorbing some of the Thunder Dragon Emperor's talents and skills, he raised his hand gently. The storm of destruction around him spiraled into a frenzy, his head morphing into a sharply pointed vortex, hurtling towards the descending black lightning. Boom! The world-ending black lightning was obliterated, forcibly merging into the storm of destruction, causing an overwhelming surge of energy that surged towards the Thunder Dragon Emperor. Roar! Although the Thunder Dragon Emperor remained silent, its enormous eyes betrayed shock and disbelief. As it beheld the approaching storm of destruction, fear gripped it. Yet, recalling its unique nature, it became enraged and unleashed a terrifying roar at Chen Tian. In the next moment, it was engulfed by the cataclysmic storm. As the Thunder Dragon Emperor attempted to gather lightning to restore itself, all the lightning in the heavens uncontrollably merged into it. The dragon was momentarily stunned. It strained to coalesce, but the newly formed shadow was forcibly absorbed by the storm of destruction. Before long, beams of sunlight began to cascade from the formerly pitch-black sky. Simultaneously, a notification chimed in Chen Tian's ear. Chapter 91, 8th Heaven, the Realm of Light, defeated the 6th Transition 700 level, Royal Class Thunder Dragon Emperor, earning 1 4 billion energy points. Rays of light burst forth, including 2 pieces of demigod-level equipment, the Thunder Dragon Armor and the Celestial Annihilation Spear. Alas, they were of no use to him, but they could serve his companion, Piyun Xiao, in her current task of slaying 100,000 source beasts. Such missions were to Chen Tian's liking. You have cleared the 7th heaven. Completion time, 4 minutes and 26 seconds. A hidden dungeon has been triggered as you completed the task within 10 minutes. Would you like to accept? No. Chen Tian declined outright. As he stepped into the light gate, he felt a sensation of weightlessness, and as his feet touched the ground, he sensed something amiss. The brilliance of the light gate had already been dazzling, but the upper diagonal corner outside the gate suddenly became even more resplendent. The intense radiance was discomforting to Chen Tian's eyes. Welcome to the 8th heaven, the realm of light. The realm of light, Chen Tian speculated, stepping through the light gate without hesitation while evading the blinding glow. In the next moment, he was taken aback. This realm was entirely unlike what he had envisioned, for he beheld beings he had never anticipated, humans. Indeed, they were humans, not mere adventurers, but the very essence of humanity within the dungeon. Yet, Chen Tian soon discerned the anomaly. Although they were human, they were mere projections, devoid of transformation into source beasts. Even if slain, they yielded no spoils. Moreover, these humans exhibited peculiar behavior. At that moment, they were all kneeling, their eyes vacant as they gazed towards the heavens, seemingly engaged in prayer. Witnessing this scene, Chen Tian turned his gaze skyward. In an instant, realization dawned upon him. the blinding light was akin to a colossal sun, unlike the sun which radiates in all directions. The fierce beam from above shone in a singular line, descending like a spotlight. Coincidentally, the beam was aimed directly at Chen Tian. Chen Tian. As the light descended, the kneeling figures began to fervently pray. Upon closer inspection, one could observe their bodies trembling, as though terrified of the beam from above. Yet, when they noticed the light beam about to strike nearby, their gazes instinctively shifted. Upon seeing Chen Tian standing and staring at the heavens, their expressions morphed into ones of horror. Impudent, the divine light descends, and you do not kneel in reverence. An elder bellowed at Chen Tian. Hearing the elder's voice, Chen Tian frowned, and in the next instant, the elder exploded into a mist of blood. Demon, he is a demon. The others cried out in panic, their faces paling. Just as Chen Tian contemplated eradicating the remaining individuals, the beam was already a kilometer above him, poised to strike. Chen Tian pondered briefly, and then hurled a punch at the beam. Bang! The collision shattered the seemingly terrifying beam into fragments, which then dissipated into specks of light. His golden fist surged skyward, aimed at the luminous sphere above. The onlookers were left dumbfounded by this display. Their pallid faces turned to expressions of fear and despair. Why? Why do you resist the deity? Would it not be better to simply perish? Why must you defy the divine will? Another elder shouted at Chen Tian. Do you not realize the calamity you bring upon us? Chen Tian. Demon. He is a demon who will bring disaster upon us. Indeed, he was a demon. He had never encountered such a being before. This was it. The deity would undoubtedly punish them for this transgression. Silence. Chen Tian roared, and the speaker was reduced to a spray of blood. Subsequently, he activated his domain of chaotic mist. In no time, Chen Tian comprehended all the information about this world. What a farcical deity. They were merely source beasts, albeit with a peculiar twist. They were angels. Indeed, angels. The luminous sphere in the heavens was an angel. Every month, a beam of light would descend from the heavens, and the humans in this realm were akin to toys, kneeling in anticipation of their fate. The angels strike with randomness, and those struck by their beams are instantly reduced to ashes. Any act of defiance is deemed disrespectful to the angels, prompting them to retaliate by slaughtering a significant portion of humanity as a form of punishment. Over time, the inhabitants of this realm have become mere playthings for the angels, living daily in a state of prayer, beseeching that the divine light does not fall upon them. It is indeed a tragic and lamentable existence. Chen Tian mused, knowing that if such a fate befell him, he would resist with all his might, refusing to compromise even at the cost of his life. Devil, flee, for he is the devil. Observing the terrified humans around him, Chen Tian willed them to ashes in an instant, restoring a profound silence to the area. After all, they were merely projections. Nevertheless, even if they were not projections, he would not hesitate to send them on their way, for life in such a manner held little meaning. Boom! The celestial sphere, upon witnessing the golden fist shatter its beam, trembled violently as a formidable, terrifying aura erupted forth. And an even more fearsome beam descended from the heavens. Yet it, too, was obliterated by the golden fist. Boom! The firmament quaked, and the celestial sphere vanished. 75,000. Defeated a 6 Transcendence level 700 winged angel, rewarded with 1 for billion energy points. Various light orbs burst forth once more. Upon seeing the light attribute crystals, Chen Tian could not help but smile slightly. Just as he anticipated the appearance of more angels, a series of notifications chimed in. You have cleared the eightfold heaven. Completion time, 6 seconds. Detected completion within 10 minutes triggers hidden dungeon. Do you wish to accept? Accept. This time, Chen Tian chose to accept. Though these beings were detestable, they were still of the human race. It was a falsehood to claim he felt no anger at their treatment as toys by the angels. Seeking vengeance against them was a different matter. Chen Tian simply desired their destruction. You have accepted the hidden quest, the wrath of angels. Description: you have slain an angel, utterly inciting the wrath of the angelic race. They will stop at nothing to kill you. You must successfully enter the light gate while evading their pursuit. Quest reward, dispensed according to circumstances. Boom, boom. As the notifications rang out, the entire world shuddered. The firmament revealed a multitude of light spheres, densely packed, numbering at least in the thousands. These were all angels. The light varied, some singular, others a blend of hues. However, the predominant light was golden. The myriad of other colors included purple gold, red gold, blue gold, and crimson gold, with the 8-colored light being the highest and most formidable presence above the firmament. Simultaneously, a voice of immense authority echoed, "Ant, you seek death." Chapter 92, Annihilation of the Angelic Race. As the voice resounded, a light sphere descended from above at a breakneck speed, appearing above Chen Tian in the blink of an eye. It was a humanoid entity, standing approximately 1.7 meters tall, adorned with a pair of golden wings and enveloped in a radiant golden hue, exuding supreme majesty and dominance, akin to a celestial deity. Human, you have provoked my kin. I shall make your existence a living hell, spoke Yongli, casting a cold gaze upon Chen Tian. With a pointed finger, He unleashed his power, deliberately restraining it to avoid striking a fatal blow. His intention was to torment this human thoroughly. And he meant every word. Making one's life a torment was his pledge. For ages, humanity had been but toys for his kind. And he relished in the torment of such toys. Whoosh! A beam of golden light shot forth towards Chen Tian. A living hell? Chen Tian chuckled coldly. That is an intriguing proposition. He, too, extended a finger, and a streak of golden light shot out. And Yangli was momentarily taken aback. Why would this human possess the golden light technique of our kin? And Yangli was bewildered and perplexed. The golden light technique was an innate ability of the angelic race. Something one was born with. While he would not have been surprised by other abilities, this golden light technique was another matter altogether. Curiosity mingled with confusion. When had this human begun training? In their region, humans were subjugated, which made this occurrence seem impossible. Yet, he remained oblivious to the fact that they were merely projections within a dungeon. Of course, this was not entirely his fault, after all. No profession had appeared in this realm yet, and as long as he remained unscathed, he could never realize that this world was merely a projection space. Moreover, given that there were indeed humans present here, it became even more challenging for him to discern the truth. And Yangli, unable to fathom the situation, chose not to dwell further on it, instead casting a frigid gaze at Chen Tian. Though I do not know how you acquired the golden light technique. To employ it before me is tantamount to seeking death. With that, he attempted to forcibly control the golden light that Chen Tian had unleashed. However, in the next moment, and Yangli's expression shifted dramatically. No, this is not the golden light technique. How could this be? The golden light divine finger? How could you wield the legendary golden light divine finger of our kin? And Yangli's heart filled with dread. This was simply too absurd. The golden light divine finger was a divine secret art of the angelic race, accessible only to the clan leader. Since the massacre of the old clan a millennium ago, this secret art had vanished without a trace. Yet today, it was wielded by a mere human, an insignificant ant. This was utterly preposterous. Chen Tian, of course, would not divulge that he could learn skills at will. Boom. And Yangli, in shock, found that Chen Tian's assault did not waver. After obliterating the golden light technique, it surged directly towards Yangli's golden wings. Damn it, cursed ant. Feeling the overwhelming aura, and Yangli's expression darkened to an extreme. He dared not underestimate Chen Tian and unleashed his most powerful attack upon him. The angelic sacred light sword. A golden long sword materialized out of thin air, aimed directly at Chen Tian. Yet, it was easily pierced by the golden light Chen Tian had projected, crashing into one of Yangli's wings. Boom. The golden wing was shattered, a wretched scream escaping his lips. Following this, Yangli fell uncontrollably to the ground with a resounding crash, creating a deep crater upon impact. A roar of fury erupted as Yangli lost all composure. He was a proud angelic being, yet here he was, defeated by a human. This humiliation incited a rage greater than death. Human, you shall pay. Whoosh. Before Yangli could finish his sentence, Chen Tian pointed once more. A beam of golden light sliced through the air. Boom. The other golden wing was obliterated. You. And Yangli's golden eyes turned bloodthirsty. Fixated on Chen Tian with a desire to devour him whole. Chen Tian remained silent, pointing again. Whoosh. And Yangli roared, human, wait. I will make your life a living hell. Bang. One of his golden legs exploded. Whoosh. Bang. Both legs shattered. Whoosh. Whoosh. Bang. Bang. And Yangli's limbs were reduced to a spray of golden blood. At this juncture, Yangli's eyes were entirely consumed by bloodlust. If glares could kill, Chen Tian would have perished a billion times over. Chen Tian smiled coldly, realizing that the opponent still had not comprehended the gravity of his situation. Yet, it was understandable. After all, he was merely a projection. Extending a finger towards Yangli's head, he pointed. You cannot kill me. It was only at this moment that Yangli felt a surge of terror and despair. In his mind, there was no way the human would dare to kill him, for this was the domain of the angels. Whoosh. The golden light flashed, and Yangli's head was obliterated. 75,000. Slayed a 6 Transcendence level 700, winged angel Yangli. Rewarded with 1 for billion energy points. Human, you have slain my kin. You shall pay dearly for this transgression. With Yangli's demise, the remaining angels were consumed by a profound fury. The heavens echoed with their roars, followed by a barrage of golden light beams, all employing the golden light technique. At least 1,000 attacks were unleashed. Chen Tian remained unfazed. He extended his palm and snapped his fingers. In the next moment, a bizarre scene unfolded. The myriad golden beams of light reversed direction and surged back, their speed and power multiplying 1,000-fold. Before the celestial beings could react, they were obliterated in an explosive display. Boom, boom. Every golden orb in the heavens erupted instantaneously, resembling a breathtaking fireworks display. Boom, boom. Simultaneously, the multicolored orbs unleashed blinding radiance, hurtling towards Chen Tian. In that moment, the angelic race was consumed by fury. Yet, Their attacks were thwarted by an energy shield that Chen Tian had summoned. Remarkably, not a single point of defense was compromised. Witnessing their assaults fail to inflict any damage, a cadre of formidable angels descended upon Chen Tian's position. Unlike those in the Yin-Yang calendar, they possessed either 2 or 3 pairs of golden wings, representing the angelic royal and the supreme angelic tiers. They unleashed a relentless barrage of attacks, including angel blades, judgments of light, and royal angel swords. However, none could breach his defenses. The angelic hosts were left utterly demoralized. Even the mightiest among them, the 8-winged demigods, met the same fate. Ultimately, with a mere flick of his finger, Chen Tian annihilated the entire angelic race. 75,000. Eliminated a 6 transformation, level 700, royal double-winged angel, earning 1 for billion energy points. 75,000. 75,000. Eliminated a 6 transformation, level 700, royal 4-winged angel, earning 1 for billion energy points. Eliminated a 6 transformation, level 700, demigod 8-winged angel, earning 14 billion energy points. During this period, Chen Tian acquired numerous skills and talents. You have completed the hidden quest, the Wrath of Angels. Quest reward, Human Race Fortune 1000, 1 piece of demigod level equipment, 1 demigod level talent, 500,000 gold coins. The rewards were somewhat modest. However, among them, the demigod level equipment turned out to be the wings of the angelic race. Chapter 93, Above the Emperor, Shadow God. A portal materialized out of thin air. Chen Tian stepped into it. Welcome to the 9th heaven, Dark God Domain. Upon his arrival, Chen Tian was taken aback by this realm. If the light realm could be deemed normal, then this so-called Dark God Domain was anything but. It was engulfed in perpetual night, an abyssal darkness. Visibility was non-existent. One could not see even their own hand in front of their face. In such an environment, ordinary beings would find themselves paralyzed by despair and fear. However, for Chen Tian, this posed no challenge. He perceived everything with clarity. Chen Tian surmised that this was not related to his power, but rather to the transformation of life levels. While it was not a true metamorphosis into a demigod, it at least conferred upon him a half-god level of existence. Thus, remaining unaffected was entirely plausible. Of course, seeing clearly was one thing. Being comfortable in such an environment was another. Suddenly, a whoosh echoed from afar. Chen Tian turned to see a shadow darting toward him. With a flick of his finger, a beam of golden light shot forth, instantly piercing through the shadow. The figure was obliterated into nothingness. Yet, Chen Tian's expression shifted to one of concern. Although the entity had perished, he received no notification. Even more peculiar was that the shadow bore a resemblance to a human, yet it was undeniably not human. As he pondered, the sound of whooshing returned, with shadows rushing towards him once more. They were likely drawn by the light portal from before. In such a pitch-black world, the sudden appearance of a portal was akin to a beacon of hope, naturally attracting creatures lurking in the darkness. However, these were not source beasts, but rather strange shadows. Their speed was astonishing, surpassing the speed of light by more than 100-fold. This time, Chen Tian refrained from annihilating them directly. Instead, he employed the chaos fog domain to immobilize them. As he did so, he clearly discerned their forms. Souls? Phantoms? No, they exuded no life force, nor any hint of a soul. What on earth were these entities? Could it be that source beasts were unleashing a skill? Chen Tian suddenly considered a possibility. Nevertheless, he resolved to seek the source beast of this realm first. As he traversed the darkness, shadows occasionally lunged at him. Chen Tian was certain these shadows were manifestations of a source beast's skill aimed at obstructing his progress. The trial of this realm might entail enduring for a set duration or locating the light portal amidst the darkness. 1 minute passed. Shadows continued to fill the void. Yet no source beasts were in sight. Chen Tian contemplated activating the chaos fog domain, yet within the vast area he covered, not a single source beast was found. His domain spanned 1,000 miles, and yet, it was utterly devoid of any life. This suggested that this realm was immensely vast. However, it was also peculiar. It seemed improbable for not a single source beast to inhabit such a large area. It appeared that this final domain was anything but simple. Chen Tian proceeded to cover various segments in search of the source beast. Moments later, he furrowed his brow. He had scoured the entire world. Yet not a single source beast had been discovered. He did, however, identify the light portal, which should serve as the gateway to the 9th heaven. But Chen Tian had entered this instance seeking dark attribute crystals. Where could they possibly be? Underground? In the skies? He pondered, frowning. After a few more seconds, he had searched high and low, yet still found no source beasts. The shadows were born from thin air, as if conjured into existence. The Dark God Domain? Could this realm merely be a domain? Chen Tian suddenly speculated. It was possible. Perhaps it was indeed an anti-celestial domain. The more he contemplated, the more likely it seemed. Yet, the chaos fog domain was insufficiently expansive. Wait, if the chaos fog domain fell short, he still possessed the map teleportation feature. The map teleportation could cover a radius of 5,000 kilometers. Having this thought, he acted immediately. Yet, the map's coverage still proved inadequate. After recalibrating his estimates, he was astonished to discover that this realm spanned at least 50,000 kilometers. After a moment of silence, Chen Tian resolved to enhance the map teleportation. Currently, it covered 5,000 kilometers, and it required an increase of 450,000 kilometers, equivalent to 5 billion gold coins. A trivial matter, considering he had just acquired 5 billion gold coins. Chen Tian eagerly upgraded it. Within seconds, the map teleportation reached a radius of 50,000 kilometers. As it completely enveloped the ninth heaven, Chen Tian was left in a state of shock. Upon full coverage of the map, he immediately spotted a humanoid figure within the map teleportation. The being was entirely black, rendering its true form indiscernible. Yet, to Chen Tian's astonishment, he realized that he was situated within this creature's body, as if residing within its very abdomen. A possibility struck him. He must be within the creature's domain, akin to the chaos fog domain. What was happening? Chen Tian frowned, questioning why the ninth heaven manifested as a domain. Moreover, who was this humanoid entity? Ultimately, after contemplating these questions, Chen Tian's form flickered and vanished from this world. In a somewhat darkened palace, an air of dominion and mystery pervades. Within this palace, there exists a throne of darkness, emanating an aura of terrifying dread, one that even the mightiest emperor may find insurmountable. Seated upon this ominous throne is a young man clad in resplendent black garments, exuding an unparalleled majesty. Before this supreme presence, the emperor appears as insignificant as an ant. Suddenly, the youth's eyes snap open, and he furrows his brow, directing his gaze toward a particular direction. At that moment, a figure materializes from thin air, none other than Chen Tian. Upon witnessing Chen Tian's sudden appearance, the youth expresses his bewilderment. Human race? How did you arrive here? His voice, though soft, reverberates like thunder from the heavens. However, it fails to faze Chen Tian in the slightest. Upon hearing the inquiry, Chen Tian swiftly turns to look. Momentarily taken aback. Who are you? He questions with a furrowed brow, perplexed. He had not anticipated that the figure would differ from the one depicted on the teleportation map, appearing instead as a human. Yet, Chen Tian is acutely aware that this being cannot possibly be human. Abruptly, a thought strikes Chen Tian, prompting him to examine the figure's status panel. In the next instant, he is left astounded. True God. How is this possible? Source Beast, Avatar of the Shadow God. Level None. Life. 100. True God Life, Eternal Lifespan. Divine Source. 1. Unique Energy of True Gods. True Body. 1. True God Physique. True Soul. 1. True God Soul. Divine Crystal. Core of the True God, containing divine source and laws within. Law Domain. Domain of the Dark God. Laws. Shadow Laws, Dark Laws. Talent. Shadow True Monarch, a divine talent, born from the fusion of Super God level talent and True God essence. Skill. Dark God Spear, Super God level skill. Remark. Avatar of the True God Shadow Monarch, practitioner of the Nine Heavens Dark God Domain. True God. Chen Tian is shockingly taken aback. An avatar of the Shadow God? Above the Emperor? He immediately deduces that the being's rank must indeed surpass that of an Emperor. It is a True God. Chen Tian never anticipated that upon reaching the True God level, his status panel would undergo such a dramatic transformation. But this is to be expected. Simultaneously, he comprehends the enigmatic crystalline object's true nature, the divine crystal, the core of a true God. No wonder the mother of the cracks would go to such lengths to escape to the human domain. It's clear why the divine source can be harnessed to unleash God-level skills. I am the shadow divine being. Upon hearing Chen Tian's retort, the shadow monarch furrows his brow but ultimately states, Human, you have yet to reveal how you arrived here. As a true God, he instantly discerns that Chen Tian is extraordinary. Even more astonishing is the fact that he cannot see through him. It is essential to note that he is indeed a true God, unless the other party is even more formidable, which is, of course, impossible. After all, since the disappearance of that person a millennium ago, no true God has emerged among humans. Moreover, the level of life emanating from the other does not seem particularly strong. Nonetheless, he is even more curious about how the individual managed to appear in this location, considering the vast distance from the human domain. Even he would require several days to traverse it. Furthermore, not even an emperor could enter this area without his permission. Yet, the other had done so effortlessly. Oh, you arrived via teleportation. Chen Tian responds. Teleportation? The shadow monarch is momentarily taken aback, but soon his anger flares. Human, I grant you 3 breaths to disclose how you came here. His tone drips with murderous intent. Teleportation? Does he truly believe him to be a fool? If the individual were an emperor, it might be plausible for them to appear through teleportation. But he is clearly not. Although he cannot see through the other, he senses that the individual is weak, even less than an ant. Killing him would be simple. Upon hearing the threat and sensing the intense malice radiating from the Shadow Monarch, Chen Tian's anger ignites. To dare threaten me is to court death, he declares, instantly unleashing the Chaos Mist domain, enveloping the Shadow Monarch in an instant. Law domain. The Shadow Monarch is momentarily stunned by the Chaos Mist domain. You are also a true god. This revelation shocks and astonishes him. Are there not no true gods among humans? Chen Tian has no intention of engaging in idle chatter. If the other seeks to kill him, he shall not show mercy in return. The moment the Chaos Mist domain envelopes the Shadow Monarch, it launches an immediate attack. Seeing Chen Tian take action, the Shadow Monarch coldly remarks, regardless of whether you are a true god, you shall die before me. As he speaks, a flash of black light streaks by. He activates the Dark God domain, which quickly engulfs the Chaos Mist domain. However, in the next heartbeat, crack, bam, the Dark God domain shatters instantaneously. How is this possible? The Shadow Monarch is astounded. He is a peak true god, merely a step away from becoming a celestial god. His domain is undoubtedly one of the most powerful among true gods. Yet, it has been effortlessly shattered by the other S domain. What domain do you possess? Why is its power so terrifying? The Shadow Monarch bellows. Chen Tian remains silent, charging directly at the Shadow Monarch. Within the Chaos Mist domain, he is the sovereign. Waves of chaotic mist swiftly transform into radiant beams, surging toward the Shadow Monarch. Feeling an overwhelming sense of crisis, the Shadow Monarch unleashes all of his strength, recklessly employing laws, talents, and skills. Yet, the result is his annihilation beneath the onslaught of the light formed from the chaotic mist. In his final moments, the Shadow Monarch suddenly realizes something, gazing coldly at Chen Tian. Human, you shall pay for this. Simultaneously, a series of notification chimes resonate in Chen Tian's ears. You have triggered the hidden dungeon of the 9 heavens, slaying the true god Shadow Monarch avatar. Quest reward. However, before the quest can fully materialize, Chen Tian has already vanquished the opponent. A breath later, the notification chimes again. You have slain the true god Shadow Monarch avatar. You have completed the hidden dungeon. Quest rewards. 1 piece of god-level equipment, 1 god-level talent, 1 god-level skill, 8 pseudo-god-level skills, 10 pieces of demigod-level equipment, 10 random demigod items, 1,000,000 dark attribute crystals, and 50 billion gold coins. Why are the rewards so meager? Chen Tian complains. Previously, when he defeated the avatar of Blood Wuba, the rewards were far more substantial. Is it because this quest is not a mandatory dungeon? Merely due to my forcible intrusion, it triggered a hidden dungeon? Chen Tian ponders. Previously, Blood Wuba had forcefully intervened in the novice dungeon, which was deemed a provocation according to the rules. The items dropped from him were naturally precious. However, this time it was merely a coincidence, and he had forced his way in. Logically, he should be the one violating the dungeon rules. That he has been granted rewards is already quite generous. Yet, none of this is of paramount importance. What matters is that among the rewards are dark attribute crystals. Once he completes the class transition for Poyongxio, he can present the thunder attribute crystals to him for further feedback, completing the 9 types of attribute crystals. Just as Chen Tian intends to depart, another notification chimes. Detection of the death of the Shadow Monarch avatar. The 9 heavens dungeon is on the verge of destruction. All individuals within the dungeon will be forcibly ejected. You have cleared the 9 heavens. Clearance time, 34 minutes and 34 seconds. You have set a new clearance record for the dungeon. Bonus reward, 20 billion gold coins. Detection of your slaying of the Shadow Monarch avatar has triggered the hidden task of the human race's annihilation. Task requirement, block or slay the Shadow Monarch. Task rewards, 1,000,000 human race luck, 1 true artifact, true divine talent, 3 artifacts, 5 super divine attributes, 5 super divine skills, 10 divine skills, and 10 trillion gold coins. What? Chen Tian was taken aback. A task for the extermination of the human race? Killing the Shadow God? Nevertheless, Chen Tian quickly deduced the reason behind this. It was undoubtedly due to his slaying of the Shadow God, which had thoroughly enraged the opponent. Once the adversary appeared within the human territories with their true god strength, annihilating the human race would be inevitable. Previously, there may have been some reservations, or perhaps a lack of justification. But this time, it provided the perfect excuse. Sigh. Chen Tian felt somewhat speechless. He merely sought to obtain 9 types of attribute crystals and had not anticipated such a turn of events. Never mind. If they dare to appear, I shall slay them. The opponent is a true god, undeniably formidable, yet even the mightiest cannot surpass the heavenly Tao. If I can vanquish the heavenly Tao, how could I possibly fear a mere true god? Moreover, I am on the brink of achieving the 3rd transformation. I will only grow stronger. And since this matter is a consequence of my actions, I cannot simply turn a blind eye. Buzz. Just as Chen Tian was contemplating, his body was forcibly teleported away. At the same moment, others within the 9 heavens were also forcibly transported out. What is happening? Why has the 9 heavens suddenly been destroyed? Chapter 94. Upon arriving at Dragon City, there must be something amiss. As soon as Chen Tian appeared outside the dungeon, He heard a chorus of voices filled with astonishment, confusion, and even some teams expressing outrage. For them, it seemed that had it not been for this unforeseen incident, they might have successfully cleared the dungeon, perhaps even securing first place. Chen Tian could not be bothered with them and turned to leave. But just then, a cacophony of shocked exclamations erupted. No way. Is this real? Am I dreaming? The dungeon was destroyed, and it was not an accident, but rather, it was deliberate. The destroyer, an unnamed class? Who is this unnamed class? How did they manage to obliterate the Nine Heavens dungeon? This must be a fabrication. Dungeon, Nine Heavens. Status, under reconstruction, destroyer, unnamed class. Normal clearance rankings. First place, Tianfeng team, 30-person team. Complete clearance, clearance time, 68 hours. Second place. Hell clearance rankings. First place, unnamed class, solo. Complete clearance of Nine Heavens. Clearance time, 34 minutes and 34 seconds. Second place, Tianfeng team, 100-person team. Incomplete clearance, clearance of First Heaven. Clearance time, 841 hours. Look at the Hell clearance rankings. What is so interesting about the rankings? No way. This must be a hoax. Solo? Complete clearance? You mean they cleared the Nine Heavens directly? Clearance time of 34 minutes and 34 seconds? This must be false. The Tianfeng team took 481 hours just for the First Heaven, which is equivalent to 20 days and 1 hour. And now you tell me that someone completely cleared the Nine Heavens in just 34 minutes and 34 seconds? And they are an unnamed class? Who do you think this unnamed individual is? Could it be the one who topped the novice dungeon rankings, previously announced as an unnamed class? That seems unlikely, as they were only at level 200 in their first transformation, and this is a 6th transformation dungeon. Why not? I believe it could indeed be him. Did you not see his record of slaying source beasts? He has defeated divine incarnations and imperial incarnations, so why could he not clear the Nine Heavens? From a distance, Chen Tian heard their analysis and wished to interject, finding their reasoning sound, but he opted to remain silent. He vanished before the dungeon entrance. Information about the Nine Heavens dungeon and the unnamed class quickly spread throughout Tianfeng City. After all, this unnamed class was suspected to be the one who topped the novice dungeon rankings. Has he completed his class change? Upon returning to his room, Chen Tian discovered that Boyongxiu had completed his class change. Without hesitation, he assigned a level task to him, sending over all useless items he possessed. This dungeon had brought him another windfall. Just from energy points and equipment points alone, he had made a substantial profit. Capacity, 133, 535 trillion, 100 million. Equipment points, 288, 888 billion. He need not concern himself with the rest. After lying on the bed for a moment, Chen Tian found himself unable to sleep. He checked his phone and realized it was only just past 8 in the evening. After some contemplation, Chen Tian activated the Chaos Mist domain and summoned a soul. It was none other than the soul of the Emperor of Radiance. He had almost forgotten about him. Who are you? The soul of the Emperor of Radiance appeared as a locust. Observing Chen Tian, he was filled with wariness while pondering. He should have perished after being slain by Ling Tian. Yet, his soul was inexplicably captured by the youth before him. Then, the Emperor of Radiance suddenly had a revelation. It's you? Are you the mastermind behind this? How could this be possible? The Emperor of Radiance wore a shocked expression, for the youth seemed far too young in his eyes. It was simply inconceivable. You are correct. I am indeed the mastermind behind this, Chen Tian replied nonchalantly. I summoned you here. I orchestrated your downfall. Why? Upon hearing those words, the Emperor of Radiance felt an unsettling sense of anxiety and hurriedly inquired. We have no grievances. Why would you wish to harm me? Why? Chen Tian responded with a look of incredulity. In this world, strength reigns supreme. You ask me why? Do you not find that rather amusing? However, it is true that when you are strong, you can act as you please, yet when you are the victim, you dare to question my motives? Enough, I cannot be bothered to engage in idle chatter with you. As he spoke, Chen Tian unleashed the true hellfire, instantly enveloping the soul of the Emperor of Radiance. Ah! The anguished cries of the Emperor of Radiance echoed through the air. What kind of fire is this? Why does it hurt so much? Spare me. I pledge my allegiance to you. The soul of the Emperor of Radiance, engulfed by the true hellfire, quickly became ethereal. He realized that if he did not beg for mercy soon, he would face utter annihilation. Yet, Chen Tian paid him no heed. The wretched screams reverberated throughout the room. Thanks to the isolation of the Chaos Mist domain, Chen Tian could not hear a thing. After several agonizing seconds, Chen Tian observed that the Emperor of Radiance had reached his limit and finally ceased his torment. The soul of the Emperor of Radiance flickered in and out of existence. On the verge of shattering, he could no longer utter a word, yet despair consumed him entirely. He understood Chen Tian's intentions. He was determined to torment him. The Emperor of Radiance was filled with bitterness and confusion. Why? Why would the other party wish to torture him? Storing the soul of the Emperor of Radiance away, Chen Tian retrieved the shattered divine crystal, the previously unknown crystal. Name, divine crystal shattered. Quality none. Level none. Description, true god core, rendered fragmented, leading to the loss of its essence. retaining only a small portion of divine source, which can be used to replenish divine source consumption or perhaps to deploy divine techniques. Unfortunately, it cannot be repaired for the time being. Chen Tian took out various ordinary-grade equipment and proceeded to destroy and then repair them. He continued this process until around 9:30. Chen Tian felt a wave of boredom wash over him, realizing he had made a strategic miscalculation. After such an extended period of repair, he could only restore demigod-level equipment. He was still quite a distance from god-level equipment. If he were to repair based on the quantity of equipment before him, it would take at least another 3 hours. Had he known, he would not have converted the previously acquired equipment into equipment points. Chen Tian discovered that, aside from quantity, the quality of the repaired equipment significantly accelerated the enhancement of his equipment repairability. Should he venture into the dungeon to destroy more equipment for repair? Perhaps. But he decided to wait until Fong Luoling completed her class change. Chen Tian shook his head. Given the time at hand, it would be wiser to expedite my career transition. Contemplating this shift, Chen Tian mused to himself, perhaps I shall venture to Dragon City tonight. After a moment's reflection, he resolved to proceed, for sleep eluded him. Lying in bed felt like a waste of precious time. Chen Lao, Chen Tian called as he opened the door. Young master, is there something you need? Chen Renbai hastily approached upon hearing the voice. I wish to venture out for level training and may return late, Chen Tian replied. But young master, isn't it rather late for that? Chen Renbai expressed concern. It's nothing to worry about. Should I gather a few companions to accompany you? I shall seek my own company, Chen Tian asserted. Then, young master, you must exercise caution, Chen Renbai cautioned. Rest assured, Chen Tian assured him, and with that, he departed from the small courtyard. Sighing, Chen Renbai reflected, I wonder what troubles the master is facing. Once outside the courtyard and finding no one around, Chen Tian activated the map teleportation. The area spanned a radius of 50,000 kilometers, encompassing a multitude of cities. Before long, he arrived at Dragon City. Dragon City, the capital of the Dragon Kingdom, stood as the foremost of the 5 super cities. Its expanse was equivalent to 10 Tianfeng cities combined. The city exuded an imposing aura, with its gates crafted from gold, flanked by 2 intricately carved golden dragons that exuded majesty. In contrast to Tianfeng City, entry into Dragon City did not require any monetary toll or registration. However, 2 squads of golden armored sentinels stood guard at the entrance. Chen Tian observed them for a moment before striding into the city. Upon entering, he was immediately enveloped by an overwhelming dragon might. To his astonishment, this formidable presence seemed to have no effect on him whatsoever. In fact, it appeared that none of the inhabitants of Dragon City were impacted at all. What could be the reason for this? Chen Tian pondered, suddenly considering a possibility, before shaking his head and continuing deeper into the city. Regardless of the intensity of the dragon might, it bore no significance for him. Chen Tian ambled through the streets, and indeed, Dragon City was unlike any other. The architecture and the sheer number of adventurers, as well as their levels, far surpassed those of Tianfeng City and Lingyang City. It was commonplace to encounter individuals of the 5th and 6th transitions, with 7th and 8th transitions also abundant. He even spotted 2 9th transition individuals during his stroll. After a while, Chen Tian opened the map to search for his next destination. Moments later, he furrowed his brow. Which dungeon corresponds to the Dragon's Descent? Although the map displayed numerous dungeons, none were marked as the Dragon's Descent. He had forgotten to inquire with Yi Linglong about the exact location of the Dragon's Descent within Dragon City. Very well, I shall ask someone for guidance, Chen Tian thought, albeit feeling somewhat helpless. However, he did not approach just anyone for assistance. After all, Yi Linglong had mentioned that the Dragon's Descent had been sealed off by the Dragon Emperor a century ago, making entry impossible for anyone. Even if he asked, he might not receive any valuable information. Utilizing map teleportation, Chen Tian arrived at a shop named Divine Treasure Pavilion, the largest trading establishment in Dragon City. The place bustled with activity. Upon entering the first floor, he glanced around. At that moment, a young girl approached him and inquired, "Esteemed guest, what would you like to purchase? Do you have any skills related to contracts? Or perhaps some talents?" Chen Tian asked, deliberately avoiding the subject of the Dragon's Descent. "Apologies, but we do not have those," the girl replied with an apologetic expression. "Very well, I shall continue browsing." Chen Tian feigned disappointment. "By the way, does your guild have information regarding all the dungeons in Dragon City?" "Indeed, we do. Please wait a moment," she responded. Before long, the girl presented him with information on all the dungeons in Dragon City. However, the Dragon's Descent was conspicuously absent from the list. Frowning, Chen Tian looked at her and asked, "Is there something missing from this information?" "Missing?" The girl appeared puzzled and quickly approached to check. After a moment, she said, "Dear guest, the information regarding the dungeons is complete. Nothing is lacking." Upon hearing her response, Chen Tian's frown deepened, and he was struck by numerous questions. It seemed that not only had the Dragon Emperor arranged for the sealing of the Dragon's Descent, but even the information surrounding it was shrouded in secrecy. After some contemplation, Chen Tian inquired, "I've heard rumors about a dungeon called Destruction. Do you possess any information regarding that?" "Destruction Dungeon?" The girl looked bewildered, clearly unfamiliar with the term. You don't know? But that makes sense. After all, not everyone possesses the ability to obliterate dungeons like I do. Thus, Chen Tian directly asked, "Have you heard of the dragon's descent?" "Youth, some matters cannot be spoken of." A feeble yet authoritative voice suddenly emanated from behind him. Turning around, Chen Tian saw an elderly man approaching. "Owner," the girl exclaimed in surprise, "you usually do not make appearances. Go attend to your duties. I shall handle this." The elder replied. Once the girl had departed, Chen Tian questioned, "Do you know why it cannot be spoken of?" "It cannot be spoken of, simply because it cannot." The elder replied with a furrowed brow. "What is it you wish to purchase, young man? I can assist you." "Are you afraid of the Dragon Emperor?" Chen Tian directly inquired, connecting the dots. The Dragon Emperor's arrangements for the sealing and information blockade, coupled with the dragon might of Dragon City. There is no other explanation but fear of the Emperor's knowledge. The elder frowned, his irritation surfacing. "Guest, since Divine Treasure Pavilion does not possess what you seek, I kindly ask you to leave." "Ah, but what if you fear me instead?" Chen Tian retorted with a smile, unleashing the chaotic fog domain. An immense pressure descending upon the elder, causing his expression to shift dramatically. You are also a deity?" The elder gasped in terror. His reluctance to speak stemmed from the knowledge that the Dragon Emperor was indeed a deity. Should he dare to divulge information, he would meet an untimely demise. "Speak. Why can you not discuss the dragon's descent?" "Rest assured, my domain shields us. The Dragon Emperor cannot hear us," Chen Tian stated resolutely. "Even if the Emperor were to know, should he dare to come, I would ensure he never returns." The elder hesitated. "Is what you say true?" "Indeed." Chen Tian pressed, intensifying the pressure. The elder felt his body grow heavy, nearly collapsing to the ground. "I will speak. It is as follows. Since the Dragon Emperor arranged for the sealing of the dragon's descent a century ago, and subsequently blocked related information, at first, people were indifferent, often discussing it privately. However, it was not long before many experienced inexplicable deaths. Eventually, we discovered that those who perished were either dissatisfied with the Emperor's blockade or frequently spoke of the matter. It was later confirmed that those individuals died because they spoke of the dragon's descent. Is that so?" Chen Tian exclaimed, astonished. "Is the Dragon Emperor truly so tyrannical?" "No. Is he not just ruthless? To slay anyone who speaks of it? And to do so covertly? There is something amiss. The dragon's descent must hold great significance." "Where is it located?" Chen Tian pressed. "In the central region of Dragon City, within the Dragon Emperor's palace," the elder divulged, his body sagging as he realized the gravity of his confession. He understood that by revealing this information, his end was nigh. As a 10th transition powerhouse, he stood on the brink of semi-divinity, and the thought of death terrified him. Yet, should he remain silent, he would face immediate demise. "This is the price for information," Chen Tian stated, producing a piece of semi-divine equipment. With no alternatives at hand, he found himself left with only a collection of inferior gear and this semi-divine item. "What is this?" the elder exclaimed, his eyes widening in astonishment. "Is this truly semi-divine equipment?" Chapter 95, Entering the Dragon's Descent. Chen Tian reappeared. Having arrived at a resplendent palace, through the map teleportation, he swiftly located the dungeon known as the Dragon's Descent, which indeed lay at the heart of the Dragon Emperor's palace. There, he encountered 10 formidable 10th transition warriors clad in purple armor and a semi-divine being donned in purple gold armor. Chen Tian approached the dungeon without alarming anyone. Arriving directly at its entrance, a series of information appeared before his eyes. Dungeon, Land of Dragon's Fall. Dungeon level, 10th Transcendence. Dungeon space, multiplayer, single space. Dungeon source, Ancient Dragon Clan's Dragon Tomb Projection. Difficulty, Annihilation. Note, due to its peculiar nature, this dungeon is classified as Annihilation difficulty. Those without dragon bloodline are advised to refrain from entry. Dungeon, Land of Dragon's Fall. Status, sealed. Completion rankings. First place, Dragon Emperor, Long Tian. Completion time, 28 years. Second place, none. Chen Tian furrowed his brow, sealed. I didn't expect the Dragon Emperor to be so invested in this dungeon. Multiplayer, single space. This indicates that each individual who enters is confined to a singular space. The Ancient Dragon Clan's Dragon Tomb, just as the rumors suggested. Annihilation difficulty? A warning for those without dragon bloodline to stay away. It seems that the Dragon Emperor must possess a dragon bloodline to have cleared this dungeon, thus establishing himself as the most formidable presence in the Divine Dragon Kingdom, earning the title of Dragon Emperor. Chen Tian mused. A century ago, the Dragon Emperor emerged, subduing all-powerful beings to become the Dragon Emperor of the Divine Dragon Kingdom. It now appears that his ascent was indeed linked to this dungeon. Without further contemplation, Chen Tian touched the dungeon entrance, and suddenly, a golden light erupted. Who is it? The demigod guardian and 10th transcendence experts immediately sensed the anomaly, launching an assault towards Chen Tian's location. Although they could not see him, they surmised that others must be present at the entrance. It seems I have no choice but to force my way in, Chen Tian remarked. Despite activating the chaos mist domain, it merely enveloped him. With a thought, The domain expanded to encompass a radius of 100 meters, nullifying the incoming devastating attacks. The demigod clad in purple gold armor and the 10th Transcendence experts were instantly subdued, gravely injured, and rendered unconscious. It was not that Chen Tian desired to eliminate them. Rather, he wished to avoid alerting the Dragon Emperor prematurely. After all, this dungeon permits multiple entrants, though he could have dispatched them in an instant. It would be preferable to go undisturbed. Boom. Simultaneously, the golden barrier surrounding the dungeon entrance was shattered. Without hesitation, Chen Tian entered the land of Dragon's Fall. In the Dragon Temple, the Dragon Emperor was engrossed in his cultivation, variously colored dragon shadows swirling around him, emanating an aura of immense power. Roars echoed intermittently. Suddenly, the Dragon Emperor opened his eyes, frowning in confusion. Another one has arrived? What is it? He had previously noticed a slight reduction in space within the dragon domain. Due to its minuscule size, he had dismissed it, but in that fleeting moment, the abnormality expanded again, manifesting in the land of Dragon's Fall. This compelled the Dragon Emperor to take it seriously. The Dragon Guardian approached the Dragon Emperor, intending to send the Dragon Guardian to investigate. However, just then, the Dragon Emperor seemed to have realized something, and his expression changed dramatically. The seal has been broken? Who could it be? The Dragon Emperor exclaimed furiously. It must be noted that the seal was set by him. Without the strength of an emperor, it was impossible to breach. Moreover, he found himself puzzled by another question. If the intruder possesses the power of an emperor, why would they break the seal? Emperors cannot enter 10th Transcendence level dungeons. As he spoke, his figure vanished from the palace. Chapter 96. The Terror of the True Eye of Illusion. Transmitting. You have entered the land of Dragon's Fall. In a flash of light, Chen Tian found himself amidst a desolate ruin. Immediately, he sensed the terrifying remnants of power within the ruins. There was a formidable dragon's might, alongside a cataclysmic aura of destruction. In such an environment, even a 10th Transcendence expert would be reduced to ashes in an instant. Only demigods could withstand it with great difficulty. The ruins stretched endlessly, and it was uncertain what cataclysmic battle had once unfolded here. Chen Tian advanced toward the ruins, knowing he must first locate the dragon source heavenly dragon to defeat it. Roar. Suddenly, a terrifying dragon's roar resonated. Chen Tian turned to see a colossal black dragon bursting forth from the earth. Being a dragon soul, it caused no tangible destruction. Yet the terrifying power of its roar could effortlessly annihilate 10th Transcendence experts. Even demigods would suffer severe injuries. Possessing the supreme primordial soul, Chen Tian was immune to harm, even from an emperor-level foe, let alone this divine-level dragon soul. Gazing at the entity, Chen Tian's eyes suddenly shifted. His originally bright black irises transformed into a resplendent purple gold. The dragon's soul, which was about to charge at him, suddenly exploded into a burst of energy. True Eye of Illusion. With its soul-based attack combined with the supreme primordial soul, even an emperor would be gravely injured, while the dragon's soul disintegrated into nothingness. It could be said that the True Eye of Illusion was a natural nemesis to dragon souls. 75000. Defeated a divine-level dragon soul. Gained 1 point of divine soul. Gained 1 point of dragon soul. Divine soul, a soul of divine caliber. Only upon reaching divinity can it be born. Dragon soul. The remnant soul left behind by a deceased dragon. Chen Tian was uncertain how many points of dragon soul he needed to collect to utilize. Shortly after vanquishing the dragon soul, numerous terrifying dragon souls appeared from thin air, each swiftly dispatched by the True Eye of Illusion. Among them, several emperor-level dragon souls were easily obliterated as well. This exemplifies the terror of the True Eye of Illusion. Roar. Suddenly, the heavens trembled, and a fearsome roar echoed. Following this was a wave of terrifying dragon might sweeping across the entire land of Dragon's Fall, forming a domain filled with overwhelming dragon power. Domain. A unique power of true gods. It was only after experiencing the previous encounter with the Shadow God that Chen Tian realized the reason the Chaos Mist domain is so fearsome. It is a power exclusive to true gods. Domains are also categorized into various types, and Chen Tian's Chaos Mist domain is the most terrifying and defiant among them, encompassing all different attributes. Feeling the overwhelming domain, Chen Tian wasted no time in unleashing his Chaos Mist domain. The previously formidable dragon domain disintegrated in an instant. Roar. Human, who are you? And why do you possess such an extraordinary domain? The true god-level dragon soul stared at Chen Tian with disbelief. It was indeed hard to fathom. Its dragon might was formidable, and it was of the soul type. Yet, it was easily shattered by the opponent's domain. Who I am is of little consequence. Tell me, where is the dragon source heavenly dragon? Chen Tian coldly demanded, or I shall send you to oblivion. Dragon ancestor? Upon hearing the mention of the dragon source heavenly dragon, the true god dragon soul roared in fury. You seek death. With that, it charged at Chen Tian, unleashing the dragon aspect soul technique. The true god dragon soul surged in power 100-fold, blocking the entire sky, casting darkness over the heavens. Witnessing this, Chen Tian snorted coldly. Activating the True Eye of Illusion, unleashing a torrent of terrifying power from his eyes. Bang! The formidable dragon soul in the sky was immediately sent hurtling backward. Although it was not obliterated, it sustained significant injuries from the blow. The true dragon soul seethed with rage, attempting to roar, but was continually repelled by Chen Tian's true eye of illusion. Bang 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 bang. Had it possessed a physical form rather than being in a soul state, Chen Tian might not have so easily overwhelmed it. After a brief struggle, bang, the true god dragon soul was obliterated. Defeated the true god dragon soul. Gained 100 million points of divine soul. Gained 100 million points of dragon soul. Dragon soul points have reached 100 million, triggering a hidden dungeon. Consuming 100 million dragon souls will unlock the land of dragon source. Would you like to proceed? Who are you? As Chen Tian contemplated utilizing the dragon soul, an imposing and authoritative voice resonated through the air. Chapter 97. Slaying the Nine-Origin Celestial Dragon. Chen Tian turned to see a young man clad in a golden dragon robe striding towards him. The individual exuded an aura of terrifying pressure and formidable strength. Effortlessly appearing 10 miles away with a single step, his gaze fixed unwaveringly on Chen Tian. Who are you? Chen Tian inquired coldly, undeterred by the opponent's might. For to him, it made little difference. I am the Dragon Emperor, the youth replied indifferently. You have slain a dragon guardian and trespassed into the dragon's fall. Regardless of your reasons or identity, you shall perish here today. With that, he unleashed a punch. Instantly, a golden dragon silhouette erupted forth. Roar. The earth-shattering roar of the dragon echoed throughout the heavens, a testament to its terror. Chen Tian responded coldly, you seek death. He retaliated with a punch of his own, his golden fist obliterating the fearsome golden dragon, then launched himself towards the Dragon Emperor. Without affording his adversary a moment to react, he struck, shattering the Dragon Emperor into fragments. Is that all there is to the Dragon Emperor? Chen Tian remarked icily. However, he was aware that this was merely an avatar of the Dragon Emperor, for this dungeon could only accommodate a maximum of 10 transformations. After vanquishing his foe, Chen Tian wasted no time and expended 100 million dragon souls to initiate the summoning. Suddenly, a dragon-patterned array materialized from thin air, drawing in fragmented dragon souls from all directions. In no time, the array blazed to life, releasing an overwhelmingly powerful aura. Roar. A terrifying dragon roar reverberated, as if the entire world had come to a standstill. Chen Tian watched anxiously as the array surged magnificently, revealing a colossal dragon head, soon followed by another. 2, 3, 5, until 9 dragon heads emerged, each distinct and adorned in various hues. Roar. Roar, roar. The 9 dragon roars resonated in unison, akin to the thunder of the heavens. Subsequently, a domain composed of 9 different elemental energies enveloped an expanse of 1,000 miles. The 9-origin celestial dragon? A divine-level entity? This is a being that transcends even the true gods. Its terror far surpassed that of the true gods. Yet, when compared to the heavenly Tao, it paled significantly. Nevertheless, Chen Tian did not hesitate. He immediately activated the Chaos Mist domain. The moment it was unleashed, the 9-origin celestial dragon's domain was effortlessly shattered. Roar, roar. The 9-origin celestial dragon let out a furious roar, unleashing various attacks from its 9 heads: gold, wood, water, fire, earth, wind, thunder, light, and darkness. The reason it was named the 9-origin celestial dragon was due to its mastery over the 9 fundamental origins. With a subtle wave of his hand, Chen Tian effortlessly eradicated the terrifying assaults from the 9-origin celestial dragon. At the same time, a colossal hand materialized within the Chaos Mist domain, reaching out to grasp the 9-origin celestial dragon as if it were but a chick. Despite the dragon's divine status and formidable strength within the Chaos Mist domain, it was rendered as powerless as a mere chick. Of course, as his opponent was a divine being, Chen Tian employed divine essence to unleash his full potential, resulting in overwhelming power. With a gentle squeeze, the 9-origin celestial dragon exploded into a mist of blood, slayed the divine-level 9-origin celestial dragon, earning 1 trillion divine souls, 1 trillion dragon souls, and 1 9-colored dragon essence. As the 9-origin celestial dragon was a soul entity, it yielded divine and dragon souls, along with a crystalline stone exuding a spectrum of 9 colors. Done, Chen Tian remarked with a smile. Your 3rd transformation job tasks are as follows. Task 1. Acquire 1 million of each of the 9 attribute crystals. Incomplete. Task 2. Slay the 9-origin celestial dragon and obtain its 9-colored dragon essence. Complete. Task 3. Acquire 10 billion energy points. Complete. Now, only the lightning attribute crystals remain, Chen Tian noted, but they would soon be within reach. As Pi Yunzhao was currently undertaking his 2nd transformation task. Once he completed it, Chen Tian would receive the feedback needed to fully finalize his transformation quest. Suddenly, Chen Tian sensed something, causing him to pause in surprise. Chapter 98. Suppressing the Dragon Emperor. Congratulations on clearing the hidden dungeon of the Dragon's Fall. Clear time, 13 seconds. Clear reward, 9 Origin Celestial Dragon Essence. 9 Origin Celestial Dragon Essence. Divine essence containing the essence of the dragon race, enabling true gods to transcend to the divine realm. Chen Tian was momentarily taken aback, then broke into a smile. Excellent. Although he was unaware of the specifics regarding true gods and divine realm clearance information, possessing this 9 Origin Celestial Dragon Essence assured him that ascending to the divine realm was merely a matter of time. You have cleared the dragon's fall. Exiting the dungeon countdown, 0:59. Notice, due to the completion of the hidden dungeon and the unique nature of this dungeon, it will completely close in 1 minute, with a closure duration of 10 years. Chen Tian was startled. He had not anticipated such circumstances regarding this dungeon. Outside, at the entrance of the dungeon, the expression of the young man in the golden dragon robe darkened to an extreme. Who on earth is that? The dragon emperor mused. His avatar possessed the strength of an emperor, yet was vanquished in a single blow. Could it be that this individual, like him, was a true god? Was this dungeon not limited to 10 transformations? How had he accomplished such a feat? Could he be a divine being? The dragon emperor speculated. He quickly shook his head. If this individual were truly a divine being, there would be no need for him to enter this dungeon. The dragon emperor had sealed this dungeon precisely because he understood its uniqueness. Completing the hidden dungeon would grant one the 9 Origin Celestial Dragon Essence, allowing him to transcend to the divine realm. Such a fortuitous opportunity must not be revealed. This person must die today, the dragon emperor declared coldly. Regardless of whether the individual was aware or had triggered the hidden dungeon, he must perish. The dragon emperor refrained from re-entering the dungeon or sending others in. Mere seconds later, the dungeon above suddenly glimmered. The dragon emperor furrowed his brow, sensing something amiss. He quickly checked. In the next moment, his expression shifted dramatically. Dungeon, Dragon's Fall. Status, closing soon, 56 seconds. Clear rankings. First place, unknown class, level 300 second transformation, clear time 26 seconds. Second place, Dragon Emperor, Long Tian. Level 1010th transformation, clear time 28 years. Third place, none. Hidden dungeon clear rankings. First place, unknown class, level 300 second transformation, clear time 13 seconds. This is impossible. The Dragon Emperor roared. He recalled the 28 years he had spent to clear the dungeon, and that was just the ordinary clearance. Yet this individual had done it in under a minute. That alone was absurd. No, even more outrageous was that this person had cleared the hidden dungeon, and they were only at level 300 in their second transformation. This was no longer a matter of being outrageous. It was a matter of reality. Such a feat was simply unbelievable. Unknown class. Unknown. The Dragon Emperor's expression darkened as a realization struck him. After a moment of contemplation, he turned to leave. Though this situation felt surreal, akin to a dream, he was not foolish. Despite the individual being merely level 300 in their second transformation, they had undeniably cleared the hidden dungeon. He understood just how formidable one must be to accomplish such a feat even with his dragon lineage. He would stand no chance unless he reached the pinnacle of true god. Currently, he was far from that threshold. The fact that this person could clear the hidden dungeon indicated their strength surpassed his own, though he felt a deep sense of unwillingness. He also recognized the necessity of discernment in his actions. The surrounding dragon guards, upon witnessing the Dragon Emperor's grim expression, were filled with confusion and perplexity. However, as dragon guards, they naturally dared not to inquire further or stare too long. Was he truly departing? Just as the Dragon Emperor was about to take his leave, a voice resonated through the air. Instantly, an overwhelming pressure descended, subduing the Dragon Emperor in an instant. Indeed, you are of the true god realm, Chen Tian remarked. Gazing upon the Dragon Emperor, upon entering the Dragon City and sensing the omnipresent dragon might, he had harbored suspicions. After further inquiries regarding the land of Dragon Fall, he confirmed that the Dragon Emperor was indeed a true god. The entirety of the Dragon City lay within his domain, which explained the pervasive dragon might within its confines. Is it you, nameless one? Who exactly are you? What do you intend to do? The Dragon Emperor furrowed his brow as he scrutinized Chen Tian. Chapter 99, The Grand Conclusion. Chen Tian did not respond. Rather, he unleashed the Chaos Fog domain, which instantaneously subdued the Dragon Emperor. Submit, or perish. I shall never bow to you, the Dragon Emperor retorted, his face contorted with rage. How could a dignified Dragon Emperor yield to another? So be it. Chen Tian coldly declared, death it is. Boom. An overwhelming force descended, and the Dragon Emperor was instantaneously reduced to nothingness. The surrounding dragon guards were left utterly stunned. The Dragon Emperor had perished just like that? Chen Tian cast a glance at them, and naturally, he did not spare them either. After a brief massacre, Chen Tian departed from the scene. The next course of action was to await Wang Tianbao's completion of his job transition. However, it was not long before Wang Tianbao transformed. Ding. Upon his return, Chen Tian immediately underwent his own transition. In an instant, he achieved the third transformation, his power surging dramatically. A terrifying force erupted forth, causing the world itself to tremble. So formidable. Chen Tian felt a surge of excitement. Should he engage the heavenly path now that he had reached the third transformation? After some contemplation, he decided to test his limits, albeit in the form of foresight. The foresight of the future is activated, and you find yourself unrestrained as you instantaneously arrive before the gaze of the heavenly path. Without allowing the heavenly path any time to react, you unleash a devastating attack. Due to your overwhelming power, a single strike shatters the gaze of the heavenly path, causing it to disintegrate into ashes. With the demise of the heavenly path, the entire world instantaneously crumbles, disintegrating into nothingness within mere moments, leaving myriad races unable to react in time before vanishing into oblivion. You are left in a state of bewilderment, having never anticipated the world would collapse so abruptly. The annihilation of the world triggers a temporal storm, which engulfs you, although you activated the chaos fog domain and did not perish immediately. The disparity in your level ultimately rendered you unable to withstand it, leading you to lose consciousness. When you awaken once more, you find yourself bewilderingly transported back to 10,000 years ago, to an era of profound upheaval when the human race was suppressed by myriad other races. With no instance dungeons available, you could only temporarily reside here, and to avoid disturbance, you swiftly suppressed the myriad races. Thus, days turned into weeks, and you lived a life of comfort, signing in each day, until one day, you signed in at the Human Emperor Palace and the Human Emperor Tower, suddenly gaining profound insights. Later, upon signing in at the Origin Tower, everything became clear. The instances and secret realms were creations of your own design. The Origin Tower housed an endless source of energy, the very essence required to create instances and secret realms. Subsequently, you acquired the projection of the myriad realms, and alongside the Origin Tower, you became capable of fabricating instances. Thus, you acted to suppress the majority of the myriad races, treating them as mere tools for your instances. Throughout the endless passage of time, you ascended to the 4th, 5th, and 10th transformations of the true God, as well as the realms of Divine Void, Divine Master, and the Heavenly Path. Upon achieving the Heavenly Path realm, you discovered the existence of boundless worlds beyond this one. However, you chose not to depart, but rather to return to the future. Yet before leaving, you dealt a heavy blow to the Heavenly Path, sealing it and rendering it the core of an instance. Contemplating the future, you obliterated its nascent consciousness. You shattered the river of time, returning to your own temporal plane, and subsequently reversed time to restore this world. In that instant of restoration, you discerned significant issues within the Heavenly Path and understood the reasons behind its animosity towards the human race. It had been infiltrated by malevolent entities from beyond, specifically the abyss of heavenly demons. Their ultimate goal was to seize the Origin Tower. Due to the protective nature of the Human Emperor Palace, the Human Emperor Tower, and the Human Emperor's Sword, the heavenly demons could not enter this realm. Thus, their only recourse was to eliminate the human race to render the 3 transcendent artifacts dormant. Moreover, due to your sealing, even with the heavenly demons' invasion, the Heavenly Path could not intervene, resulting in the current plight of the human race. You devised a plan, allowing the heavenly demons to invade, as the abyss would facilitate your ascension to the Path realm and beyond. As the abyss descended, it was forcibly subdued and ultimately transformed into an instance, leading the heavenly demons to collapse in despair. With all matters settled, you began your ascent within the abyss. Time flowed ceaselessly, and seasons passed swiftly. You achieved the Path realm, the Great Path realm, the Chaos realm, and the Chaos Source realm, until you transcended the entire universe. The end of the narrative. Thank you for listening. If you enjoyed it, please consider subscribing and liking to show your support. Until we meet again in the next story.